Hey friends of the Paranormal M channel, it's that time again, one of my favorite parts of the day, sitting down with you and sharing paranormal experiences from all around the world. It genuinely makes me happy every single day. So don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And by the way, thank you so much for sending in your paranormal stories. Please keep them coming. Alright, let's get started. So, this happened about a decade ago, and I still don't really have a neat explanation for it. Back then, my girlfriend, let's call her Marissa, was living in a pretty new apartment complex down in Southern California. Modern place, clean halls, fresh paint, the kind of building that shouldn't come with ghost stories. She had a roommate, Drew, who worked nights, so I barely ever crossed paths with him. For the first few months, everything was totally normal. Quiet, uneventful. Then one night, really early, like around 3:30 in the morning, Marissa hears this scream from his room. Not like a startled yelp. She described it as the kind of scream that makes your stomach drop because your brain instantly goes, "That's terror." And then Drew comes flying into her room like he's being chased. At first she's furious, like, "What are you doing barging in here?" But that anger lasts maybe 2 seconds because she sees his face. He's pale, shaking, breathing like he ran a mile, just completely wrecked. Once he can talk, he tells her he got home around 1:30 or 2, same as always. He said he sat in his room, smoked a little, had a couple beers, left the lights on, and passed out. And then he wakes up, because his lights are strobing, flicking on and off like crazy. And while he's trying to figure out what's happening, things start moving. Like, moving. Stuff sliding off the dresser, something clattering from the desk, his chair shifting like it got kicked. He swore it felt like the whole room had turned hostile in the span of seconds. He didn't say he saw a figure, no shadow person, no face in the corner, just chaos. Like whatever it was didn't need to show itself, it could just make the room explode. And that's when he ran. After a while, Marissa talks him down enough that he'll go back to his room, but only if she comes with him. So they walk in together and, yeah, his room is a mess. Drawer half open, stuff on the floor, like someone stormed through it. Later, Marissa told me she couldn't decide if Drew exaggerated or panicked or made up part of it. But she was sure about one thing. He was genuinely terrified. You can tell when fear is real. It sits in someone's eyes. It changes their voice. He moved out within a few days. And honestly, that should have been the end of it, right? Except it wasn't. Marissa got a new roommate about a month later, Talia this time. Things smoothed out again. A few quiet months, almost like the apartment had reset. But then Marissa started telling me she felt watched. Like the feeling didn't go away even when she was alone in the middle of the day. At first she tried to laugh it off, like, "I'm just spooked because of Drew." But then she got more serious. She told me, very calmly at first, that she thought something was in the apartment. Something wrong. She was religious. I'm not. But I went along with whatever she wanted to do. Prayer, blessings, all of it. Because I cared about her, and because you don't dismiss someone you love when they're scared. The weird part is, I never felt anything. And I was there a lot. 4 or 5 nights a week sometimes. I never saw objects move, never heard voices, nothing like that. Until one afternoon I showed up and she was sitting on the couch, like someone had turned the volume down on her soul. She was usually bright, talkative, goofy, always doing something. But that day she was just still. Eyes open, staring past the TV like she wasn't really in the room. I said her name a couple times. Nothing. It took a while before she blinked like she'd come back. And then she just started crying. Like ugly, shaking, helpless crying. Not brushed her shoulder. Not startled her from behind. Through. She kept saying, "It walked through me." like repeating it was the only way to make it real enough that I'd understand. I tried to be logical. I tried to soothe her, but you could tell she wasn't working from imagination. She was working from memory, from something she felt in her bones. It took hours before she was herself again. And after that, little things started happening. Nothing dramatic at first. Objects not where they should be. Keys turning up in weird places. The remote vanishing and reappearing in the pantry. Stuff that sounds like absent-mindedness. Except it happened so often she stopped even being surprised. She'd just sigh and say, "It's doing it again." Then came the day that finally broke her. It was a Saturday afternoon, and she'd just gotten home from a long ride. She drops her gear, turns the shower on, undresses, steps under the water, and she hears a knock. Not loud, just a polite little knock on the bathroom door. She assumes it's Talia needing to use the bathroom, so she calls out, "I'm in the shower." No response. A minute later, the knocking happens again. Same thing. "I'm in the shower." Still nothing. Then it comes a third time, harder, more impatient. Now she's annoyed, so she shuts off the water, wraps a towel around herself, and yanks the door open ready to snap at her roommate. And there's no one there. The apartment is quiet. She even calls out like, "Seriously, knock it off," still thinking someone is messing with her. Then she realizes something. The front door still has the chain on, and she's on the second floor. No balcony access, no quick exit. If someone was inside, they'd still be inside. So she tries to calm herself down, tells herself the knocking must have come from a neighbor's unit. Thin walls, weird echo, whatever. She turns the shower back on, gets back under the water. And then the knocking starts again. Only now she's not irritated. She's scared. Because it's closer, more precise. And then, like something got fed up with being ignored, the bathroom door gets pounded on. Not a casual knock. Not a neighbor. Not pipes. Not building noises. A heavy, deliberate pounding, right there, inches away. Like whatever it was wanted her attention and didn't care how it got it. Marissa froze. She told me she couldn't even breathe right for a second. Just stood there under the water, staring at the door, towelless and vulnerable, and realizing, it's here. It knows I'm here. She didn't scream. She couldn't. She just waited until she could move again, shut off the shower, dried off as fast as she could, and got out of there. She came to my place and stayed for a few nights. And not long after that, she moved out completely. No dramatic final confrontation. No closure. Just leaving. And the part that still sticks with me is how ordinary the building was. Not some creaky Victorian house with a tragic history, just a newer apartment complex with shared walls and neighbors on every side. So why that unit? Why her? Why there? I don't know. I honestly don't. But I know this. Once she moved, it stopped. Whatever it was, whether it was something paranormal or something we can't name, it didn't follow her. And even now, years later, I can still hear the way she described that pounding. Like the sound wasn't just on the door. It was in her life, demanding to be noticed. Hey, so I've got to tell you about my house, because it's one of those places that feels like it has a heartbeat of its own, and not always in a good way. Ever since I was little, people have said it has this off energy. Like the second you step inside, it's not exactly scary, it's just heavy. My Aunt Maribel used to joke that the house sits on something, and over the years we've had all kinds of people come through to bless it. Priests, a spiritual counselor my mom found, even this older guy named Father Tomas, who walked around quietly like he was listening to the walls. And the weirdest part is, almost everyone who spends time here ends up saying something similar. They hear things, see things. Not all the time, not even consistently, just enough to make you question yourself. But my room? My room is the epicenter. Friends who've slept over have told me they heard a baby crying, like way down the hall, even when nobody else was awake. My cousin Javi swore he heard a music box playing, soft, tinkly, like it was coming from inside the closet. And I've had that thing happen where you catch movement out of the corner of your eye, like a shadow slipping in or out of the doorway. Except when you look, there's nothing there. It always feels like different stuff, too. Like, whatever's passing through doesn't always feel like the same presence. That's why my family started wondering if the place is some kind of crossroads. My mom calls it a thin spot. My dad says it's like the house has a door that doesn't fully close. And then there's this one corner of my room. I can't even explain it properly without getting chills. It's just wrong. The air feels colder there, but not like temperature cold, more like emotion cold, like if dread had a scent. A few months back, I had sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. I woke up and couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even turn my head all the way. And I remember my eyes locking onto that corner. There was something there. It was tall, too tall, and it looked like it was made of scribbles, like someone had sketched a person with frantic, jagged lines. But the face was clear, almost cartoon clear. A wide smile, way too deliberate, like it knew I could see it. And it just stood there like it was posing. 2 days later, I was sitting with my dad, Elias, in the kitchen. We were talking about the weird things in the house, like casual, which is insane, but that's just how it is here. And I still hadn't told him what I saw, because honestly, I didn't want to make it real by saying it out loud. And then he goes, really calmly, "I've seen something around the outside of the house, and I've seen it in your closet." My stomach dropped so hard it felt like my whole body went cold. I asked him what it looked like, and he described it. This tall, messy-looking figure, like it wasn't fully solid, but the face was smiling, like it was proud of itself. It was the same thing. And that's when it stopped being, maybe I imagined it, and turned into, okay, something is actually happening. Now here's another layer. About a year ago, we got my mom a cat. His name is Pesto, and he's this sweet little menace, curious, clingy, always trying to be where he isn't supposed to be. And for some reason, he is obsessed with my room. I've tried shutting him out. I've tried keeping the door closed. Somehow, every single time, he ends up in here like it's his job. And every time he comes in, he goes straight to that corner. I know people say cats do weird things, and I really tried to tell myself it's nothing. But when it's the same corner, every time, and the energy already feels awful there, it's hard to shrug it off. We've tried so much. We've burned herbs. We've had blessings done more than once. We've moved furniture around. We've opened windows and tried to air out the heaviness like it's just stale air. One priest, Father Tomas, the quiet one, walked into my room, stood there for a long time, and then told my parents something that made my mom cry. He said I should sleep somewhere else. Like, not maybe try switching rooms, but like move me out of that room. And there's this whole history too, which doesn't help. Before my parents lived here, my uncle and one of my dad's old friends used to stay in the house. Their names were Renzo and Cal, and apparently they got into this phase where they were messing with rituals, trying to summon something, trying to get answers, trying to gain knowledge, the kind of thing people laugh about until it isn't funny anymore. They swear it didn't work, but the house has always had stories around it, and after they did that stuff, everything seemed to get louder. Like they didn't open a door on purpose, but they loosened the latch. And then there are the poltergeist type things my parents talk about. Doors swinging open by themselves, then slamming shut. Things getting knocked off shelves when nobody's near them. And this one month, my mom still swears she wasn't imagining it. These little statues we keep on a shelf would be in different positions. Not just moved, but rotated, switched around, like someone had come in and rearranged them while you weren't looking. And it wasn't a one-time thing. It happened again and again, just long enough to make you feel completely powerless. And then it stopped, like whatever was doing it got bored. The house is old, over 100 years, and the land has a long history. Most of what I've heard comes from older relatives, so I'm not pretending every story is 100% reliable. But I can tell you what I've felt. And what I've felt is this: the house carries sadness that doesn't belong to us. My family is close. We're not fighting all the time. There's love here. But when I walk in, it's like the walls exhale something heavy into the air. Like the place doesn't want to be bright. And I can handle the occasional weird moment, honestly. If things pass through and don't bother anyone, fine. But that corner, whatever is tied to that corner, feels different. It feels like it lingers, like it's not just passing by. And I don't want to live with that. I just want to know if there's a way to actually clear it out for good. Not just mask it for a week. Not just chase it into the next room. I want the house to feel like ours again. Like when you shut the door at night, you're actually alone. Okay, so I'm going to tell you this the way I tell a friend sitting at my kitchen table, because that's honestly what it feels like I need right now. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything, I'm just confused. And a little... So, we live up in Alaska, and people forget there's a whole layer of local folklore here that doesn't match what you hear in the lower 48. Things have names up here. Stories have weight. And I need to say this up front too. People assume things about me because of a genetic condition I have, like that means I'm into this stuff. I'm not. I didn't ask for any of this. I just moved into a house and started noticing things that don't add up. The house itself isn't ancient, built in the late 80s, but the land is. It was part of an original homestead in the area, one of those places that's been passed around in pieces over time. There have been a handful of owners. From what I've gathered, the earlier families really loved it here. Then the most recent owners, they were bad news. Neighbors say they barely ever saw them, and they never saw the kids. And that's the part that still makes my stomach turn. There's a room. It has a lock on the outside. Not a normal privacy lock, an actual lock. Inside, the walls are damaged, and there are marks across the door like something clawed at it, again and again. I'm not going to get graphic, but it's obvious that room held a lot of suffering. I later heard the state removed children from the home because of neglect, and after that, the house went into foreclosure. When you walk into this house, the feeling is strangely light, like bright air, even when it's dim outside. But that one room, it's different. It's heavy, like the air gets packed down, suffocating, like you're breathing through a blanket. At first, we didn't even really use it. We kept storage in there while we got settled. The door stayed shut, almost sealed up, just because it felt easier not to deal with it. But then we finally cleared things out and started setting it up as an actual room. And that's when everything sped up. The first thing was the TV. It started coming on late at night, blaring, like loud. Not the normal TV glitch loud. The volume would be cranked way up. Other times I'd be watching something and it would just click off. We're not talking about power flickers. My husband Eli works in the trades. He checked everything electrical. The wiring is fine. We're also not right on top of neighbors or anything. The closest window from another house is an acre away. This isn't someone messing with us. And it sounds ridiculous to say, but it started to feel like it was aimed at me, especially when my dogs weren't in the room. If I'm alone in there, my cats act weird, clingy, intense, like they're guarding me. They'll climb on me and stare past my shoulder. They refuse to relax. The dogs will pace and keep looking at the doorway like they heard something I didn't. One night, I let the dogs out, and the second I stepped away, a bunch of items started rattling, like someone grabbed the furniture and shook it. I turned around and I watched a lamp slide. Not fall, move. I froze. I tried to explain it away in my head, like maybe the floor shifted or something, but there wasn't any reason for it. And then, this is the one that still makes my skin crawl. While I was sitting on the couch, I felt something touch me through the back cushion. The couch is hard-backed. There's no "someone bumped it" explanation. It was like fingers pressing, just for a second. Not gentle, not playful. Like testing whether I could feel it. My dad, Tom, was visiting. He's older, moves slow, and I literally called out, "Did you shut that?" Because I needed it to be anyone but what I was thinking. He wasn't even near the hallway. He was nowhere close. A few days later, I accidentally left that room's door open. That night, my breathing machine in the bedroom turned on by itself. It's not a simple switch. It takes multiple steps, buttons, clicks, a specific sequence. It just powered up and started running. That was the first time Eli experienced something directly, and I could see in his face the exact moment he stopped humoring me. Then there was the night that I can't stop replaying. I woke up at a weird hour, the kind of waking where your body says, "Something is watching you." I opened my eyes and there was a figure in the room. Not tall, not tiny either, maybe a bit over 5 feet. The TV was on, and the screen wasn't showing anything, just that dark, glossy frame. But the darkness looked wrong, like it swallowed the light instead of reflecting it. And it was staring at me. The eyes were... I don't even know how to describe them without sounding dramatic. The roundest, reddest eyes I've ever seen. Not glowing like a cartoon, just red, solid, unblinking, fixed on me like it had all the time in the world. I didn't get a good feeling. Not fear like, "Boo, ghost," more like wrongness. Like when an animal locks onto you and you realize you're being assessed. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I covered my eyes and stayed still. I counted in my head. I waited, maybe 10 minutes. When I looked again, it was gone. And the feeling I had was this. It wasn't there to attack me. It was there to watch. And it didn't expect me to wake up. After that, I started keeping the door shut almost all the time. Recently, our whole household got knocked out by the flu, so we were stuck inside more than usual. We ended up in that part of the house a lot, and at one point we read scripture out loud. Not aggressively, not like some big ritual, just trying to bring some calm into the space. Things did quiet down a little for a bit, but then something else happened that I can't make sense of. There's an upper deck door. I went to let the dogs out. When I grabbed the handle, it started making this sizzling sound, loud, like something electrical arcing or like water hitting a hot pan. Except the handle wasn't hot. I checked it over and over. No heat. Nothing. The other side of the door was facing outside where it was about -3 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not like we had some warm draft or condensation situation. I opened and closed the door a few times, and it kept sizzling every time I touched the handle. Finally it stopped, and I let the dogs out. Later, no sound. which is weird because that door seal is loud. My biggest dog walked back in, just appeared inside like the door had opened. She stood there with her head low, staring around, confused, sniffing, circling, like she was trying to find the source of something. Then she turned and went back out. I know I latched that door. I told Eli to shut it, and then I tried to shove it open, like I was hunting for a loose latch or some flaw. It wouldn't budge. Solid. The next day, my dad walked in while I was sick and, without thinking, made the sign of the cross. Just a reflex, like older folks do. Within minutes, there was banging. Not subtle, not old house settling. Loud, aggressive hits that made my chest tighten. And since then, the noises have only gotten louder. I've lived in older homes than this. I know creaks. I know pipes. I know winter expansion. This isn't that. And I'm at this point where I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what it is. I don't want to slap a label on it, because up here, labels matter. And I don't want to invite something worse by naming it wrong. But I also can't ignore the feeling I got from whatever was standing there watching me. I need you to know this too. I don't have a history of hallucinations. No sleep paralysis. No episodes like that. I'm not someone who sees things. I don't even like scary movies. We've done some recordings and we caught noises, sounds that don't feel human. But the creepy part is, we didn't hear them in the moment, only on the playback. So that's where we're at. A house that feels bright, except for one room. Activity that got worse the moment we opened that room up. And a presence that seems to notice when I'm alone. And I'm just trying to figure out what to do before it escalates into something we can't take back. So, this is something I wrote down for myself because I started feeling like I was losing my grip on what was real and what wasn't. It was a place my wife and I rented a few years back, about 4, maybe 5 years ago now. And at the time, I kept a running note of everything that happened, mostly in order because it was just too much to hold in my head. Right from the start, the house had these smells that made no sense. Like we'd have all the windows open, the place would be fully ventilated, and still, out of nowhere, you'd get this heavy, rotting food smell in the bedrooms. Not faint, not maybe the trash. It was there. And then other days it was the opposite, this scorched floral smell, like someone burned dried flowers or incense, but it would hang around for days. And sometimes it was chemical, sharp, almost like cleaning solvent, but not anything I could name. We cleaned, we checked drains, we checked everything. Nothing explained it. Then things started going missing in a way that didn't feel normal. Not, oh, I misplaced my keys. I mean objects that should have been easy to find. I lost a brand new bottle of hairspray that I hadn't even opened yet. My old phone, an S9 Plus, just vanished. I also had this webcam I used for online coaching, and one day it was simply not there. When we eventually moved out, I tore through the house again, thinking, okay, maybe it's wedged behind something. Maybe it fell into a box. Nothing. Like the house swallowed them. We moved in around early winter, late November, I think, or maybe the first week of December. And before we even had time to settle, I got sick. This was during the pandemic. I caught COVID right at the end of December, and it dragged on into January. It wasn't just a bad week. It lingered, and it messed with my energy for a long time. And then my wife, let's call her Maya, started having these brutal episodes of nausea and dizziness, vomiting, weakness, the whole thing. We went to multiple doctors, different meds, different opinions. Nothing really worked. It was so severe and constant that eventually she went to stay at her mom's place for a while. And this is the part that still sticks with me. She improved. Not instantly, but noticeably. With minimal medication, just better. She came back later when I had a freak accident. I was pulling in near the building and my hand got crushed between a car and a bike. It was fast and stupid and painful and sudden, and I remember thinking, what is going on with this year? With this place? She returned to help me manage everything while I recovered. Around the same time, my work life started collapsing in the strangest way. I had long-standing business partnerships, people I'd trusted, deals that were stable, and one after another, they failed. Not gradually, not for the same reason, just all at once, and in completely unrelated ways. One person had a sudden family crisis, another had financial trouble, another abruptly changed direction. It was like somebody snapped their fingers and my entire support system quietly fell apart. And the illnesses didn't stop. Me and Maya, both of us, had health issues constantly after moving in. Sometimes major, sometimes smaller, but it was always something. Month after month, it felt like the universe kept tossing little problems at us. Accidents, bad news, minor disasters, just enough to keep you tense all the time, like you could never exhale. And alongside all of that, my mental health started dropping. At first, I told myself it was just stress, which was true. There were life events happening, but the severity felt out of proportion. Like the sadness and the panic and the heaviness had an extra layer to them. Something sticky. Something that didn't lift even when things were calm. The house itself started showing weird signs too. There were marks on the floor, especially in the living room and the second bedroom, that wouldn't come out. We scrubbed. We tried different cleaners. It stayed. Maybe it was groundwater seepage. Maybe it was some issue under the tiles. I can't say, but it added to the feeling that something was off. There were animal things too, which might sound small, but they stuck with me. 2 different times, 2 different cats came and sat on the living room window ledge. I'm an animal person, so I fed them. One time I offered milk. Another time I offered bits of chicken I was cooking after the gym. Both cats wanted the food, but neither would come inside. Not even a paw over the ledge. They just stared past the window like the inside of the room was a line they refused to cross. At night, I started hearing things. And I need to be honest here. I questioned myself constantly. I told myself, you're stressed, you're anxious, your mind is playing tricks. But the sounds were so specific. Sometimes it sounded like dogs crying. Could have been from the nearby grounds. Sometimes it was weirder, like a voice in the passage outside, moving from the direction of the living room toward the second bedroom. The voice didn't sound clearly male or female, and I couldn't understand the words. It was like hearing language through water. One night I got up and checked. The watchman was asleep. The corridor was empty. The air was still. And that made it worse, not better. That second bedroom was always colder than the rest of the house. You could explain it. There were trees and open ground behind it, so maybe it just didn't get sunlight. But there was also this constant sensation in that room, especially later on, maybe by the 3rd year, that someone was watching. Like if you stood near the window or that corner of the room, you'd feel eyes on you. I kept dismissing it as paranoia, just a feeling, just nerves. But it never really went away. Our marriage started breaking down too. Maya and I didn't split up because of the house. We had our own issues, life pressures, old cracks. But the way things unfolded felt like an unknown catalyst kept pouring fuel on everything. The fights escalated faster than they should have. The misunderstandings turned into disasters. It felt eerie, like we were being pushed downhill when we were trying to stand still. Looking back, Maya also had a lot of unexplained health problems during those years, especially headaches. Some mild, some severe. Doctors couldn't find a clear cause. It was always maybe stress, maybe diet, maybe sleep. But nothing really clicked as an explanation. And then, here's the part that still gives me chills, because it's so simple. When I finally started preparing to leave, packing, closing things out, I felt this strange shift, like a weight was lifting, like a pressure I didn't even realize I was carrying just eased up. And the moment it eased, I realized something. I'd been living with a constant sinking feeling in that house. Not every minute, but like a background tone. A low, quiet dread. As I was on my way out, it felt like whatever that presence was, whether it was something real or just the accumulation of stress and association, was suddenly gone. Absent. And for the first time in a long time, my body felt like it could breathe. So I'm going to tell you something that still makes my stomach do that weird little drop when I think about it. A few nights ago, maybe like 4 days back, I drove out to my boyfriend Mateo's place around 8 p.m. It was already fully dark. He lives out in this quieter, country-ish part of town, the kind of area where the roads feel a little too open and there aren't a million turns or streetlights to ground you. And because I'm in Texas, there's always some kind of construction somewhere, even when you don't see workers, so I'm used to staying on high alert. Also, I drive a stick shift, so I'm always paying attention. Like, always. I'm at this one-way stoplight, waiting for traffic to pass through so I can go, and I notice a truck pull up behind me. Not just any truck, this older-looking, big truck with those painfully bright high beams. The kind that makes your whole car feel like it's being interrogated. I'm in a small car, so not shocking, but still annoying. The light changes, I go, and I'm moving quick because it's a long country stretch, and I'm just trying to get where I'm going. I'm doing like 70 in a 55. Yeah, I know. Typical trying to keep up with traffic Texas driving. But this truck is on me. No space, no polite following distance, just riding my bumper like it's personal. And I'm not even crawling, I'm moving. It didn't matter. He stayed glued to me the whole time, and I need you to remember that part. He never backed off. Those high beams were basically living in my rearview mirror. I'm on the phone with my mom during all of this. Hands-free, don't worry. And I'm talking like normal. But my eyes keep flicking to the mirror because those lights are so bright, they're in my peripheral, even when I'm looking straight ahead. Then I make a right onto this road that's kind of hard to describe unless you've driven roads like this. When you enter it, there's exactly one left turn you can take pretty early on, and up ahead there's a one-way stoplight with rumble strips leading into it. The rumble strips start kind of far back, like you hit them well before the actual intersection. There's no construction equipment, no cones, no workers, nothing pulled over on the shoulder. Just dark road, quiet air, and my car moving with this truck practically attached to my rear bumper. We pass that left turn, so at this point, if you miss it, you can't just casually oops back into it. You'd have to keep going, find somewhere to turn around, and circle back. And that's when it happens. I'm starting to roll onto the rumble strips, still talking to my mom, still watching the road, and those high beams in my mirror they shut off. Not dim, not a little flicker, not like he hit a bump, just gone, completely dark behind me. And I'm immediately like, wait, what? Because 1 second he's right there, and the next second it looks like the road behind me is empty. I check the mirror again like I'm glitching. Nothing. No lights. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's trying to pass? So I look over fast, expecting to see him coming up beside me. Nothing there either. And I'm not even exaggerating when I say it felt silent. Like I should have heard a big truck accelerate, or at least something. But there was just nothing. No engine roar, no whoosh, no tires, no sudden rush of movement. It's like the sound got swallowed with the lights, but there's nothing. Like he was never there at all. And I swear I freaked out loud. I was like, "Mom, what the hell? He was literally right behind me." Something logical, but nothing fit. I honestly thought for a second he was about to ram into me, and then he just vanished instead, which somehow felt worse. Anyway, I keep driving and I get to Mateo's, pick him up, and we head out again about 10 minutes later because we were going to grab some stuff and just chill. And the whole time I'm still replaying it, like I'm trying to catch the moment I must have missed something. So we go back down the same road. No ambulance, no hazards, no wreck. No truck tucked off in the grass. Nothing that would suggest he'd slid off the road or had some emergency. Then later, maybe like 40 minutes after that, we drive back the same way again. Still nothing. Traffic's normal. Everyone's just driving like it's any other night. And the reason it messed with me so badly is because I know what I saw. He was so close to me for so long, matching my speed, lighting up my whole car from behind. And then, right as I'm hitting those rumble strips, he turns his lights off and is just nowhere. And there's no way a truck that big quietly disappears in a second without me seeing any trace of where it went. I'm not on medication. I wasn't tired in that scary, half-asleep way. I wasn't high, I wasn't buzzed, I'd literally just gotten off work. I was fine. So yeah, I'm asking you like I asked my mom that night, because I still can't explain it. Have you ever experienced something like that? Like a car behind you just blinks out? Alright, so this happened a long time ago, around 2010 give or take, and I still get that cold, prickly feeling in my arms when I talk about it. There was this cabin out in the woods that belonged to my family. It wasn't fancy, more like a rough, old place with a basement and a long, curving driveway that always felt darker than it should have. Even when I was little, way before any of this, I never slept well there. You know how some places just feel off? Like the air is heavier for no reason? That was this cabin. And then things got worse after my buddy, I'll call him Dylan, crashed there for a while. Dylan had gotten kicked out of his parents' place and showed up with this jittery, wired energy. Back then, I didn't fully understand what was going on, but looking back, he was deep into stimulants and also weirdly obsessed with demon stuff. Like reading forums at 3 a.m. obsessed. Later, I found out he'd gone down into the basement one night completely tweaked, cut himself, and smeared blood on a Ouija board. Then he tried doing some sloppy ritual he'd pulled from some grim-looking website, one of those ancient keys kind of things. I didn't know any of that at the time. I just knew he got stranger and meaner. Eventually, he snapped at my relatives, screaming, acting like he wasn't himself, shut off the power at the breaker, and threatened people with a gun. That was the end of him staying there. We kicked him out, no debate. But here's the thing. Even after Dylan was gone, the cabin didn't go back to normal. If anything, it felt like whatever wrongness had always been there finally had permission to show itself. And later, years later, I learned two details that made my stomach drop. One, the land had native burial sites on or near it. People had found arrowheads out in the fields for years, like the ground had memories it didn't want disturbed. 2. My grandmother, sweet, quiet, church on Sunday grandmother, had journals hidden away. Not diaries, journals, full of rituals she'd been doing out there for years. So, yeah, that's the backdrop. There were 3 moments that stand out the most. 3 times I couldn't explain away what happened, no matter how badly I wanted to. First experience. This was the most movie scene one. We were out there doing the usual. Couple friends, some drinks, junk food, video games. Nothing dark, nothing spooky, just a normal night. At one point, a little tipsy and feeling creative, I noticed this old framed picture on the kitchen wall. Nothing special, just kind of faded and dated. I got the genius idea to redraw it on a sheet of paper with all these bright, trippy colors, like a warped, psychedelic version. I finished it, laughed at myself, and put it back where it was. Then we went back to the living room and kept playing. Later that night, we're asleep, spread out in different rooms, and suddenly we hear this violent crash from the kitchen. Not a something fell over crash, a slam. We rush in there and that same picture is across the kitchen, like a cross, frame shattered, glass everywhere. And the distance didn't make sense. It didn't drop straight down. It looked like it got thrown, hard. And while we're standing there trying to process it, 3 of us wide awake now, one of the bedroom doors down the hall starts opening. Slowly, smoothly, like someone's hand is turning the knob and pulling it open, except there wasn't anyone there. Inside that room, our friend and his girlfriend were asleep. Second experience. This one was the creepiest because it felt aware. This was before smartphones, before you could blame everything on Bluetooth or some weird app. No internet out there, just us and a basic stereo system someone had brought. We were watching a comedy. I can't even remember which one. I just remember we were laughing, having a good time. Then, out of nowhere, the stereo speakers crackle and this distorted voice blasts through, like a warped, gravelly shout. I swear it sounded like it was yelling something about trash or garbage, something like that. Every single one of us froze, just dead still, staring at each other like, "Did you hear that? Please tell me you heard that." And right then, like the timing was planned, the trash bag by the door tips over. Beer cans spill and clatter across the floor. And before anyone can even speak, we hear this heavy scraping sound upstairs. Now, upstairs there was this old hardwood dresser, solid, thick, the kind you don't casually bump out of place. Easily a couple 100 pounds. You'd need 2 people to move it without cursing the whole time. But we hear it dragging, like someone's shoving it across the floor. We go up there, slow, nervous, trying to act brave. And sure enough, the dresser had moved. Not just shifted, it had slid far enough that it was partially blocking a bedroom door from opening properly. And the worst part? One of our friends had planned to sleep in that room that night. Guess who suddenly decided the couch downstairs was more comfortable? Third experience. This is the last time I ever went there alone. It was winter, snow on the ground. One of those nights where the cold feels personal, like it's leaning into you. I'd left my backpack there, school stuff, something important I needed for the next day, so I drove out with Dylan and asked him to come with me to grab it. He refused. He kept making excuses. His knees hurt. He needed to call someone. He was tired. Just excuse after excuse. At the time, I thought he was being lazy. Now I think he was scared to go back inside after what he'd done. So I went alone. I walked down that winding driveway, snow crunching under my shoes, and the whole time I had this rising sense of dread, like my body was trying to warn me and my brain kept going, "Relax, it's just a cabin, you're being dramatic." But it was so quiet out there that night, it didn't feel natural. No wind, no animals, nothing. I stepped inside and, this is such a small detail, but it still freaks me out. My flip phone suddenly started beeping like it was trying to record audio. Then it beeped again. Memory full. Again. Memory full. Like it had been recording on its own. That was the first moment I thought, I should leave. But I didn't. My backpack was right where I left it, on the couch. I could see it. I walked toward it, and that's when I realized the cabin felt wrong in a different way. The little nightlight in the hall was off. The heater wasn't running. No hum, no background sound. It was like the building was holding its breath. As I passed the hall, the floor heater suddenly kicked on with the most awful screeching sound I've ever heard. Like metal grinding against metal, but angrier. And I stopped dead. Not because I wanted to, because my body just locked. And then I felt it. This pulling sensation, like an invisible current tugging me down the hall toward that sound. Not a gentle pull, a forceful one, like something had hooked into me and was trying to reel me in. My body moved without me deciding to move. I threw my hands out in front of me, like a defensive stance, and it felt like I was pushing against something thick and heavy, like pressure in the air. And then I yelled, screamed really, something that didn't sound like English. It came out like a full sentence in a language I don't know. The syllables were sharp and rhythmic, almost like I'd practiced it. I have no idea what I said. I still don't. But the moment I shouted it, that pulling force snapped, like a rope breaking, and I could move again. I lunged to the couch, grabbed my backpack, and ran. I got to the doorway and I looked back, and this is the part that messes with me the most. I yelled again. Just one word this time. Something like Freesha or Freeisha, I don't know. I grabbed a loose cord from the floor without thinking and whipped it up so it slapped the tin roof outside with a loud crack. And right then, the curtains on the nearest window yanked shut. Not fluttered, not drifted. They snapped closed like someone grabbed them and pulled. I didn't walk after that. I sprinted up the driveway so hard I thought I'd puke. Dylan was waiting up near the car, and we left immediately. When I told him what happened, he didn't even look surprised. He just went, "Yeah, it gets weird out there sometimes." And that's when something inside me went cold. Because normal people don't react like that. Not unless they already know. I'll say this because I mean it. I'm not telling you this to romanticize any of it. I'm not trying to sound edgy or mystical. I'm telling you because it scared me in a way I still can't fully explain, even now. And if there's one thing I took from all of it, one hard, simple warning, it's this. Don't mess with rituals you don't understand. Don't treat spiritual stuff like it's a party trick. You don't get to choose what answers back. So, I was never really a kid who had a bunch of spooky, unexplainable stuff happen to them. I didn't grow up seeing ghosts in the hallway or hearing whispers in the walls or anything like that. But there was one moment, one single moment, that still clings to me, even now. And it's weirdly comforting and unsettling at the same time, because I later found out a lot of other people swear they saw something similar when they were kids. I think I was about 7 when it happened, maybe a little younger. And honestly, that's part of what frustrates me, because if it had happened when I was older, I feel like I'd be able to describe every tiny detail. Instead, it's like my memory is a room with the lights turned halfway down. Back then, we lived in this 2-story house. My parents, Marina and Eduardo, were there, and my older sister Leah too. The downstairs was our space, and upstairs was my grandpa, Seodavi's place. He liked his quiet, his little routines, and the way the sunlight hit the upstairs landing in the afternoons. That day, everyone else was upstairs with him, talking, laughing, doing whatever adults and older kids do when they're together. And I was downstairs alone, completely unbothered, just doing kid stuff, probably fiddling with a toy or zoning out in front of the TV. At some point, I got off the couch and wandered into the kitchen. I don't even remember why. I just remember the movement, couch to kitchen, like it was the most normal thing in the world. And here's something important, because people always picture these stories happening at night. It was daytime. The sun was out. The house was bright. And somehow that made it worse, because it felt like this shouldn't be possible in the middle of an ordinary day. Our kitchen had this round window, kind of like a little porthole, and if you looked through it, you could see the rooftops of the houses behind ours, uneven lines of tiles and bright sky above them. I stepped into the kitchen, glanced toward that window, and my stomach just dropped, because there was a figure out there. Not a person I could actually see, not someone with a face or recognizable clothes, more like a shape, a silhouette, standing on the roofline like it belonged there. It looked like a man, and he was wearing a hat. That part is burned into me. The hat shape was so clear, like a brim, like the kind you'd recognize instantly even if everything else was wrong. I leaned slightly, like my brain was trying to make sense of it. Like, okay, what am I looking at? Is that a neighbor? Is someone working up there? But the more I stared, the less it made sense, because I couldn't make out anything else. No facial features, no color, no texture, not even the sense of light hitting fabric. It was like the figure absorbed detail, like it refused to become real. Just shadow. And the strangest part? It felt like it was watching me. Not in a cartoon way, not with glowing eyes or anything dramatic. Just this heavy, undeniable feeling of attention, like I'd walked into the room and realized someone had already been standing there, silently waiting. I panicked, like full-body, instinctive panic. I ran. I remember my feet slapping the stairs, my voice already breaking before I even got words out. I burst upstairs and grabbed at my mom, crying and babbling about a man, someone outside, someone on the roof, someone in the kitchen window. But when we got to the kitchen, nothing. The rooftops were empty. The window showed only tile and sky. No movement, no shape, no hat, no anything. My parents searched around anyway, checked doors, looked out back, even called up to a neighbor. And all I could do was cry and cling to my mom like my body still hadn't caught up with the idea that it was gone. Later, they told me I'd been really scared, more scared than they'd ever seen me. Not just a quick startle, not a kid overreacting, like something had genuinely rattled me. And I believe that. Because after that, for days, maybe longer, I couldn't sleep right. I'd lie in bed with my eyes wide open, replaying the shape of that hat in my head, imagining that if I looked out any window for too long, I'd see it again. But I never did. That's the thing. It didn't come back. It didn't haunt the house. There were no follow-up sightings, no footsteps on the roof, no second encounter. Just that one moment. And if it was just some ordinary guy, why would he be on the rooftops behind our house? Why would he stand still like that? Why would he vanish between the time I ran upstairs and the time my parents came down? I've tried to explain it away in a dozen ways. A shadow from something else, a trick of light, my imagination filling in the blanks. But the older I get, the more I remember how solid it felt in the moment, how sure my body was that what I was seeing was real. And here's what keeps pulling me back in. Years later, out of curiosity, I started looking around online, and I found story after story, people describing a shadowy man, often with a hat, seen when they were children. Different houses, different countries, different years, but this strangely similar image. That still messes with me. Because it's one thing to have a creepy childhood memory. It's another thing to realize you might not be the only one who remembers the same shape. So I don't know. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was something my 7-year-old brain couldn't process, and it filed it away as man in a hat. Or maybe it really was something. Either way, I've carried it for a long time, and I'm genuinely curious. Have you ever seen anything like that? Even just once? Even as a kid? I'd honestly love to hear it, because this story still sits in the back of my mind like an unanswered question. So, this happened back in 2003, and I still get that little chill in my stomach when I think about it. My cousin Marissa and her husband were throwing a small party. Nothing fancy, just a normal get-together. I was 19, and I still didn't drive yet, so my mom drove me and my friend Jade over to Marissa's place. When we pulled up, it was quiet. Inside, it was only Marissa. Her husband and one of his buddies had run out to grab snacks and beer, and her kids were with a sitter. So it was literally just the four of us in the house. Me, my mom, Jade, and Marissa. My mom stayed for a bit, chatting like moms do, catching up and asking a million questions about the new place. About 15 minutes after we got there, I went to use the bathroom. Everyone else was still in the living room, just talking. And here's where it gets weird. I'm sitting there, minding my own business, when the doorknob starts turning. Not a jiggle, like someone is genuinely trying to open it. So I go, "Hey, give me a minute, I'll be out." But it kept turning, and it got more forceful, like whoever it was getting impatient. I remember feeling annoyed, like, seriously? So I hurried up, pulled my jeans up, washed my hands fast, and swung the door open, fully expecting to see my mom or Jade being goofy or something. Instead, I see this older man, maybe late 50s or early 60s, kind of hunched like he didn't want to be noticed. He had on this button-up shirt, like a dress shirt, and the second I made eye contact, he ducked and moved fast, like a quick shuffle run, straight into one of the bedrooms down the hall. I just stood there for a second like, what? Who is that? I went straight back into the living room and said, "Who is the older guy that just went into the bedroom?" And they all stared at me like I was speaking a different language. My mom was like, "What older guy?" Jade was like, "Marissa, is someone else here?" Marissa swore up and down nobody had arrived yet. So I explained everything, how the knob turned, how I answered, how I opened the door and saw him, and how he ran into the bedroom. And Marissa got this look on her face. Not shocked exactly, more like resigned. She told me, really quietly, that she'd seen him once before. Apparently, not long after they moved in, only a few months, she'd gotten out of the shower one morning, and she looked up and saw an older man standing in the hallway, just watching. She said it was only a couple seconds, then he was gone. Like gone. And then she said it, almost like she didn't want to make it real by saying it out loud. I think this house is haunted. Later that night, when more people finally showed up, we were all outside on the back porch. I was sitting on the steps, and the porch connected right into the kitchen. The kitchen was empty, no one in there. I had a clear view of the sink through the doorway, and I swear to you, the faucet handle started moving, like it was being turned back and forth by an invisible hand. The water would come on, shut off, come on again, just little bursts. And the handle itself was shifting like someone was testing it. A couple people near me noticed too, because the conversation kind of stumbled into this awkward pause. Like nobody wanted to be the first one to say, are you seeing that? I've had more experiences than just this one. Enough that I've stopped trying to convince people who already decided they don't believe. All I can tell you is, I know what I saw. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't high. I wasn't sleep deprived or imagining things. I don't hallucinate. I'm not telling it for attention, because what else can I say? It happened. So, I can't pin down the exact year, but it had to be around 2017 or maybe 2018. I was about 16, that weird age where everything feels heavier than it should. We'd moved from England to Ireland not long before that, maybe a couple years in, and we were living out in the Midlands in this tiny town where it felt like nothing ever changed. Back then, I was miserable a lot of the time. School was a big part of it. I didn't just dislike it, I dreaded it. And when you're that low, you start reaching for anything that might pull you out. For me, that turned into this earnest, kind of desperate faith phase. I'd pray a lot. Not in a calm, spiritual way, more like I was bargaining. Like, if I believe hard enough, maybe God will finally cut me a break. And it was right in the middle of that phase that I stumbled across this YouTube video. It was one of those dramatic, intense testimonies. Someone claiming Jesus brought him to hell. Not metaphorically. Like, literally took him there and showed him what happens to sinners. The guy described people screaming, souls burning, dark figures tormenting them. The whole thing was basically a horror film wrapped in religion. Then, of course, he wakes up in bed and insists it wasn't a dream at all. It was real, a warning. I remember sitting there thinking, okay, I don't know if I buy this, but what if I'm wrong? Because even if half of me didn't believe it, the other half was terrified. That kind of fear doesn't need proof. It just needs an image in your mind, and suddenly it's living there rent-free. Anyway, not long after I watched it, like that same evening, I started feeling off. Unsettled in this really physical way. I was alone in my bedroom, and I swear it felt like there was someone else in there with me. Not a creepy vibe exactly. More like the hairs on your arms kind of certainty. Like my body had decided, before my brain could catch up, that I was being watched. And then it turned into this sharp feeling of danger, like I needed to get out of that room immediately. So I left. I remember moving fast but trying not to look panicked. Like if I acted normal, it would stay normal. I walked out onto the landing and started down the stairs, heading for the downstairs rooms where my family was. My mom was in the living room, my dad in the kitchen, and my little brother, well, not little, but younger than me, was around too. Just knowing people were down there made me feel safer. And this is the part that still makes my stomach flip, even now. Because the second I got near the bottom of the staircase, right before I could turn into any room, I felt a firm tap on the back of my shoulder. Not a brush, not a twitch of fabric. A tap, like a finger. A deliberate, hey. I spun around so hard I nearly lost my balance, and I screamed. Like, full-on, no dignity, primal panic screamed. And there was nobody there. Nothing. Just the empty staircase behind me. I stood there frozen, staring up the steps, my heart smashing against my ribs like it was trying to escape. And then I heard my mum shouting from the living room, "Leah, what happened? Are you okay?" Her voice suddenly sharp with that parent panic. I don't even remember what I said to her. I think I mumbled something like, "Nothing, sorry, just, I thought," because how do you explain that you felt something touch you when no one was there? How do you say that out loud without feeling ridiculous? But for the rest of that evening, I was a wreck. The weirdest part is, nothing like that ever happened again. We stayed in that house only a little while longer before moving, and there were no other taps, no shadows, no voices, no repeat of anything remotely paranormal. And since then, years later, still nothing like it. So I don't tell this story like I'm trying to convince anyone it was a demon or a ghost or whatever. I honestly don't know what it was. I'm not even someone who's obsessed with demons and religious stuff. I've always been way more interested in UFOs, weird creatures, cryptids, that kind of thing. And yeah, I know how it sounds, but I'll be straight with you. I've also had a UFO experience when I was younger, around 11, that I still can't explain. I swear I saw a classic saucer-shaped thing outside my bedroom window. I'm fully aware that mentioning that makes some people immediately write me off, but I'd rather be honest than selectively credible. So here's where I land with it. Maybe the tap was supernatural. Maybe it was my brain misfiring from fear after watching something that terrified me. Maybe my body was so wound up that it turned a normal sensation, static, muscle twitch, a strap shifting, into something my mind interpreted as a touch. I genuinely don't know. But I do know it felt real. It felt external. And the timing, right after watching that hell video, still messes with me. And the reason I'm even telling you now is because I kept it quiet for a long time. I think part of me worried that if I told people I'd had both a UFO story and a something touched me story, nobody would take me seriously at all. So if you've ever had something like this happen, especially the feeling of being watched, the sudden dread, the physical touch that shouldn't be possible, I'd honestly like to hear what you think it might have been. Even if the answer is, that sounds like a fear response, I'm open to that. I'm not looking for a neat label. I'm just trying to understand what happened on those stairs. So, we just got the keys to our new place, this one-room rental flat in Chai Chi. If you've lived in Singapore long enough, you know the vibe of those older HDB layouts, right? The narrow walkways, units facing each other, the kitchen kind of separated from the main hall. It's not scary exactly, but it feels like the walls have seen things. Quiet, aged energy. And honestly, the block is mostly elderly residents. You hardly see younger people around, so my husband and I, mid-30s, newly married, really stand out a bit. We'd already been living there about 5-6 weeks. Totally normal. No weird smells, no strange sounds, nothing. I even spent a couple nights home alone while my husband, Hazik, worked graveyard shifts. Slept like a baby. No shadows, no nonsense. Until that night. That day, we were dealing with this wardrobe delivery. Brand new, but of course it came with missing parts, and the instructions were basically useless. So we were doing the whole trial and error, take it apart, put it back, argue a little, laugh a little thing. Around 8+, I headed to my parents' place for a while, and Hazik stayed back to continue assembling it. When I finally came home after midnight, he'd basically been at it the whole night, with breaks in between, but still, the place looked like a furniture explosion happened. We chatted for a bit, then we prayed Isha together. I waited on purpose because I wanted to pray in congregation with him. After that, I was exhausted, so I knocked out in the hall. No bedroom, right? Just the main space. So I slept there with the lights on. He stayed up to clean the mess, pack the cardboard, wipe down the floor, all that. And then, I suddenly woke up screaming. Okay, here's the thing. I do talk in my sleep sometimes. I've even screamed before. So normally, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But this scream was different. It was so loud that even I shocked myself, like it came from somewhere deep in my chest. And the reason was simple. At that exact moment, I felt something touch my right thigh. Not a dreamy, floaty, maybe it happened kind of touch. A real touch, like a hand making contact. Hazik immediately ran out from the kitchen and was like, "What happened? "Are you okay?" And I, because I was embarrassed, because I didn't want to sound dramatic, brushed it off. I said it was just a weird dream, blamed it on being half asleep, acted like everything was fine. And then, I just went back to sleep. Yes, I know. Terrible decision. But in the moment, I just wanted it to be nothing. He had planned to stay awake until Fajr, but I guess the tiredness hit him and he dozed off around 5-ish. We only woke up around 7 a.m., and here's what really messed with me. We missed Fajr. That almost never happens, especially for me. I'm the kind that wakes up the second my alarm goes off, like my eyes just snap open. But that morning, it was like we were both just knocked out. Later that day, Hazik told me something he hadn't mentioned earlier, and the way he said it, I could tell he'd been holding it in. He told me the landing near our lift lobby, right beside our unit, was filthy, like properly dirty. There were stains on the floor that looked like old blood. And at night, that area is dark, like the kind of dark that makes you walk a bit faster without even realizing. Then he said, "I didn't want to tell you last night, but something happened after you fell asleep." Apparently, around 3 a.m., he went downstairs to throw away the cardboard boxes from the wardrobe. We live on the 10th floor. Doors open. Doors close. Open. Close. And it was completely quiet. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. Like, the lift was stopping, but nobody was entering or exiting. Level 9, doors open, still nobody. Then it reached level 10. He got in, but he said he felt uneasy. Not panicky, just that feeling like something isn't right. But he told himself not to be paranoid, threw the boxes, came back up. When he got home, he lit a cigarette and stood by the kitchen window. Our unit faces another older block, not rental, and their corridor faces outward, so you can kind of see into some of their units if the windows are open. While he was smoking, he noticed someone standing inside a unit opposite. The unit was completely dark, but there was a harsh light shining straight onto the person's face, like a phone screen at max brightness. He couldn't see details, just the outline of a head in that weird glow. He assumed it was just someone doom-scrolling at 3 a.m. Then he heard me scream. He ran back to check on me, and when he saw I was okay and trying to downplay it, he said he saw something else. Just for a split second. A figure. Big. Red. And I mean red like the thing itself was red, not someone wearing red clothes. It had long hair, but thin and patchy, like those wispy strands you'd imagine on someone very old. And it ran, like it darted, and disappeared. After that, Hazik switched on all the lights and started deliberately making noise. Walking around, coughing, opening and closing drawers, like he wanted the whole flat to feel occupied, so whatever it was would know he was awake and present. Later, when we talked properly, I told him about what I felt, that touch on my thigh, and how I didn't even realize he left the house, even though I'm usually a light sleeper. At first, he asked me carefully, like indirectly, whether maybe something followed me home. Like maybe I didn't wash properly, maybe I came back unclean, you know? I shut that down immediately. I told him, no, I felt normal. We prayed together. I did my ablution properly, everything, including my feet. And the more we talked, the more something clicked for me. So here's my conclusion. That thing didn't follow me. It followed him. From the lift lobby. Like, whatever was lingering around that dark landing, whatever was attached to that weird stop-start silence in the lift, maybe it came up with him. Maybe it noticed him. Maybe it just tried its luck. And maybe it tried to disturb me, but my scream caught it off guard. Because honestly, it didn't get far. Nothing else happened after that. No lingering smell, no continued disturbances, no nightmare streak. Just that one sharp, bizarre, what the heck was that moment? To me, it felt like something testing the waters, seeing if it could get a reaction, see how far it could go. Lucky for us, it failed. And yeah, that's the story. Not the kind where something terrible happens. Just one of those supernatural moments where you sit there afterward like, okay, that was real. That definitely happened. Oh, and the funniest part? This was only a few days ago. Like, I'm still processing it honestly. Okay, so let me tell you what happened, because I still don't know what to do with it in my head. So I went to the Myrtles Plantation on December 29th, 2025, and it was just a self-guided tour, nothing fancy. I was there with my dad, and I was honestly just excited because I love photography. Like, I'm young, sure, but I'm serious about it. I brought two cameras, my Canon and my older Olympus, because I like having options. Early on, I stepped into the only bedroom you can access on the first floor. It's got this famous mirror that everyone calls haunted, and of course I'm like, okay, perfect photo opportunity. I take a bunch of pictures of the mirror on my Canon, and at the time I didn't notice anything weird. It felt normal. Quiet, kind of heavy like old houses always feel, but normal. Later, this is important. When I'm scrolling through the Canon photos, I see these dark shapes in a couple shots. Not like, oops, I smudged the lens dark. More like figures. Blurry, shadowy forms that I swear were not there when I took the photos. I didn't see anyone reflected. I didn't see anything standing behind me. But in the pictures? Yeah, there they were. Then there's my Olympus. That camera's battery is usually stubborn, in a good way. It doesn't die easily. I charged it the night before, fully, and I know it was full when we got there. But while I'm walking around the first floor, I check it and the battery is already dragging like it ran a marathon, almost dead. And I'm like, how? I barely used it. So at this point, I'm kind of on edge, but trying to be chill because I don't want to psych myself out. The second floor is only for people staying overnight, so everyone on the tour is mostly on the first floor, moving room to room. Eventually, I end up back in the main hall, near the front door, and I hear this tiny sound, like a faint click. I look down toward my side, right where the sound came from, and I see one of my earrings on the floor. Just dropped, like it popped out by itself. And here's where it gets weird in a way that feels too specific to ignore. There's this ghost story there about a spirit named Eliza. She's known for messing with earrings, especially dangling ones. And of course the one that fell was a dangle. People say she does it because she's jealous. The story goes that she was enslaved there and would listen in near the men's parlor, trying to learn how to be better, how to survive, whatever she could pick up. And then she got caught, and as punishment, one of her ears was cut. So she'd cover it with a green head wrap. So now she's known for taking earrings, usually from the left ear, because of the whole ear thing. But the earring that fell for me, it came off my right ear. And I'm standing there thinking, okay, that's not the usual story. But then I realized my left ear had been kind of blocked because I was wearing my headphones. Like, they cover my ears pretty snug. So if something, or someone, wanted to mess with an earring, my right ear would have been easier. And speaking of the headphones, they're honestly the creepiest part of the whole day. Because earlier, on the self-guided tour, they give you one of those little devices you can scan with. You scan a spot in a room, and it plays audio about whatever you're looking at. History, stories, all that. But I'd already done a ton of research before going. I'd watched a bunch of stuff, read about the place, the legends, all of it. So I barely used the device. I only really put it on at the gift shop so it wasn't in my hands. I'm walking around listening to my own music, just vibing, and then my dad looks at me and goes, "Hey, are you gonna listen to that?" I'm like, "Listen to what?" And it's telling the story about a dress that's laid out on the bed in that downstairs bedroom. The thing is, I didn't scan anything in that room. I didn't even go near the bed. I only walked in, took photos of the mirror, and walked out. So why was the device suddenly playing that exact room? Like it had been triggered. I didn't even know what to say. I just stood there, kind of frozen, like my brain couldn't decide if it was a glitch or something that wanted my attention. After that, we go into the men's parlor, and there's this guide there answering questions. Super kind, very calm, not pushy or cheesy at all. While we're talking, someone brings up the earring thing, and I'm like half joking, half not. Yeah, I'm about to put my headphones back on so she doesn't take the other one. But here's the part that made my stomach drop. I had turned my headphones off, like fully off, because I was being polite and listening to the guide. I put them back on, and my music starts playing, by itself. No tapping the button, no, maybe it auto-connected. I had shut them down. I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't feel funny. Then I end up chatting with this girl around my age, sweet, chatty, totally normal, and this new group walks in, like 10 or 15 people. The girl tells them to watch their earrings, and the whole group looks at me like, wait, what? So I explain, like all of it. The mirror photos, the battery, the earring, the ghost story, the device playing audio in the wrong room, my headphones turning themselves back on. And there's this guy, maybe a little older than me, who just goes completely silent, like stunned. He doesn't even react the normal way people react when they think you're exaggerating. He just stares at me like I'm the creepy thing in the room. Someone in the group asks, "That actually happened? Like, historically?" And the girl jumps in like, "Yes, that's the story here. That's what they say happened." And suddenly the whole mood shifts. People stop smiling. You can feel them getting cautious, like they didn't expect the place to get personal that fast. So that's the plantation day. But the part that really messed with me happened when I got home. Because I start going through the Olympus photos, and a bunch of them are just gone. Deleted. Not blurry, not corrupted, deleted. And I know what I shot. I remember taking them. So I call my friend, his name's Miles, and I'm like, "Okay, tell me I'm not losing it." I show him the Olympus battery icon on video call. It's green. Full. He literally sees it. He goes, "Wait, it's fine. It's full." And I'm like, "Thank you." And then, no joke, I look back down at the screen and it drops again. Back to nearly dead. Red. Like it never recovered at all. Miles sees it change, like he watches it happen. And now we're both freaking out, because that's not, "Oh, you probably misread it." That's not, "Maybe it recalibrated." It flipped right in front of us like something was playing with it. I turn the camera off and on again. Still red. I check again. Still red. And I just sat there thinking, okay, people always say ghosts drain batteries, right? Like they pull energy from electronics, especially cameras. And if that's true, if that's even a little true, then it almost feels like something drained my camera just to have enough energy to mess with me, and then take my earring. Like it needed power to do something physical. And the fact that the battery went full for a moment, just long enough for my friend to see it, and then dropped again, that's what makes me feel like it wasn't random. So yeah, that's my Myrtle story. And I'm not saying I know what it was. Okay, so I've never really known how to tell this story without sounding like I'm either auditioning for a horror movie or admitting I should have been in therapy a lot sooner. But you're here, you're listening, and I'm just gonna tell it the way it happened. So, the first weird thing, like the first time I felt that, oh, something is in here with me, feeling, was one night when I was sitting in the living room with all the lights off, pitch black. I was waiting for my mom to finish brushing her teeth before we went upstairs, because I didn't like walking around the hallway alone at night. I was just sitting there, trying to be brave, staring into the dark like that helps. And then, right behind me, someone wolf whistled. Not like from across the room, not like from the hallway. I mean right behind me, like it was aimed into my ear. I spun around so fast I nearly fell off the couch. There was nobody there. Nothing. Just the living room, the dark, and my own heartbeat trying to climb out of my throat. When Mom came out, I asked her, "Did you just whistle at me?" She looked at me like I'd grown a second head. She was like, "No?" And the thing is, none of us could whistle. Not properly. Not at that time. We'd all tried, and it was always just sad little puffs of air. But I laughed it off, because what else do you do? And I started jokingly calling whatever it was, Rory. I picked the name because my older sister hates it for no reason, like it genuinely creeps her out. So I was like, fine, if it's gonna hang around, I'm naming it something that annoys you. A few days later, my cat started acting wrong. At first, I thought it was Thunder, or maybe one of the other pets had gotten stuck somewhere. But I was lying in bed and I felt this low vibration through the mattress, like a tiny engine. And I realized it was her, growling, like a full, deep, warning growl. Not playful, not annoyed. I picked her up, and she was stiff and shaking. I thought maybe she wanted to go outside, so I opened my bedroom door to let her out. The second the door cracked open, she bolted. Not down the stairs, not toward her food, straight into the hallway, and then she stopped at the edge of the darkness and stared down it like she was watching something move. She sat on my bedroom threshold, growling into this black corridor, and then she did this thing that still makes my stomach turn when I remember it. She crept behind my door frame and kept peeking around it, like she was hiding from something but couldn't stop checking where it was. My brain immediately went, someone broke in. Because honestly, that's the least paranormal explanation, right? So I tiptoed out, heart banging, and I flicked the hallway light on. Nothing. No person. No shadow. No other cats. Just the normal hallway. Too normal. Like it was mocking me. I scooped her up again and walked her down the hall anyway, room by room, like she was a tiny fuzzy guard dog. I could feel her heart hammering against my arm, and she was trembling so hard it felt like she might vibrate right out of my hands. Then I put her down in the room she'd been staring at, and she immediately started sniffing. Every corner, every spot on the floor, like she was checking for a smell. And then, just like that, she calmed down, like the danger had left. I was standing there thinking, okay, so it wasn't a person, but it was still something. After that, the house started doing little things. Small, stupid things that you can almost explain away if you try hard enough. Like one afternoon, I watched my makeup brush, lying on the floor where I dropped it, roll across the room by itself. Not tip, not wobble. Roll, like someone nudged it. Not a big dramatic shake, just this steady little movement, like someone on the other side was testing it. Tap, tap, wiggle. Then again. And it didn't happen once. It happened for hours, night after night, for weeks. I'd lie there staring at the door like if I stared hard enough, it would stop being real. Sometimes I'd call out, very stupidly, "Mom?" even though I knew she was asleep. Sometimes I'd whisper, "Stop it," like you can scold whatever that is, like it's a naughty child. And then one day, it stopped. Completely. 2 whole months went by with nothing. No brush rolling, no handle twitching, no cat growling at empty air. I started telling myself I'd imagined the whole thing, or I'd been overtired, or I'd watched too many scary videos online. You know, anything reasonable. And then I woke up one night and I couldn't breathe. I woke up already panicking, like I'd been yanked out of sleep mid-drown. And I swear to you, it felt like hands were around my throat. Pressure. Firm. Real. Like thumbs pressing in. My brain did that awful thing where it tries to make sense and can't. Like, this isn't possible. This isn't possible. This isn't... I was seconds away from blacking out again when I jerked, tried to sit up, and reached for my neck. The second I moved, it stopped. I sat there clutching my throat, gulping air like I'd just surfaced from underwater. And the room was silent. The kind of silence that feels like it has weight. 2 days later, it happened again. Same thing. Wake up, choking, pressure, panic, that cold, awful certainty that something was right there. And then, nothing. 3 months, nothing at all. And I almost wish it had stayed that way, because what happened after was somehow worse. Not because it was more violent, but because it was so personal. One morning, I woke up feeling this weird sting on my left shoulder, on the back of it, where you can't really see properly without twisting like a pretzel. I went to the mirror, and there it was, an actual bite mark, human-shaped, like teeth. Not massive, not animal, just a person bite. And I hadn't been bitten the day before. Nobody in my house is out here biting shoulders in the night, okay? And I'm small. I'm not built like some contortionist who can chomp their own shoulder blade. It wasn't possible. I stood there staring at it, and I remember laughing, like a shaky, disbelieving laugh, because what do you even do with that? So I went back to joking. I started saying the name again, Rory, like it was some little prankster ghost roommate. I'd say dumb stuff like, "All right then, Rory, if you're here, do something," or "Possess me if you're so brave," trying to make it funny, trying to make it smaller than it felt. And then one night, somewhere between midnight and 2, I was sitting on the edge of my bed talking to myself, just thinking out loud, you know? The house was quiet, and suddenly I felt this cold. Not it's winter cold, not a draft cold. I mean ice in your bones cold. I actually remember thinking, wow, it got cold fast. And then immediately after that, I felt something else. That sensation like you're being watched so hard it almost burns. And I knew, somehow I just knew, it was from the hallway, from behind my bedroom door. I froze, like fully froze. I've been scared before. I've jumped at noises. I've run up the stairs after turning off the lights. I've done the usual stuff. But this was different. My body would not move. It felt like my muscles locked up while my brain screamed. My hands went numb. My chest was tight. And the cold didn't just surround me. It felt like it was coming toward me. It felt low, like it was on all fours. I sat there for, I don't even know, maybe 20 minutes? It felt like an hour, just staring at my door, barely breathing, feeling those invisible eyes on me. And then, as suddenly as it started, it eased, like pressure lifting, like the air relaxing. When I could finally move again, I yanked the door open because, I don't know, part of me wanted to prove I wasn't losing it. The hallway was empty, nothing out of place, nothing weird, just the same boring hall I'd always had. After that, things didn't really happen to me anymore, not directly. But my life changed. My baby sister was born. She's not even a year old, and she does this thing where she'll just stare into one corner of the living room, like she's locked onto something. Not smiling, not tracking a toy, just staring. And I know babies stare at nothing sometimes. I know that. but it's the same spot, over and over. Like that corner has something in it that the rest of us can't see. And then there's me. I'd never fainted in my life, not once. And then, out of nowhere, I fainted twice in the same month. No illness, no explanation, just lights out, waking up confused on the floor. Mom has her own stories too. She's told me she'll hear my other sister calling for her, clear as day, when that sister is fully asleep. And she's mentioned seeing what looks like a head peeking around a door frame, like someone checking if the coast is clear. So, I don't know. Sometimes I tell myself it was stress, or sleep paralysis, or my brain connecting random events into one creepy narrative because that's what brains do. But then I remember the whistle, right in my ear, and the bite mark, and my cat shaking like she'd seen death itself. And the strangest little detail of all, this always makes me pause. After that first whistle in the dark, I could whistle. For the first time in my entire life, I could whistle like it was nothing, like someone flipped a switch in me. So yeah, was it a spirit? Or am I just not okay? I honestly don't know. I just know the house felt less empty than it should have. And sometimes, even now, if the hallway is dark and I'm alone, I still catch myself listening, just in case I hear that sound again. So, I've never touched a Ouija board in my life, and honestly, after you hear this, you'll understand why I plan to keep it that way. This story came to me through my aunt Marisol. It happened when my mom and her brothers and sisters were kids, back when they lived in this creaky old duplex out in Idaho, the kind that always smelled a little like dust and cold wood, no matter how warm you tried to keep it. The place had a shared basement. Both sides of the duplex went down to the same concrete steps, and tucked off to one side was this crawl space that ran underneath both units. It was low enough you had to crouch, dark enough that your flashlight felt like it was working overtime, and the ground was just dirt, packed earth. Thick wooden posts held everything up, and the whole space had that hush to it, like it swallowed sound. My grandma, Lena, actually cleaned it out on purpose so the kids could play down there. She figured it was better to give them a hideout than have them running wild outside after dark. And they loved it. They turned it into whatever they wanted: a fort, a pirate cave, a secret clubhouse. They'd drag down old blankets, make up stories, whisper and giggle like the crawl space itself was part of the game. Then one afternoon, my mom, Tessa, and her brother, Rico, got bored and started digging in the dirt near the very back, where the ceiling dipped even lower. Just messing around, scraping at the ground with their hands like they were searching for treasure. And in a way, they were, because they hit something flat, something hard. They pulled it out, brushed it off, and it was a Ouija board. Not a new one either, worn looking, like it had been handled a lot. None of them knew where it came from. They all swore they'd never seen it before. Nobody admitted bringing it down there. It was just there, like it had been waiting. And of course, they were kids, curious, half scared, half thrilled. They didn't really understand what it was. They just knew it was a spooky game. So they tried it. They sat in a little circle in the dirt and put their fingers on the planchette and started asking the kind of dumb questions kids ask. Is anyone here? What's your name? Laughing when nothing happened, daring each other to take it seriously. But the fun didn't last long because my grandma found out. And when I tell you she didn't play around, she did not play around. Their family was very religious, strict, devout, and Lena was the kind of woman who could silence a whole room just by standing in the doorway. When she saw what they'd dragged out, she went cold. No yelling, not at first. Just this hard, furious quiet. She snatched it up like it was something contaminated, marched it upstairs, and destroyed it. Not just tossed it, destroyed it. My aunt said she cut it into pieces, cracked it, tore it up until it was nothing but scraps, and then she took those scraps out to the trash like she was taking out something dangerous. And after that, she made it very clear. They were never to mess with anything like that again. Ever. The kids were shaken, of course. They stayed out of the basement for a couple days, probably more out of fear of Grandma than anything else. But kids forget. Routines come back, and eventually they wandered down there again, back into their little underground world like nothing ever happened. Here's the part that still makes my skin tighten. The crawl space was the same as always. Same dirt floor, same beams, same stale smell. And they hadn't brought anything new down there. No toys, no cardboard, nothing. They were just going to play. But sitting right out in the open on the dirt was a single piece of thick, torn cardboard. Just one. They picked it up, and printed on it was a single letter. One lonely letter. Like it had been cut clean from the board. And the thing is, everyone recognized it immediately, because it wasn't random cardboard. It was that cardboard. The same texture, the same printing style. A fragment that should not have existed anymore. They all froze, staring at it, looking at each other, waiting for somebody to admit it was a prank, waiting for one of the older kids to laugh. Nobody did, because nobody had done it. And when Grandma Lena saw that piece, she didn't hesitate like she had with the board. She didn't argue. She didn't debate what it could be. Her face just changed, like she'd gone from angry to afraid. To her, it wasn't just a leftover scrap. It was a message. Not a whole sentence, not something dramatic. Just enough. E, as in, I'm here. Still here. After that, she had a priest come bless the house. Not a casual prayer either. Full blessing, holy water, the whole thing. She was convinced something had gotten invited in, and she wanted it out. But even after the blessing, my mom said the house never felt totally normal. Little things. The kind you could explain away if you tried hard enough. A soft knocking from the basement when nobody was down there. The sense of being watched in that hallway that led to the stairs. Cold patches that didn't make sense. And my Aunt Marisol told me this one line that sticks with me. The crawl space stopped feeling like a clubhouse after that. It felt like a place you weren't supposed to go. So yeah, people can call it superstition. They can call it coincidence. But if you ever found one single letter from something you watched get destroyed, sitting in the exact place you found it in the first place, like it came back on its own, I don't know. All I know is this. I've never touched a Ouija board, and I never will. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Drop a comment below and let me know where you're watching from. And by the way, thank you so much for sending in your paranormal experiences. We truly appreciate all the love and support. That's why I'm always so happy to be here sharing these stories with you. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss an upload. Thanks again. Now, let's get into tonight's paranormal stories. Good night. So, when I was a kid, my sleep was, honestly, a mess. I don't remember a ton from those early years, but I do remember that nights were loud in my house because of me. I'd stay awake forever, wander the hallway, mutter whole conversations in my sleep, wake up crying from nightmares, the whole package. And apparently, I scared my mom half to death more than once, because I had this habit of just appearing. Like, she'd be in the kitchen late, finishing dishes, and suddenly, there I was. A tiny 7-year-old in an oversized nightshirt, hair hanging in my face, standing perfectly still like I'd been summoned. At like 2 a.m. Which, yeah, looking back, I get why that was unsettling. But the main thing I remember is the dream. From the time I was around 5 until I was maybe 8ish, so a solid few years, I had the same dream almost every single night. I'm not exaggerating. Not often. Not a lot. I mean, it felt like it was on a schedule. My bed sat under this big front-facing window. One-story house, my room right at the front. I used to keep the blinds cracked because I liked seeing the moonlight spill in. It made the room feel less closed in. And in the dream, I'd wake up in my bed and immediately know something was wrong. Like my stomach would drop before I even saw anything. Because outside my window, there it was. Not an animal, not a shadow, not a person. It was shaped kind of like a person, but way too tall. Tall enough that most of its body filled the window frame. Its skin was this weird, sickly color, like gray with a faint greenish tint. And it didn't have clothes on, just this smooth, bare body pressed up close to the glass. Its shoulders were nearly at the top of the window, and I could see the tops of its legs near the bottom, like it was towering right over my bed. Its hands were flattened against the window, fingers spread wide like it was bracing itself there. And then, the part that still makes my skin crawl even thinking about it, its neck wasn't normal. It stretched upward past the window frame and then curved down, like it was looping back so its head could sit off to the side of its own body. Tilted there, almost casually, like it was posing. No hair. Huge, pale eyes that looked almost silvery in the moonlight. A tiny nose that was basically just two slits. And this smile. This unreal, too big grin that pulled tight at the cheeks like it was stretching skin that didn't really want to stretch. The teeth were long and uneven and kind of needle thin, yellowed like old bone. The thing didn't move. It didn't blink. It didn't tap the glass or rattle the window or do anything dramatic. It just stared at me. Every night, I would lie there in the dream, frozen, staring back, and I'd get that awful feeling. Like if I moved or if I looked away, something would happen. And then I'd snap awake in absolute panic, heart hammering, sweaty, sometimes crying before I even knew I was awake. Here's the part that made it worse. I never told my parents. I don't even know why. I think I was afraid they'd laugh, or I'd get in trouble for being dramatic, or, honestly, I think some part of me didn't want to make it more real by saying it out loud. I tried to fix it myself. I started closing the blinds all the way before bed. But the dream didn't care. In the dream, the blinds were always open again. And then I'd wake up, actually wake up, and the blinds would be cracked the same way, like I'd never closed them at all. That detail messed with me even as a kid, because it made me feel like the dream was spilling into real life in tiny, impossible ways. Then one weekend, I stayed at my grandma's place, my Nana. Her name was Marisol. And for the first night in what felt like forever, I didn't have the dream. Later that day, I finally told her about it. Not with big dramatic details, more like I was embarrassed and trying to downplay it. But she listened in that way grandparents sometimes do, like she was taking me seriously, even if she didn't show it on her face. And then she went to this little dish on a shelf and picked up a tiny figurine, something small enough to fit in a child's palm. It was made of clay, painted in faded colors, like something handmade at a market. It wasn't fancy, just a little figure with rounded features, worn smooth at the edges like it had been handled a lot. She put it in my hand and told me, very simply, "Keep this by your bed tonight. You won't see that window visitor again." I remember the way she said it, not spooky, not theatrical, more like she was reminding me to bring a sweater. So that night, I set the figurine on the bedside table, and I never dreamed of that thing again. Not once. I still had messed up sleep after that. I still had night terrors. I still had the kind of nightmares that make you feel weird for a whole day afterward. But that specific creature, the too tall thing with the sideways head and the stretched grin, vanished like someone flipped a switch. I'm 24 now, and I still keep that little clay figurine on my nightstand. My sleep is still complicated. I'm an insomniac. I've dealt with sleep paralysis more times than I want to admit, and I've seen plenty of awful stuff in those moments. Your brain can produce some truly horrifying images when you can't move and you're stuck half dreaming. I've been prescribed different sleep meds over the years, but I never stay on them long because the side effects always end up being their own kind of nightmare. At this point, I'm weirdly good at functioning on very little sleep. Not proud of it, just used to it. But even with all of that, with all the other sleep-related weirdness I've had as an adult, I have never seen that creature again. And the wild thing is, those dreams are the clearest memories I have from my childhood. I can picture it perfectly. I can remember exactly what it felt like to lie there, stiff as a board, staring through the sliver of moonlight between my curtains. Mine were blue, with little stars on them, and feeling the silence like pressure on my ears. Just me, the window, and that thing not moving at all. I don't open my blinds at night anymore. I just don't. And I'm not even someone who goes around believing in the supernatural. I'm the type who hears a paranormal story and immediately starts thinking, okay, but was there black mold? Was there sleep deprivation? Is there a gas leak? I'm always looking for the normal explanation first. But this is the one thing I can't fully file away as just a dream. Because it happened too consistently, for too long, with too many little details that felt fixed. Like it wasn't my imagination remixing itself night to night. It was the same scene, the same presence, the same staring, like it was waiting for me. I don't know what it was. I'm not claiming it was some monster outside my childhood window. I just know it didn't feel like something ordinary. And honestly, even now, if I ever catch myself thinking, it was probably nothing, my hand still reaches over, almost automatically, to make sure that little clay figurine is right where it belongs. So this happened when I was 25, just after my partner Maya and I moved into our new place. And I should probably admit up front, I've had enough weird, paranormal-ish moments in different homes that I've kind of stopped being surprised when a house feels off. At this point, I've genuinely wondered if it's the buildings, or if it's just me bringing the strange along like extra luggage. But there's one detail that made this hit harder. I've always been a ridiculously deep sleeper. Like, when I was a kid, my family could have held a marching band in my room and I'd still be drooling on the pillow. Thunderstorms, sirens, didn't matter. But for some reason, movement wakes me up. Footsteps, shifts in the floor, that subtle someone is walking nearby feeling. My brain snaps right to attention. That part never changed, even as I got older. Anyway, first week in the house, maybe the second or third night, I wake up in the middle of the night to footsteps coming down the hallway. At first I'm like, Maya must be up. But I turn my head and she's right there beside me, completely out cold, breathing slow, dead asleep. So now I'm wide awake, but not fully, you know? That half-awake state where your mind is foggy, but your body is instantly tense. The footsteps keep coming, and our hallway is long, longer than it sounds like on paper. It's this narrow, dim stretch that runs from the bedroom toward the living room, and at night, it just turns into this single black tunnel. I'm staring into it, barely blinking, listening as the steps get closer and closer. Except, something doesn't add up. They sound like they're approaching the bedroom, but I'm not seeing anything. Not even a flicker of movement. No shadow shift, no shape, no change in the darkness. It's like the sound is advancing, but whoever, or whatever it is, isn't actually moving through space the way a normal person would. Now, a reasonable person might have grabbed their phone, turned on a light, checked the door, called out, something. Me? My exhausted brain decides the best plan is to stay perfectly still and just wait for the intruder to reveal themselves like I'm in some horror movie with no budget. So I'm frozen, staring into that hallway, listening. The footsteps get right up to the bedroom entrance. Then they stop. And I swear to you, I could feel someone standing just outside the door. Not like I heard them, like the air changed, like the darkness thickened. I'm holding my breath, ready to see a face, a silhouette, anything. And then, my absolute unit of a cat, Pudding, appears in the hallway right around where the footsteps stopped. Just materializes out of the dark like he owns the place. He looks directly at me, lets out this dramatic, offended little meow, and then strolls over like it's a normal midnight visit. Jumps right onto the bed, settles in, and I'm instantly furious. Relieved, but furious. I mutter something like, "Are you kidding me?" And I pass out almost immediately. The footsteps are gone. The whole feeling is gone. Like someone hit a switch. But here's the part that still bothers me. The next morning, when I'm more awake, it hits me. I know what my cats sound like. I've heard them trot, sprint, thump, slide around corners, all of it. And even though we'd only been there a few days, I'd already heard Pudding go up and down that hallway. Those footsteps weren't him. So yeah, maybe it was just my sleep-deprived brain. Maybe the house settling. Maybe acoustics. Maybe some weird combination of everything. But in the moment, in the dark, with those footsteps walking toward me without anything actually getting closer, it didn't feel like a cat. It felt like someone coming to my bedroom door. Hey, so my name's Riley, and what I'm about to tell you happened a little over a decade ago. Back in 2013, my family and I were living in this quiet house out in the country. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a whole stretch of land that felt like it went on forever. It was one of those places that looked perfectly normal in the daylight, but at night, it carried this kind of someone's still here feeling you couldn't really explain. We weren't the first family to live there. Before us, the house belonged to a woman named Evelyn. From what my dad said, she'd bought the land years earlier and had the house built for herself and her kids, 2 boys and a daughter. Eventually, the kids grew up and moved far away, and Evelyn stayed. And she stayed. Even when she got older. Even when she got sick. And the sad part is, hardly anyone came to check on her. She passed away in that house in 2007, in her early 80s, alone. That detail stuck with me, because once you know that, the house feels different. Okay, so here's where things started getting weird. My little brother, his name was Mason, was about 8 at the time, and he had this old iPhone 4 he treated like treasure. He played it constantly. Little games like Angry Birds, Temple Run, stuff like that. He'd sit on this worn 3-seat couch in the living room and get totally locked in. One Sunday morning, we're rushing around getting ready for church. Mason's on the couch playing, and my stepmom calls out for him to go get dressed. He sets the phone down. He swears he did. Gets up, leaves the room. And here's the thing. Nobody else went into that living room. Not even for a second. A few minutes later, he comes back out, flops onto the couch, and the phone is gone. Just gone. We all did the usual stuff. Checked the couch cushions, looked under it, behind it, even inside the couch lining like we were detectives in a crime show. We tore the room apart, then the whole house. And this wasn't a messy house either. There weren't piles of stuff. There weren't 100 hiding spots. It was clean, open, nowhere for an iPhone to vanish into. And every single person in that house swore up and down they hadn't touched it. At first, we tried to be logical. Mason's a kid. Kids misplace things. Maybe it slipped somewhere stupid. So we gave up for the day, went to church, and figured it would show up eventually. Except it didn't. Not that day. Not the next day. Not even that week. Weeks passed. Then one Sunday, we come home from church again. The house has been locked, like always. We unlock the front door, step inside, and there it is. The iPhone. Sitting right behind the front door, on top of the little entry rug, like someone had placed it there on purpose. Not tossed, not dropped, placed. And when we picked it up and turned it on, my stomach went cold. It was still on the same screen Mason had left it on. Same game. And the battery, this is what always freaks me out. It was at the same charge level as when it went missing, like time hadn't moved for it at all. We all just stood there staring at it, because what do you even say? Nobody had been home. Nobody had a key besides us. There was no sign of a break-in. And even if there had been an intruder, why would they steal a kid's phone, then quietly return it weeks later and set it down like a gift? That was the moment I started thinking about Evelyn. And honestly, that wasn't the only strange thing that happened in that house. Not long after that, I had my own little, okay, what was that moment. One night, I got in the shower. No music, no distractions. I remember setting my phone on the toilet tank, clear as day. I laid my towel and clothes on the closed toilet seat, like I always did. Showered for maybe 15 minutes. I step out, reach for my phone, and it's not on the tank. I check the counter, the floor, the trash, even peek into the sink like it somehow bounced in there. And then I lift my towel and clothes, and my phone is tucked underneath them, like someone slid it there while I was showering. And I just stood there, dripping wet, staring at it, because I know I didn't put it there. Then there was another time when my step-grandma, her name was Denise, came to visit. She wasn't forgetful, and she wasn't the type to leave a mess unless she planned to clean it later. She'd had her makeup spread out on the bathroom counter for a couple days, and that morning she was in a hurry. She did her face fast, grabbed her keys, and left to run errands. No one else was home. Everyone was at work or school. When she came back a few hours later, she went into the bathroom, and all her makeup was neatly organized and put back exactly the way it had been when she first arrived days earlier. Like the counter had been reset to day one. She was genuinely shaken, not laughing, not confused, just unsettled. And that's the thing. None of these moments were huge on their own. No screaming shadows, no floating chairs. Just small, personal little shifts that made you feel like the house was paying attention. We had other things too. Lights that flickered when nobody touched the switch. TVs that turned on by themselves once or twice. Stuff you can explain away. Until it happens enough times that your explanations start sounding like excuses. So sometimes I wonder, was it an intruder? Or was it Evelyn? Still attached to the place she built, still watching, still doing these tiny, almost gentle things like moving objects and putting things back where they belong? I don't know. But what I do know is this. That house didn't feel mean. It didn't feel dangerous. It felt occupied. Like someone was there, not to hurt us, just to make sure the home stayed a home. And after a while, the weird stuff faded. Like maybe whoever it was decided we were fine. Like the house finally let us keep it. Or like Evelyn finally moved on. Hey, so I'm gonna tell you this the way I'd tell a friend, because that's honestly how it feels. I'm 21, I'm from Brazil, and I'm sharing this here because I never really found a solid Brazilian space online where I could talk about this kind of thing without feeling weird. Also, If my English sounds a little off in places, just know I'm doing my best. So, some context. I didn't grow up in a super religious home. Like, God existed in the background, but it wasn't the center of our lives. Then when I was a teenager, my mom started changing. Not in a dramatic, joining a church every Sunday way, more like, she got serious. She began reading the Bible a lot, talking about God with this new intensity, becoming really careful about what she said and did. God-fearing, you know? And I got pulled into that too. Not because I was eager, more because I wanted to make her happy, and, honestly, because a part of me thought maybe it would help me. So I studied the Bible. I tried. I really tried. But the twist is, the more I studied, the more I felt myself slipping out of belief. It wasn't some rebellious phase. It was like my brain kept clicking into place in a way I didn't expect, and eventually I had to admit it. I didn't believe anymore. I called myself an atheist, but it wasn't peaceful at first. It was messy inside. I remember laying in bed and thinking, okay, God, if you're there, just give me something. One sign, anything. And I waited, and nothing happened. Fast forward a few years. I was 19, and I started dating this girl. Let's call her Luana. I fell for her hard, like embarrassingly hard. And she was religious, but not in the usual way people imagine. She practiced Umbanda, and if you've never heard of it, think of something in the same universe as Spiritism, except with rituals, with a terreiro, with spirits working through mediums. At first I was just curious, and if I'm being real, I also wanted to feel close to her world, because she talked about it with so much certainty. So I asked if I could go with her to a jira, the ritual gathering. I went, and I wasn't prepared for how it would feel, because the second I was there, it was like my whole body recognized something before my mind could explain it. I felt calm in a way I almost never feel. I had chills, like a current running up my spine. I remember thinking, this is going to sound dramatic, but I feel like I'm home. Now, me and Luana didn't last. And looking back, yeah, it had that love bombing pattern. Intense, fast, overwhelming, then suddenly confusing and painful. The relationship ended, but the religion stayed. And the deeper I got into it, the more things started happening around me, inside me. I found out I'm a medium. I started picking up presences, hearing things in that not quite a voice way, feeling energies shift. I began what people call spiritual development, and it changed how I see everything. And that's where the real story starts. One morning, my mom went out with my little brother, let's call him Rafa, and the house got quiet. I wasn't in the mood to do anything, so I decided to go back to sleep. I'm half asleep, facing the door, when I feel it. A presence. Not like a regular, someone walked into the room feeling. This was different, dense, heavy, like the air had thickened. My first instinct was to rationalize it. I told myself, it's probably my mom grabbing something. I kept my eyes closed because I was still sleepy, and I didn't want to deal with life yet, you know? But the feeling didn't pass. It got closer. And I remember thinking, still with my eyes shut, okay, why does this feel so wrong? And then, it did something. This is the part that makes my skin crawl even now. It felt like it leaned forward, like it was trying to see my face, like it was checking me. And then the mattress dipped, like a knee or a hand or something had pressed down on the edge of the bed. That's when the fear hit my chest like a weight. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. My body went into that frozen state where your brain is screaming but your muscles won't cooperate. All I could do was pray in my head, not to a Christian God, but to my guides, like, please, help me, right now. And it got worse before it got better, because the presence felt like it lifted, like it was hovering above me. Not fully touching, but close enough that I could feel it in the air, in my skin. And the strangest detail is, it felt feminine. Not in a comforting way, just feminine, heavy, quiet, watching. It felt like forever, but it was probably seconds. And then, gone. Just like that. Like someone switched the room back on. The air cleared. The pressure vanished. And I just laid there, still afraid to move, listening to my own breathing like it was the only proof I was still alone. Later, at the next Jira, I worked up the courage to ask the entity who leads our house what that could have been. I expected to hear something scary, but she told me, very calmly, that it was likely my spirit guides, that visits can happen when you're developing, and that it's not uncommon for perception to be messy at first. Like your sensitivity is opening, but your mind still interprets it in the most terrifying way possible. And honestly, since then, I've seen and felt a lot more. Enough that I can't just write it off as imagination. Also, my current girlfriend, Marina, is a medium too, and she picks up on things independently of me. So when stuff happens and we both notice the same shift, it's kind of hard to tell myself I'm making it up. So yeah, that morning still freaks me out to remember, but it also feels like the moment my spiritual life stopped being an idea and became something very, very real. And no, I'm not losing it. I mean, unless we both are. But then at least we're losing it together, right? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you something that still gives me chills. And I swear I'm not the type to jump at every little sound. I'm Maya. I'm 24 now, and I've worked at this place for a little over a year and a half. Almost 2 years. It's one of those jobs where the building is basically its own world at night. Quiet, fluorescent lights, long hallways, and you're working the graveyard shift. Like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. kind of hours. When I first started, I felt totally fine there. Honestly, it felt safe. Normal. Nothing creepy. No weird vibes. Just work. And then one night, it was just me and my coworker Jules in the whole building. Like, just us. No officers walking around inside, nobody in the offices. We're sitting there doing our thing, and out of nowhere we hear this violent slam, like a door getting thrown shut. And not a little door. I'm talking one of those huge metal doors that you have to really yank and slam for it to latch. Jules and I just froze. We looked at each other like, did you hear that? Because there's no way we both imagined the same exact sound. We tried to be logical. We're like, okay, maybe an officer went back there. But the cameras in that section had been acting up, of course. So we rushed to the window we used to see down the hallway and we just watch. Nothing. No footsteps. No person walking out. No door opening again. No one. And we did that thing people always do, where you pretend you're fine and laugh it off. But we were not fine. We stayed in the same room together the rest of the night until closer to shift change, when other people finally started coming back around. After that, I was like, okay, weird, but whatever. Months go by, and one night I have to go grab something from the evidence room. Now, that room is already a little unsettling because it's dim. Like, there are lights, but it's not bright. It's that kind of lighting where you can see where you're going, but shadows still feel alive. I'm in there, doing my job, and I notice this glass display on the wall with all these old case photos and paperwork and stuff. And I'm nosy. I'll admit it. Curiosity absolutely got me. So I pulled out my phone and used the flashlight to look closer at the photos behind the glass. And it was one of those moments where you're fascinated, but also you feel like you're doing something you're not supposed to do. Like you're crossing an invisible line. I grabbed what I needed and left. Then later, I went back to return the items, and I don't know how to explain it except the second I got near that door, my body was like, no. My stomach dropped, my chest felt tight, and this anxiety hit me out of nowhere, like the room was warning me. like something inside it was aware I was coming back. Nothing happened. No sound, no movement, just that feeling. After that, things started happening in little pieces like breadcrumbs. Sometimes I'd hear voices in offices I knew were empty, muffled talking, like someone was having a conversation behind a closed door. I'd look, walk closer, and it would stop. And then there were the hallway moments. I'd catch a glimpse of what looked like a coworker, like a dark shape moving across the hall, someone turning a corner. And the second I looked directly, there would be nobody. It happened more than once, too. Enough times that it stopped feeling like my eyes playing tricks on me. But the worst night, the night that basically sealed it for me, started normal. My shift had just begun. I'm settling in, getting my stuff set up, and suddenly my coworker Ramon goes, "Who the hell is that?" And another coworker, Tess, goes, close the door right now." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm thinking, okay, if there's a random person in here, that's not haunted, that's dangerous. So I'm like, then go check. Ramon's an officer. He's armed, he's trained, and he just doesn't move. He goes, super calm. If she needs help, she can call over the radio. Like, what? And apparently there was another person already in that room they saw her go into. So Ramon's logic was basically, if it's real and it's an emergency, we'll hear about it. Everyone kind of drifted away. The previous shift left, and eventually it's late night quiet again. Just me and a couple other people who come and go for calls. Then it hits around 3 a.m. and my head is pounding. The lights feel too bright, so I switch some of them off to settle the headache, sit back down, and try to focus. That's when I hear the main entrance. Not like a faint sound, like the distinct noise that door makes. Heavy, unmistakable. My eyes snap to the monitor, the camera feed that shows the lobby. No one. No one in the lobby. No one walking in. No one heading to the restroom. Nothing. I wait because, logically, if someone came in, they'd show up somewhere. I'd see them. I'd hear the bathroom, a door, footsteps, anything. Nothing. And then I hear it again. Another slam, deeper in the building, behind my area. Again, big metal door. The kind you can't accidentally close. The kind that doesn't just drift shut because the AC kicked on. And the part that really got me? The coworker who usually works back there had left earlier. All the officers were out on a call. I was basically alone in that section of the building. I tried to act normal. I stared at my phone, looked at the computer, told myself I was fine. But I could not shake the feeling that someone was behind me. Not just, I'm scared, behind me. Like, that instinctual animal feeling of being watched. Like you're prey and you don't know why you suddenly know it. So I finally stand up, turn more lights on, and I walk toward the kitchen area. And I see 2 cabinets, wide open. Like someone had just gone in there. Both doors pulled open. My stomach dropped so hard I felt sick. I rushed back to my desk because my brain was like, if I sit down and pretend it's normal, it'll stop. Like it was a storm and I could wait it out. I'm sitting there, staring at the monitors again, trying to breathe. And then I felt it. Right behind my ear, like someone gently tugged my hair. Not a yank, just a light pull, like fingers catching a strand. I froze so hard I swear I forgot how to blink. And I heard something too. This sound that chair behind me makes when someone sits down and slowly turns. It's not loud, it's just specific. Like the wall gives this little crunching creak when weight shifts and the chair rotates. And it sounded exactly like someone sitting back there, turning slowly, facing me. I didn't turn around. I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the screens, trying not to cry, trying not to convince myself I was losing it. When I finally built up the nerve to go back to the kitchen, because my shift was almost over and I couldn't leave those cabinets open, I walked over there with my heart in my throat. And the cabinets were closed. Both of them. Like I'd imagined the whole thing. Except I know what I saw. I had maybe 20 minutes left in my shift, and I did not tough it out. I asked an officer to stand with me, literally in the doorway, until it was time for me to leave. I took the next week off after that. And I'll tell you something weird. When I came back, it was quieter. Like whatever it was had said what it wanted to say. Or maybe I just desperately needed the break, and my brain was running on fumes. But even now, every once in a while, in certain parts of the building, I still get that feeling. Like I'm being watched. That place is haunted, and I swear, the night shift knows my name. So, let me start from the beginning, because I swear this sounds like something you'd hear on a podcast and roll your eyes at, until it's your life. The guy who owned our place before us, he was a pastor. Really nice, polite, the whole deal. When we were signing everything, he asked if we wanted to keep some of the decorations he put up. We were like, sure, why not? Saves us the trouble. What I didn't realize is that some decorations meant crosses. Everywhere. Like, not one or two. More like a dozen, scattered through the house like someone was keeping count. One of the guest bedrooms had 6 of them just on its own, and that's where my partner, Maya, finally drew the line. She took them down and packed them away, and I remember laughing and saying, okay, yeah, that's a bit much. And I'm not saying these things are connected. I'm not saying it either. But right after that, this place became a full-on money pit. Like pipes, wiring, some mystery leak that showed up out of nowhere, just one thing after another. It added up fast. I kept telling myself it was just bad timing, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't help thinking, man, what if we offended something? We moved in about 10 months ago, and the layout is kind of weird. Our main bedroom is on one end of the house, and the other bedrooms are down the hall on the opposite side. It's not a huge place, but it's separated enough that the far side feels different. Like the air changes over there. And then came those 3 nights. 3 nights in a row, I crashed in one of the rooms on that other side. Not for any dramatic reason, just fell asleep there watching something, or I didn't want to wake Maya up, that kind of thing. But each night, it happened. I'd be half asleep, and suddenly there'd be this high ringing in my ears, like the world narrowed down to that sound. Then everything would feel heavy, like someone poured wet cement into the air. I tried to talk once, tried to call out to Maya, and I couldn't. Not even a little. My chest wouldn't work right. It wasn't like a nightmare where you feel stuck. This felt physical, like I literally couldn't pull air in. And the worst part was this pressure around my throat, like being held down. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how it ends. In my own house, in a spare bedroom, over something I can't even explain. The first 2 times, I stayed put afterward. I know how that sounds, but I was stubborn. I wanted it, whatever it was, to know I wasn't scared. Like, nice try, I'm not leaving. By the 3rd night, though, I'll be honest, I bailed. As soon as I could move again, I grabbed my pillow and went straight back to our bedroom like a kid running to their parents' room. After that, I kind of tested it. I'd step into those rooms during the day, hang out for a bit, wait for that heavy feeling. And nothing happened. Not like those nights. Which almost made it worse because it was like it could choose when to show itself. And then there was this moment, broad daylight, when I walked in from outside and the whole house just felt wrong. I don't know how else to say it. The temperature felt off, like the air had teeth. Every hair on my arm stood straight up, and I froze in the entryway with my keys still in my hand, staring at nothing. I remember whispering out loud, "Okay, okay, I'm just gonna go to the kitchen," like I was trying not to startle the house. A couple weeks later, we had Maya's cousin Ethan and his wife Rena come stay the night. We didn't even tell them much, didn't want to influence them, you know? I figured if we kept it casual, we'd get a real read on whether this was all in our heads. They slept on that far side of the house. Ethan told us he woke up and heard someone say, really clearly, "Hi there," like it was right near the bed. He thought it was Maya messing with him until he remembered she was at the other end of the house. Then later, Rena, completely separate incident, said she heard, "What are you doing?" Not angry, not sweet, just present, like someone noticing her. They were both pale when they told us. No joking tone, no ha-ha spooky. Just that look people get when they've walked into something they can't explain. And then, this is the part that really got me. Maya admitted she'd had her own moment. She didn't want to tell me at first because she knew I was already freaked out. But she told me she woke up one night and felt that same pressure and that same thick, heavy air, like the room was crowded even though it was empty. So now I'm sitting here like, okay, it's not just me. It's not stress. It's not some weird sleep thing I'm inventing. I know the obvious answer is get someone to bless the place. I know that. But here's my honest fear. What if that makes it worse? What if whatever's here takes it as a challenge? Like we're trying to push it out and it pushes back harder. So right now, I'm doing this cautious, careful thing, keeping the lights on when I need to, not provoking anything, trying to act normal. But I'm also planning to put up cameras around the house. Not because I want proof for the internet or anything, just because I want to know what's happening when we're not looking. And yeah, you can call me crazy. I've called myself crazy, but I've never experienced anything like this before. Not once. And the weirdest part? It doesn't feel like a horror movie. It feels like something is living here with us, and it's letting us know it noticed we moved in. So, this happened back in the summer of 2015, during the school holidays. I was about 15, still at that age where you feel brave just because you're out with your friends, you know? Me and my mate Riley basically lived outside that summer. Our usual meeting spot was this little local church near our neighborhood. Nothing fancy, but it had this big open car park and these wide steps out front, so it was perfect. You could sit around, mess about, talk rubbish, just be kids with nowhere else we needed to be. Riley slept over at my place the night before, and the next morning we decided to see who was out. We used my mom's old landline, the kind that always had a weird dial tone, and we rang a couple of our friends. Jade answers, all casual, and she goes, "Yeah, we're already out. We're at the church." So me and Riley are like, "All right, we're coming now." It's only about a 10-minute walk from my house. We head out, cut off the main road, and take this gravel path that leads straight to the church. I remember the sound of our shoes crunching on the stones, and the heat sitting heavy in the air like it does in summer. We get there, and it's empty. Like, proper empty. No cars, no people, no voices. The church doors are shut, the lights are off, and the whole place has that closed feeling, like it's not meant to be touched. Riley and I just stand there, looking at each other like, did we walk to the wrong universe or something? We check everywhere anyway. Car park, steps, around the side. Nothing. Not even a stray dog or someone walking by. So, being curious idiots, I walk up to one of the windows, cup my hands around my eyes, and try to peek inside. It's dark, quiet, still. And at that point, we're annoyed more than scared, because we're thinking our friends are messing with us. So we're like, fine, we'll go back and call again. But here's the thing. Just as we're about to turn around and head back down the gravel path, we hear it. Behind the church, somewhere out of sight, this voice rises up. A woman's voice, clear and soft and honestly beautiful. Not like someone shouting, more like this long, melodic sound, almost like singing, but not a song I recognized. It felt weirdly close and loud, like it was meant to be heard. Riley and I froze, like our bodies made the decision before our brains did. We just stared at each other, wide-eyed. And then, no discussion, no, should we run? We ran. Full sprint down that gravel path like something was chasing us, like really chasing us. We get back to my mom's house, both out of breath, and we grab the landline again. I call Jade back and I'm like, "Where were you? We just went to the church. There was nobody there." And she goes, "What do you mean? We're still here. We haven't moved. We haven't seen you." That made my stomach drop, because it wasn't just that the church was empty. It was that they were insisting they'd been there the whole time. So we tell them, "Stay there. Don't go anywhere." And me and Riley practically race back. And when we reach the church the second time, it's like we've stepped into a different day. There are cars filling up the car park. The lights are on. The doors are open. There's an event happening. People laughing, talking, moving in and out. You can hear that busy, echoey church noise, like chairs scraping and someone calling out to someone else. Me and Riley just slow to a walk, completely stunned, trying to make our brains catch up. We find our friends on the steps like nothing ever happened. And I remember blurting out, "How long has the church been open?" "Since the morning." Riley and I didn't even know what to say after that, because it wasn't like we'd imagined it. We'd both seen the same empty church, the same dark windows, the same silent car park, and we'd both heard that voice. And the creepiest part is, we still talk about it sometimes. I'm 26 now and I still speak to Riley, and every once in a while one of us will bring it up like, "Do you remember that day?" And we'll sit there, trying to explain it, and we never can. We just know what we saw, and we know what we heard. So, okay. This is one of those stories where I still don't have a neat explanation, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just want to tell you what happened, exactly how it felt in the moment. This was a few months back, honestly, somewhere between like 2 and 5 months ago. I'm in North Carolina, and it was one of those evenings where it's not super late, but it's dark enough that the windows feel like black mirrors. Everyone in my house was home, my mom, my stepdad, and my sister, but we were all doing our own thing. I remember my mom had some show absolutely booming upstairs, like full volume, you know? And I was downstairs alone, just doing a very normal, boring thing. I threw a frozen meal in the microwave because I didn't feel like cooking. We have 4 dogs. 2 of them are basically glued to my parents most of the time. They're spoiled and they know it. That night, I noticed 2 of the dogs weren't upstairs where they usually are. I saw them downstairs instead, kind of hovering and looking at me like, "Well, are we going out or not?" So I did the usual little phrase they understand, something like, "Want to go outside?" And they immediately perked up, tails going, all excited like it was the best idea anyone had ever had. I opened the back door and let those 2 dogs out. Now, my backyard is set up where you've got a small porch area, and then the yard slopes down pretty far. So once the dogs trot past the edge of the porch, you usually can't see them anymore. They'll do their business down the slope, sniff around, and eventually come back up when they're done. Sometimes you have to call them because they get distracted. So the microwave finishes, I grab my food, and I realize it's been a little while, like 5 minutes, maybe closer to 7, and I'm standing there with my dinner thinking, seriously? Please come back inside. I just want to eat and go back to my room. We have a light by the back door, and the way it works is the yard beyond it is basically just darkness. So I'm waiting for them to appear out of the shadows into that little circle of light, like they usually do. While I'm waiting, I sit at the kitchen table because it's right next to the glass door. I start eating, half watching the yard, half just zoning out. Then something happens that I remember so clearly because it's like the whole house shifted. Upstairs, the loud show suddenly stops, like someone paused it. Total quiet. And a second later, I hear my stepdad open his door, and then I hear pause. A lot of pause. I look toward the stairs and all 4 dogs come barreling down, like full excitement mode, running ahead of him, basically tripping over each other, acting like they urgently need to go outside. All 4. I just froze with my fork halfway to my mouth, because I had just let 2 dogs outside. I saw them. I watched them go into the yard. I waited for them to come back. I was annoyed at them for taking so long. But now I'm looking at the staircase and I can see all 4 dogs, as clear as day, crowding around my stepdad as he comes downstairs. No missing dogs. No, oh, one of them was outside already. No, all 4 were indoors, right there, and they're acting like they haven't been out yet. And then he walks right past me, like nothing weird is happening, and opens the back door and lets all 4 dogs out, right in front of me. I don't even think I said anything. I think my brain just stalled out, like it couldn't decide what reality it was in, because the only thought I could land on was, what did I let outside? And the creepy part is, once that thought hit, everything else suddenly felt worse. Like, of course whatever I let out didn't come back. That would explain why I sat there waiting and never saw anything return to the door. I'm into spooky stuff. I watch paranormal videos sometimes. I think it's interesting, but I'm also pretty skeptical. I'm not someone who's constantly seeing ghosts in the corner of my eye or anything. And I don't drink, I don't do drugs. I wasn't sleep deprived or in some weird state. It was just a normal evening. But I swear to you, I let out 2 dogs. And I swear to you, a few minutes later, those same dogs were upstairs and came running down with the other 2 like they'd never gone out at all. I told my sister later and she basically laughed and told me I was being dramatic. My parents thought it was funny in a creepy campfire story way, but nobody really took it seriously. And honestly, I'm not saying it was a shapeshifter or a spirit or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't have an explanation that fits what I saw. So yeah, that's it. That's my weird little, not super flashy story that still makes my stomach drop when I replay it. And if you've ever had something like this happen, something small but impossible, please tell me, because I'd really like to know I'm not the only one. So this happened a couple nights ago, and I still feel kind of stupid saying it out loud, but I can't shake it. Me and my partner, Maya, were staying at my aunt and uncle's place for the weekend, just helping out while they were away, watching their 2 dogs. We brought our own dog too, so the house felt like this little temporary zoo. Their place is tucked way back off the road, surrounded by trees, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own thoughts a little too clearly. And it has so many windows, like an unreasonable amount. At night, it feels like the house is made of glass. It was late, maybe around 1 a.m., and I stepped outside to let the dogs out into the yard. I remember thinking everything felt normal. Cold air, porch light buzzing, dogs doing their little business. And then all 3 of them just stopped. Not in a playful way, not in a "what's that?" curious way. They went dead still, like someone hit pause, No sniffing, no wandering, no barking, just staring into the trees like they were watching something move between the trunks. I turned to look, expecting maybe a deer or a raccoon or whatever, but I didn't see anything. Just darkness and branches shifting in the wind. But when I turned back toward the house, I caught something in the reflection of the porch light on the kitchen window. And it wasn't me. There was a shape behind the glass, not pressed up against it or anything dramatic, just standing there inside the kitchen, mostly swallowed by the dark, like it had been there the whole time, like it had been watching me from the other side. I swear my stomach dropped. I rushed inside so fast I almost tripped over the dogs, heart hammering like I'd run a mile. The kitchen was empty, but every cabinet door was open. Every single one. Top cabinets, bottom cabinets, just hanging open like someone had gone through them in a hurry. And the weirdest part was, I hadn't heard anything. No banging, no swinging doors, no clatter. Just open. Like the house had done it quietly on purpose. Maya came down the stairs half asleep, asking what was going on, and I, like an idiot, said something about maybe seeing an animal outside. A raccoon, a cat, whatever. I could tell she didn't fully buy it, but she didn't argue either. She just looked past me into the dark kitchen for a second, then went back upstairs. After that, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there listening to the house settle and creak the way old houses do, trying to tell myself it was nothing. Then, sometime around 3:20 a.m., all the dogs sat up at the exact same time. Not barking, not whining, just sitting upright, stiff, eyes locked on the hallway like they were waiting for something to appear. And then I heard it. One slow floorboard creak, right outside the guest room door. And here's the detail that makes my skin prickle. Earlier that night, I'd dropped a towel in that hallway. It was still damp because I'd used it to wipe the dog's paws. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just listened, staring at the dark like my eyes could force something to reveal itself. Morning comes, finally. Light filling the house, birds outside, all of it pretending everything was fine. I went to the hallway and checked. The towel was folded, like neatly folded. Still damp too, so it hadn't been replaced. It was the same towel. And the fold was specific. My aunt has this weird way of folding towels, like a tidy triple fold that looks almost too perfect. And that's exactly what it looked like. Except she wasn't home, and Maya, she started leaving the hallway light on that night. She didn't explain it. I didn't ask. It just felt like something had been in the house. Or still was. And I wasn't even going to tell anyone this, honestly. I hate being that person. But I'm typing this right now because something else happened literally a few minutes ago. I heard the same creak again. Same spot. Same slow, deliberate sound outside the guest room. So I got up and checked. The towel wasn't folded anymore. It was laid out flat, like someone had smoothed it down with both hands, completely spread out across the floor, soaking wet. And beside it, right next to the edge, there were 2 wet footprints. Bare feet, just standing there like whoever made them had paused for a second, and then stepped away into the hallway. So, I don't tell this story at parties, because it's the kind of thing that makes people go quiet and glance over your shoulder. My parents split when I was little, about 4, and my mom moved us into this old house that felt like it still remembered the 1800s. It was one of those places that looked charming from the outside, but once you were in it, you couldn't shake the sense that it had rules you didn't understand. We lived there with my brother Hugo, my baby sister Lila, She was still tiny, toddler age, and my stepdad, Mark. The house was bigger than anything we'd lived in before. 2 floors, creaky stairs, long hallways that swallowed sound. Upstairs, right at the top of the stairs, there was a room to the right, then another room further down, then a little stretch with the bathroom, and past that, this narrow hallway that led to one bedroom that felt separate from everything, like it was tucked away on purpose. And every bedroom had this massive wardrobe, old, heavy wood, the kind that smells like dust and varnish. My mom said they'd come with the house, bought from someone a little odd, which is her polite way of saying there was a story there and she didn't want to tell it. Oh, and a detail that didn't seem important until later. We found out the house used to belong to an old postman, and he died there. Peacefully, apparently. Natural causes. Still, it sat in my head like a pebble in a shoe. Anyway, let me go in order. The first thing I can't explain happened when I was 5. Hugo and I shared a big upstairs room, bunk bed, toys everywhere, and this storage space behind us that made the room feel even deeper, like it went back farther than it should. I slept on the bottom bunk. One night, I shot awake, like the kind of waking where your body knows something before your brain catches up. Cold sweat, heart sprinting, and there was pressure on me. Someone's hand over my mouth, holding me down. I couldn't breathe properly, couldn't shout, couldn't move my legs. I remember thinking, I'm small, I can't get out of this. But I panicked so hard my arm just swung. I flung it backward and hit something solid, and I heard it, this unmistakable sound of a body stumbling and hitting the floor. I screamed. My mom came running in. She was pregnant at the time, and Mark was right behind her. Lights on, chaos, Hugo waking up crying. And there was no one. No footprint, no shadow, no explanation. Just me shaking and my mom trying to calm me down with that tight voice adults use when they're scared but refusing to show it. A couple years later, 7 or 8, I moved into that far bedroom. The isolated one. The private one. Worst idea of my childhood. That room had a door that led to the attic, and for weeks I kept saying someone was trying to open my bedroom door at night. My mom thought I was having nightmares, until later, we found out there had been people squatting up there at some point. Even after that was dealt with, the room never felt normal. It had this heavy feeling, like the air was always a little too still. Friends would come over, friends who weren't religious, friends who rolled their eyes at ghost stories, and they'd step into the doorway and kind of pause, like their bodies hesitated without them choosing to. I couldn't fall asleep in silence. I always needed background noise, videos, music, anything, because the moment it got quiet, I'd hear things. Soft whispers I couldn't make out, little clicks, the kind of sound you hear when someone shifts their weight in the dark. And the worst part was the feeling, that steady, prickling certainty that I wasn't alone, even when I was. I know how that sounds, I do, but I saw it. Fingers curling around the edge of the door like someone was peeking out. The skin looked bluish, like the hand had been cold for a long time, like it didn't belong to someone living. I didn't even think. I screamed and ran so fast I almost slipped on the hallway floorboards. Another night, I woke up on my side and felt the mattress dip, like someone had laid down behind me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of a body through the blanket. I whipped around. Nothing. No one. Just this clear indentation in the bed, like something had been there a second ago and decided it didn't want to be seen. One of my mom's friends came by once. This woman named Claire who was calm about everything, the type who laughs when other people jump at loud noises. She walked up the stairs with my mom, and when they got to my door, she stopped dead, like she'd hit a wall. She stared into my room and said, "I'm not going in there." I can't. It feels wrong. Thanks, Claire. Really helpful. But the night I still replay in my head happened on a random weekday. I was trying to fall asleep, background noise low, eyes burning from exhaustion, and I heard someone start up the stairs. I relaxed at first. Mark was usually the one who came up late, and his room was right at the top of the stairs on the right. The footsteps reached the landing, and then they didn't turn into his room. They kept going, past the bathroom, down that short hallway, toward my door. Every hair on my arms lifted. I jumped up and pressed myself against the door, like my body could become a lock. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the handle. And then something on the other side tapped. Not banging, not trying to break in, just a gentle, patient tapping. Like it knew I was right there, like it was enjoying the fact that I was listening. I cried until my throat hurt. I remember whispering, "Go away," like that would matter. No one believed me the next day. Not really. They thought I was imaginative, sensitive, dramatic. Every night after that, I'd end up at my mom's door, begging to sleep on the floor beside her bed, convinced that if I stayed in my room, whatever it was would finally decide to do something worse. Then there was the day it copied my mom's voice. I was around 10, sick enough that I stayed home while everyone else went out for a walk. Hugo had this upstairs room with a couch and a TV, so I curled up there with a YouTube video playing and a blanket pulled up to my chin. About an hour in, I heard the front door slam downstairs. Then my mom's voice, clear as anything. "We're back!" I even heard Lila giggling, that little toddler laugh that sounds like bubbles. I was sweaty and tired and didn't want to move, so I thought, I'll go down in a minute. Half an hour later, I heard it again. The front door. The same slam. My mom's voice, same tone, same rhythm. "We're back!" My stomach turned to ice. I sat up so fast my head spun. And when I finally went downstairs, my mom was just coming in for real, coat half off, Mark carrying bags, Lila babbling. I said, "Didn't you already come back earlier?" She stared at me, confused, and went, "No, we just got home. Are you okay?" Later, she admitted that, during the walk, she'd gotten this sudden, awful feeling, like something was wrong at the house. So they'd rushed back sooner than they planned. I still think about that, about how perfectly it sounded like her, about what might have happened if I'd gone downstairs the first time. There was a tiny grocery shop right next door, and one day Mark asked me to watch Lila while he ran out for a couple minutes. Easy. She was playing in the living room while I sat nearby, half watching her, half watching TV. Across from the living room, there was this door that had been sealed shut, painted over, never used. Lila suddenly went quiet, turned her head like she'd heard someone call her. Then she stood up, walked straight to that sealed door, pointed, and said, plain as day, "Who's that man?" I swear my blood ran cold. I didn't even want to ask her what she meant. I just wanted Mark to come back. Other people noticed things too. A friend told me she heard whispering behind my wardrobe while I was asleep. Another friend was on a call with me once, and when I went downstairs to grab water, she said she heard footsteps moving around in my room. Slow, like someone pacing. We moved out after my first year of middle school. And you know what's wild? For a long time I tried to convince myself it was all stress, or nightmares, or my brain making patterns out of fear. Then, about a year ago, Hugo admitted something to me. He said he used to have constant nightmares in that house, always about an old man. The same kind of old man Lila described. He'd heard things too. Once, he even heard my voice calling him when I wasn't home. But he never said anything back then, because he didn't want to look scared. And hearing him say it, it was like something unclenched in me. Because for years, I'd carried this worry that I'd invented it all. That I'd been the weird kid who made things up, I didn't make it up. I was just terrified. And I'll tell you something that sounds small but isn't. I still can't have a wardrobe in my room. I know it's irrational. I know it's just furniture. But every time I see one, tall, dark, doors that open into shadow, my brain goes right back to that bluish hand curling out of the wood. And I'm 10 years old again, listening to someone downstairs say, "We're back," when no one is home. Hey, so I've been sitting on this for a while, and I still don't really know what to make of it. I'm sharing it the way it was told to me, because if someone out there has dealt with anything like this, or knows how to make it stop, I'd honestly love to hear from you. This isn't even my story, technically. It's my friend's. She's 16, and I'll call her Riley. I've known her forever, and she's not the type to invent things for attention. If anything, she tries to downplay stuff so nobody worries. Riley lives maybe 15 minutes from me, in a pretty normal, busy neighborhood. Schools nearby, families, traffic, the whole thing. Nothing about the area screams creepy. Her grandpa actually built their house himself, which always felt kind of sweet to me. It's been in the family a long time. A couple family members have passed away in the house over the years, but nothing suspicious. Just normal, sad life kind of stuff. The first weird thing was her dog. And I know how that sounds, but listen, this dog is ridiculously gentle. Like not an aggressive bone in her body. Riley swears she'd never heard her growl at anyone or anything before. But one night, this was around late December 2024, during winter break, her dog started growling at the end of Riley's bed. Just staring at the foot of the bed like something was standing there. Low, steady growl. Not playful, not protective. More like, warning. Riley kind of brushed it off. She was like, okay, maybe she heard a noise, and tried to move on. Then months later, around spring break, it started again, only more often. I was actually on the phone with her one of those times. Her parents were out, and it was just her and her older brother in the house. Mid-conversation, the dog starts growling again. Riley's trying to laugh it off, but I could hear it in her voice. She was unsettled. After that, the dog got stuck on the bathroom. For a few days straight, the dog would walk up to the bathroom doorway and just freeze. She wouldn't step inside. She would just stare into it and growl, like the room had something in it she didn't want to cross. Riley even tried calling her in with treats. Nothing. The dog wouldn't do it. And then Riley had this dream. She described it like it wasn't a normal dream at all, like it had weight, like her body remembered it afterward. In the dream, her mom was standing near the bathroom, talking to someone Riley couldn't see at first, like she was having a calm conversation with a person who didn't belong there. Then her mom called Riley over, like it was totally normal. When Riley got closer, she saw a woman standing just outside the bathroom. Average height, simple white dress, nothing fancy, just plain. Her hair was shoulder length but hacked up, uneven, like someone had cut it in a hurry or in anger. The woman was facing the bathroom, not inside it, but right beside the door. Riley tried to speak to her. No answer. She kept trying, louder, more desperate, and the woman didn't react. Riley couldn't see her face either. It was like the dream refused to show her. Even when the woman shifted, it stayed hidden, like a blur or a shadow where her features should have been. Then the woman reached out and put a hand on Riley's shoulder. When she woke up, there was nothing there. No injury. Just that gross, lingering feeling like, why do I still feel this? For a while after that, things calmed down. Not totally, but enough that Riley was trying to convince herself it was all stress or coincidence. And then came the thing she still can't explain. This happened one afternoon when she was sitting on the couch. The dog starts growling again, same as always, but this time she's staring down the hallway, like laser-focused, hackles up, the kind of stare that makes your stomach drop because you realize the animal is reacting to something you can't see. Riley stood up and leaned into the hallway to look. Nothing. Just the normal dim light and doors. But then she noticed something behind her bedroom door, like the door was slightly open and something was peeking from the gap. She described the face in a way that still makes my skin crawl. Not like a normal face at all. More like stretched and rounded, kind of squashed, like the shape of a gourd. No expression, just staring. And Riley said the worst part wasn't even the face. It was that she couldn't move. Like her body forgot how. Like she was stuck standing there, staring back, heart pounding, trying to force her legs to work, and they just wouldn't. And then she blinked, and it was gone. No sound, no footsteps, no door moving, just gone, like it had never been there. She didn't tell her parents right away. She didn't want to sound dramatic. And honestly, I don't think she wanted it to become real by saying it out loud. But after that, little things started stacking up again, especially once summer hit. Her dad started mentioning that he'd hear someone calling from another room, like Riley's voice, faintly. Like she'd be upstairs and he'd hear, "Dad?" from the hallway. But Riley wouldn't be there. Sometimes she'd be sitting right next to him when he heard it. And then there was the whisper. Riley told me she was about to walk past the bathroom, and someone whispered right into her ear, clear as day, "Hey." She thought it was her dad messing with her, like he was behind her trying to scare her. But when she turned, the lights were off, and both her parents were asleep in their room. Her brother basically lives in the basement and never comes up unless he has to, so it wasn't him either. After that, the dog refused to go down the hallway at all, like full stop. She'd plant her feet and pull back, like the hallway was a boundary line. And she stopped sleeping in Riley's room too, even though she used to love curling up there. So yeah, that's where things are at. And here's the one extra detail that makes it even harder to shrug off. Apparently the neighbors who lived next door years ago were into ritual stuff. Like, not candles and vibes, but actual rituals. That's what Riley's family heard, at least. I don't know what was true and what was rumor, but it's the only reason we can even grasp at right now. We're trying not to spiral. We keep telling ourselves we might be overthinking it, that it could be stress, dreams, old house noises, the dog reacting to something normal. But it doesn't feel normal. So if anyone's been through something like this, or knows what it means when a dog refuses a hallway and a bathroom feels like a dead zone, I'm listening. Because right now we're stuck between this is nothing and this is something. And that space is honestly the creepiest part. So, I've gone back and forth about telling anyone this for a long time, mostly because it sounds like something you'd hear around a campfire and roll your eyes at. Except it happened, and my family still shuts down the second I even hint at it. It was the summer of 1999, and my cousin Haruto went missing. He was 7, I was 11. We were staying at my grandparents' place out in the countryside, outside Fukui, not the city, the real quiet part where the roads are narrow and the nights are so dark you can feel them. Their house was old in that way you can't fake. Sliding paper doors, tatami rooms that smelled faintly of straw and sun-warmed wood, a little shrine corner with offerings, and fields stretching out behind the property like an endless green sheet. Past the fields there was a thin line of trees, more of a wooded strip than a forest, but enough to make the wind sound like whispering when it moved through. One afternoon, Haruto and I were playing hide and seek around the yard. I remember counting with my face turned toward this rusted metal water pump by the side of the house, calling out numbers way too loud, like I was daring him to be brave. He giggled, this sharp, bright laugh, and took off toward the back, shoes slapping the packed dirt. At first, it was normal. That's the thing. There wasn't any ominous feeling, no warning. Just summer air, cicadas, and the kind of boredom kids feel when they've been in the same place for too many days. Then, time kept passing. 5 minutes, 10, 15. I stopped counting and started calling his name, thinking he was just being stubborn. I walked around the house, checked the shed, peeked behind the rice straw bundles stacked under the eaves. Nothing. My stomach got tight in that way it does when you're a kid and you realize, oh, this might actually be real. And then I found him. He was crouched near the back edge of the property, behind this low stone boundary wall that was half swallowed by weeds. He looked wrong, like the color had drained out of him. His little hands were trembling so hard his fingers kept flexing open and closed, like he didn't know what to do with them. I said his name again, soft this time, and asked what he was doing. He didn't answer right away. He just stared past me, toward the fields, toward the trees beyond them. And then he leaned in and whispered, like the words hurt to say, "She's too tall." I actually laughed at first, not because I thought it was funny, but because my brain didn't have any other place to put it. Kids make things up. Kids scare themselves. That's what I told myself. But he wouldn't stand up unless I grabbed his hand. And even then, walking back, he kept looking over his shoulder, quick little jerks of his head, like something was following us at a distance he couldn't measure. That night, my grandmother noticed immediately. She was usually gentle, always slipping us extra fruit, always smoothing our hair when she thought we were sleepy. But when she found out Haruto had gone near the back wall, near the trees, her whole face changed. It wasn't just anger, it was fear, sharp and clean, like a blade. She didn't yell for long. She went quiet. And then she made us do something I'd never experienced before. She filled the bath with hot water and poured in a thick handful of salt until it clouded and stung my nose. She made us soak, even when we complained. After that, she took out these paper charms, talismans, with dark ink and little brush marks, and she started sticking them around the room. On the door frame, on the window edges, even tucked into the corner where the ceiling met the wall, like she was patching holes you couldn't see. I asked her what was happening. She didn't explain. She only said a name, quiet, like saying it too loudly might invite it closer. Hachishaku-sama. I didn't understand it then. I do now. That night, I woke up because I heard Haruto making this small, broken sound, half sob, half breath. I sat up, still tangled in the futon, and saw him standing by the window. Just standing there, stiff as a doll. I whispered his name, telling him to come back, but he didn't move. So I got up and went to pull him away, and that's when I saw it outside. At first, I thought it was the moon catching something pale, but then my eyes adjusted. There was a wide, white hat just above the hedge line, too high to make sense, and beneath it, the suggestion of a face. Not right. Not like an old woman's face, not like a mask either. It looked unfinished, like someone tried to shape features and gave up halfway through. The eyes seemed too far apart, the mouth too stretched, and the skin had this dull, empty quality, like wax that had never been warmed by a human life. And her neck. Her neck was bent at an angle, like she had to tilt her head to fit under the roofline. She was watching Haruto. Not the house, not me, Him. I don't remember deciding to move. I just grabbed him, harder than I meant to, and dragged him down into the futon with me. I pulled the blanket over both our heads, like that thin fabric could hide us from something that didn't belong in the world. Haruto was shaking so violently his teeth clicked. We stayed like that for, I don't know, minutes? Hours? I remember hearing my own heartbeat in my ears. I remember the air getting hot and damp under the blanket. Eventually, the gray light of morning seeped in. When we finally looked, she was gone. My grandmother didn't act surprised. That's what haunts me most. The way she moved like this was something she'd been afraid of her whole life. By late morning, she'd called someone, an older local priest from a nearby temple. He arrived with a bag of things, folded paper charms, a little bottle of sake, and a string of beads he kept running through his fingers as he spoke to my grandparents in a low voice. He walked the perimeter of the house, chanting, placing paper strips at corners, tapping the frames of doors and windows like he was checking for weak points. He poured sake at the edges of the property, just small splashes, like an offering. I stood behind my grandfather and listened, trying to catch meaning where I could. At one point, the priest looked directly at Haruto and said something that made the room feel colder. Haruto had been noticed, and once she chooses someone, once she's seen them, she doesn't stop. For 2 days they kept him inside, curtains pinned shut, doors sealed with charms. No stepping into the yard, not even for a minute. My grandmother slept near our room with a small lantern lit, like light itself was a kind of defense. It almost worked well enough that a part of me started to believe it was all going to fade into one of those scary childhood memories you eventually laugh about. And then came the third night. I don't remember waking up. I remember waking to quiet. The kind of quiet that feels wrong because you realize you're hearing it too late. Haruto's futon was empty. The window was still closed. The paper charms were still stuck in place. The doors hadn't been opened. The house hadn't creaked the way it does when someone walks down the hall. There were no footprints in the dirt outside. No broken latch. No torn screen. Nothing you could point to and say, "Here, this is how it happened." That sound, faint at first, then clearer as my grandfather stepped out onto the porch and stared toward the fields. "Poh, poh, poh." Low, slow, almost playful, echoing out near the edge of the trees. The police searched. Of course they did. For days, then weeks. People came with flashlights and dogs and long poles to poke through irrigation ditches. Neighbors talked. Rumors spread. Some said kidnapping. Some said he wandered off and drowned in a canal. My grandfather told everyone it had to be a person. A man. A stranger. But when he said it, his eyes wouldn't look at my grandmother. And my grandmother? She just kept lighting incense. We never found Haruto. Even now, when I visit, his photo is still there on a high shelf in the main room, faded at the edges from years of smoke. Fresh incense is always burning beside it, even when no one is home, like the house is still holding its breath. And sometimes, this is the part I almost never say out loud. When the wind is right, and I'm outside at night, I swear I can hear something drifting over the fields. Not a voice exactly, just that soft, steady sound, like someone calling in a way only one person is meant to understand. Oh. 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 Okay, so this happened a little over a week ago, right after I moved into this tiny apartment across town. It was one of those, I just need somewhere safe to land places. cheap, quiet, mostly clean, and honestly, after the breakup, I didn't care if the walls were paper thin as long as I could sleep. Except, I didn't. The first night, I'm lying there in the dark, and I get that feeling. You know the one. Like the air changes. Like the room goes too still, and your skin starts buzzing. Almost like your body knows something your brain hasn't caught up to yet. I told myself I was just rattled. New place, new noises. My nerves still fried from everything that happened with Evan. So I flicked on my lamp, did a quick scan. Chair, dresser, closet door, the little stack of unpacked boxes, and nothing. Just shadows doing what shadows do. I turn the lamp off again, try to relax, and the feeling stays. The next night was worse, like embarrassingly worse. The second I turned off the lights and laid my head down, I had this stupid, unavoidable urge to look under the bed. And I'm not talking about a quick glance like, haha, monsters. I mean, I felt compelled, like my body was being pulled toward it. So I lean over, heart thumping, and I look. Nothing. Dust bunnies, a crumpled receipt, one lonely sneaker I thought I'd lost in the move. I actually laughed out loud, quietly, because it felt ridiculous, and I started to roll back onto the pillow. And that's when I saw it. In the mirror across the room. A face. It wasn't fully lit. Half of it was swallowed by darkness, and the other half was washed in this weak orange glow from the streetlight outside. Pale. Still. Just staring straight at me. And I swear to you, I didn't even think. I just exploded out of bed. I turned on every light I could reach. Overhead, lamp, the stupid little kitchen light spilling into the hallway. My heart was going so hard it made me feel nauseous. I crouched down and checked under the bed for real this time. Not just a glance, like I shoved my phone flashlight under there and swept it back and forth. Nothing. I checked the closet, behind the curtains, in the bathroom. I even opened cabinets like that would help. I pulled out boxes. I moved the bed a little, scraping the floor. Nothing. I didn't sleep. Not even a minute. The next day I tried to be rational about it. I told myself, okay, you're exhausted. You're stressed. This is your brain misfiring. Maybe the mirror caught something weird. Maybe my eyes played tricks, right? Yeah, no. Because it happened again, and again, and again. Every night after that, there it was. Always in the mirror, always under the bed, always motionless. Just a pale face tucked in the shadow line like it belonged there, like it had been waiting there a long time. And I started doing this horrible little routine. I'd climb into bed, I'd feel that pressure in the room, and I'd glance at the mirror even though I didn't want to. And there it would be, watching me like it was studying my breathing. Then I'd pull the covers up and lie perfectly still, bargaining with myself. If I don't move, I'll fall asleep. If I fall asleep, it can't. I don't even know. I didn't have a plan. I just wanted morning. I told my friend Mara about it. Not the full version, because how do you say it out loud without sounding unhinged? But I tried. I told her I thought I was seeing something, that the new place felt off. But last night is what broke me. I got into bed and I couldn't make myself look. I couldn't do it. I just stared at the ceiling with my eyes watering like if I blinked, something would happen. So I didn't check the mirror. I didn't check under the bed. I just lay there, stiff as a board, telling myself I was done playing along. And at exactly 2:43 a.m., I know because I was watching the clock like a lifeline, I felt the mattress shift. Not like a spring settling, like weight, like someone slowly climbing onto the bed. My entire body went ice cold. My throat did that thing where it locks up, like I couldn't swallow if I tried. The weight moved closer. I felt the dip beside my hips. Then, God, I hate even saying this. I felt warm breath on the back of my neck, and a voice, right there, like it was smiling. You finally stopped checking. I snapped upright so fast it made me dizzy. I fumbled for the lamp and turned it on, and the room flooded with light and nothing. No one. Just my rumpled sheets and my shaking hands. I searched anyway. Closet, bathroom, behind the curtain, under the bed with the phone flashlight again, like I could catch it hiding if I was fast enough. Nothing. I was standing there, breathing hard, trying not to cry, when I looked at the mirror. And my stomach dropped. Because the mirror wasn't reflecting my bed. It showed the floor where the bed should have been, but the bed itself was just gone, like it didn't exist in the glass. Just bare floorboards. And underneath that empty space, that same pale face, staring up at me. Only this time, it blinked, slowly, like it was relieved I could finally see it clearly. Hey, so there's a night from my childhood that I don't tell many people about, but I think about it more often than I'd like to admit. It was the summer right before 5th grade, one of those perfect, dusty golden summers where the days feel endless. We were living outside Grants Pass, Oregon, on this quiet little patch of land with fir trees, a shallow creek, and just enough space to disappear into your own adventures. My older brother, his name was Cole, and I basically lived outdoors. We'd spend all day with the kids who lived down the lane, a girl named Tessa who was a few years older, and her little brother Noah, who was my age. We did everything. Creek swims that turned your lips blue, muddy feet on the porch, riding our battered go-kart until it sputtered out, building forts out of scrap wood and arguing over whose base was better, catching salamanders in old coffee cans and swearing we'd keep them as pets, for like 12 minutes. Our house wasn't anything fancy, but I can still picture it like I'm standing there right now. There was this long hallway that connected everything, bedrooms on one side, bathroom at the end, and my parents' room kind of angled across from ours. At night, the hall always had this dim, comforting glow from a little lamp in the living room. That light made the dark feel less big. That night was just normal, a weekday. My parents did the usual routine, tuck us in, quick good night, reminder to stay in our own beds. My mom had been trying to break me of the habit of sneaking into their room when I got scared, so I promised. I remember being proud of myself, actually. Like, okay, I can do this. I'm not a baby. I fell asleep with my door cracked open, listening to the quiet of the house and the kind of country silence that feels thick and heavy. And then, sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a voice. Not loud, not harsh. Soft, like someone trying not to startle you. "Mara," it said. "Wake up." I opened my eyes, and there was a woman sitting right on the edge of my bed. At first, my brain tried to make it make sense. I thought, Mom, because who else would be in my room? But the longer I stared, the more my stomach dropped. She wasn't my mom. She looked wrong, in a way that's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Her skin was so pale it almost looked like porcelain. She was wearing this flowing white dress, like something from an old photograph. Her hair was dark, inky black, and pinned up loosely, like she'd gotten ready in a hurry. And her lipstick was this deep, vivid red that shouldn't have stood out as much as it did, but it did. She wasn't snarling or angry. That's the strange part. Her face was calm, almost gentle, like she'd been waiting for me. She leaned in slightly and said, "Mara Grace, I need you to come with me. There's something I need to show you." And that's when the fear hit. Real fear. Not a spooky story kind. This is not right kind. My heart started going so fast I could feel it in my throat. I remember my hands going cold under the blanket. I whispered, "I can't. I'm not allowed to leave my room. My mom will get mad." She smiled, just a little, and said, "It's okay. I'll bring you right back, I promise." But something in me, some instinct I didn't even know kids had, was screaming no. So I tried to buy time. I said, "Okay, but I have to use the bathroom first." She stood up and stepped back like she was giving me space, like she respected that. And the second she moved, I slid out of bed and walked as calmly as I could into the hall. I even used the toilet. Partly because I actually had to, but mostly because I needed something normal, something solid. Because in my head I kept thinking, maybe I'm dreaming. But everything felt too sharp, too real. After a minute, I made a plan. I'd unlock the door, run straight to my parents' room, and throw it open. I didn't care if I got in trouble. I just needed them awake. I needed other eyes on me. Proof. Safety. I remember taking one deep breath like I was about to jump into freezing water. Then I flung the bathroom door open and sprinted down the hallway. I was so focused on my parents' door that I didn't even look left or right. I could see the handle. I could see the thin crack of darkness under the door. And right as my hand reached for it, something grabbed me. And I know how that sounds, but I swear to you, I still remember the exact sensation. It wasn't like a normal hand. It was cold, yes, but also empty, like being clutched by air that had weight, like pressure without warmth, like the space around my arm tightened and burned all at once. I screamed. I mean, full, animal, from the bottom of your lungs screamed. In the same instant, my dad sat up in bed. I saw him through the crack as the door shifted, his silhouette, his head snapping toward the sound. And the moment his eyes hit mine, it let go. I fell forward onto the hallway floor, sobbing so hard I couldn't catch my breath. My dad yanked the bedroom door open, and my mom was right behind him, panicked and confused, trying to figure out what was happening. The woman was gone. Not fading, not walking away, just gone, like she'd never been there. Later, when I could talk, I described her. The white dress, the dark hair, the red lipstick. And I will never forget my dad's face changing, like all the color drained out of him. He said, very quietly, "Mara, that sounds like my mom." My grandmother. She died when I was a toddler. I didn't have memories of her, not real ones. But he insisted the description matched her perfectly, even down to the way she wore her hair in old pictures. And I'm telling you, I didn't know those details. I couldn't have. So yeah, that's the story. And I still don't know what to do with it. I don't know what she wanted to show me. I don't know where she wanted to take me. I don't know if it was her at all, or something that just wore her face to get me to follow. All I know is this. Even now, years later, the hallway in that house feels like a photograph burned into the back of my mind. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I catch myself wondering the same thing I wondered as a kid. What would have happened if I'd gone with her? Hello friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Yesterday, I got a ton of spooky stories from you all. Thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of my paranormal stories. So, how are you doing? Still having trouble sleeping tonight? Let me help you relax and drift off more easily. Get into bed, switch on your nightlight, and let's begin. You know that feeling when a school building is empty after dark, and every little sound suddenly matters? The hum of the lights, your footsteps, The way a hallway can look completely normal in the daytime, but at night it turns into something else, something that watches back. So, let me tell you a story that's been passed around for years in Japan, usually in whispers, usually with someone daring someone else to prove it isn't real. They don't call her Hanako-san in this version, at least not where I first heard it. Around here, people called her Mika. And if you went to school with the kind of friends who thought fear was a fun weekend activity, you probably heard about her too. They said she lived in the third stall of the school restroom. Not the first stall, too close to the door, too exposed. Not the last stall either, because that feels like you're asking for trouble on purpose. But the third stall is perfect. It sits right in that uncomfortable middle space where your brain starts inventing shadows and your curiosity gets just reckless enough. And the bathroom itself, I mean, think about it. It's one of the only places in a school where you're truly alone. No teachers watching, no friends laughing, just locked doors and echoing tile and pipes that groan like they're clearing their throat. Old folk beliefs say places like that, quiet, overlooked places, can turn into thin spots, like the world is a little less solid there. Anyway, the story goes like this. Back in the post-war decades, some people say the 1950s, some say earlier, students started talking about a voice that answered from a stall when no one was inside. Nobody could agree on what it said, but everyone agreed on the same detail. It was always the third stall. At first, it was just a rumor, my cousin heard it kind of thing. Then it became a dare. And like every dare, it turned into a ritual. Because rituals make people feel like they have control over what scares them. Here's how they said you did it. You walk into the restroom when it's quiet, after club activities, or during a rainy evening when the building feels hollow. You stand in front of the third stall. You knock. Not once, not twice, 3 times. Then you say, softly, like you don't want the walls to overhear, "Mika, are you in there?" Some people said you had to call her name 3 times too, like the number itself mattered. Like 3 wasn't just a number, but a key. And if she answered, that's where the stories split. One kid swore you'd hear a faint yes through the door, so small you'd doubt yourself until your skin started crawling. Another said the reply wasn't words at all, just a sound, like someone dragging their fingernails gently over the inside of the stall. A friend of a friend, always a friend of a friend, claimed the lock clicked open by itself. And the worst version? The one people didn't like to say out loud? They said a small voice would whisper your name, like it knew you, like you'd been expected. Now, about Mika herself, there are a lot of explanations, and none of them are comforting. Some versions say she was a student who died in the school, cornered while hiding, and the restroom was the last place she could think to run. Other people say she wasn't murdered at all, just forgotten, neglected, hurt in quieter ways that don't leave obvious marks. And when she disappeared, the adults did what adults sometimes do with uncomfortable stories. They looked away. And then, naturally, she stayed. In another version, they say you're supposed to apologize immediately after calling her name, even if nothing happens, because calling her is like knocking on a door that should never be opened, and politeness is the only charm you have left. But the part that makes people stop laughing, what really shifts the mood, is how similar the accounts sound, even when they come from different schools, different towns, different decades. 3 knocks, third stall, a door that opens when it shouldn't, an empty space that feels occupied anyway. And maybe that's why the number 3 sticks to the legend like a shadow. People say 3 is a complete number, beginning, middle, end, a closed loop, or that it marks a boundary. 1 knock to get attention, the 2nd to invite, the 3rd to seal it. Once you've done it, you can't undo it. So is it real? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe Mika is just what happens when a bunch of kids share the same fear in the same place year after year. Maybe she's a story built out of loneliness, the kind that echoes in schools more than anyone wants to admit. A name we give to the feeling that sometimes the safest looking places can still hide something sharp. Or maybe, just maybe, somewhere in some old building, there really is a third stall that's never quite empty. And if you ever find yourself passing a school restroom late at night and you hear a soft knock from behind a closed door, just don't answer too quickly. And whatever you do, don't knock back 3 times. So, this is a little story I got reminded of the other day while I had one of those long podcast binges. One of those spooky, narrated channels I can't seem to quit. My dad passed away in 2018, late June, right at the edge of summer. I remember it so clearly because it was so close to the 4th of July, and everything around us was gearing up for fireworks while we were just trying to breathe through grief. The weekend after the funeral, my mom and I took his old navy blue minivan to the car wash. It still smelled like him in that weird, comforting way, like sun-warmed vinyl and whatever soap he used. We were cleaning it up because we were selling it to my cousin Logan. And when I say selling, I mean, we weren't really. Logan and his family had been going through a rough stretch, and Mom and I both felt, deep down, that Dad would have wanted them to have something that could help. So we made it a gift, quietly, gently, like the kind of thing you do when you don't want someone's pride to get bruised. Anyway, once the van was washed and vacuumed and looking almost too clean for what it was, Mom suggested we stop for drinks. There was a fast food place nearby, one of those drive-in spots where you pull into a stall, and it happened to be happy hour. Half-price drinks, cold cups, little normal moments when you're desperate for anything that feels normal. So we park. We're sitting there, still kind of wrung out, probably quieter than we realized. And then, out of nowhere, this mockingbird comes swooping down like it owns the place and lands right on my side mirror. Like, perfectly balanced, bold as anything. It just stared straight at me through the window. I blinked a couple times because it was so absurd it didn't feel real. Then I go, Mom? What? There's a mockingbird, literally staring at me. She leans over, and the second she sees it, something breaks loose in both of us. We just start laughing. Big, messy, can't catch your breath laughing. The kind that surprises you because you didn't think your body still remembered how. And through her laughter, Mom just goes, "Hi, Martin." Because here's the thing. My dad hated mockingbirds. Like, genuinely despised them. He thought they were loud, obnoxious little show-offs, and he'd complain about them every summer like it was a personal feud. He had no patience for their noise, their attitude, their whole vibe. And he also had this wicked, playful sense of humor. So sitting there, fresh from the funeral, trying to do one decent, practical thing with his van, trying to help family the way he would have wanted. Of course, the sign we got wasn't a dove or a butterfly or anything sweet and poetic. No. If my dad was going to pop in and say, "Yeah, I see you. You did good," it was going to be in the form of a rude little mockingbird that drops out of the sky and stares us down like it's got an opinion. And honestly, it made us feel lighter for the first time in days. Like he was still himself, still teasing, still present in the most on-brand way possible. Just a damn mockingbird at happy hour. That's my dad. Hey, let me tell you about a place that still makes people lower their voice when they mention it. Out on the quieter outskirts of Hong Kong, past the busy streets, past the familiar glow of shop signs, there's an old school building sitting there like it's holding its breath. Locals don't really call it by its official name anymore. These days, most people just know it as Tack U School, the one wrapped in rumors, legends, and that uneasy feeling you get when a place has been empty for too long. And what's strange is, it didn't start out eerie at all. Tack U was built way back in the early 1930s, 1932 if I remember right, by a local clan and villagers who genuinely wanted something better for their kids. It was a proud place, you know. At one point, it had hundreds of students. People say close to 800. And the sound of morning assemblies and running feet would have filled those halls. But then, sometime in the late 1990s, things changed. Fewer families, fewer children enrolling. By 1999, the school shut down for good. No big dramatic ending, just locked doors, dusty classrooms, and time taking over. And that's when the stories really began. Because the location is unfair. The school sits near old graves, more than a few. You can feel it even if no one points it out. The air has that stillness that doesn't feel peaceful, just watchful. People in the area will tell you the land has seen hard history, conflicts, fear, bodies buried quickly when nobody had time for proper goodbyes. Some talk about the old days when the new territories were under tension during the British expansion, and later, the brutal years of World War II, when the Japanese occupation left scars that families still carry in their bones. No official map is going to label it blood-soaked ground, of course. But you hear enough whispered stories, and you start to understand why the place feels heavy. Now, the most famous legend, the one that refuses to die, is about a ghost people call the Woman in Crimson. Some say she was the head mistress. Others call her the principal. The story goes like this. She wore red, bright red, and one day, overwhelmed by something no one ever fully explains, she took her own life inside the girls' restroom. Hanging. Silent. Final. And ever since then, people claim, she's still there. They say if you step into that restroom, especially when the light is fading, you might see a red figure reflected where it shouldn't be, or hear soft crying behind a stall door that's already hanging off its hinges. The kind of crying that doesn't sound like a person trying to be heard, but like someone who can't stop. Here's the thing though, when you dig into it, the story gets slippery. A few longtime residents insist the school never even had a female principal. No records, no confirmed reports, nothing official about any suicide. But honestly, that almost makes the legend stronger. Because when a story survives without proof, it starts living on fear instead of facts. And red. Red is important. In a lot of cultures, a woman in red isn't just a ghost. It's a symbol. Grief, anger, something unresolved. And the restroom, of all places, it's private, vulnerable. It's where you go when you don't want anyone to see you falling apart. So the legend sticks. Then there was the incident that pulled the whole place back into the spotlight. They wandered through the halls, graffiti on the walls, vines creeping into broken windows, that kind of decay that makes a building look like it's slowly being swallowed by the earth. And then, near what used to be the small sports court, they found a grave. Not part of the neat rows you'd expect, more like it was tucked away, half hidden, like someone wanted it forgotten. One of the girls froze, just stopped walking like her legs had turned to stone. And she said she saw someone. A figure in red, crouched low near the grave, shaking like she was sobbing. Not a theatrical horror movie kind of sobbing, something smaller, more real, like heartbreak. The group panicked and ran. And this part always gets me. The route back to the nearest station is short, a few minutes on foot. But they were so terrified, so disoriented, that it took them far longer than it should have. They kept turning back, swearing they heard footsteps behind them, swearing they saw movement in the dark where there couldn't have been anyone. By the time they reached the brighter area, one of them, the girl who saw the figure, was in a really bad state. People describe her gasping, making strange sounds, clawing at her own throat like she couldn't breathe, like something was tightening inside her chest. News spread fast. Videos, rumors, talk shows, everyone suddenly had an opinion. Some said it was possession, others said it was panic, mass hysteria, stress, fear feeding fear. But even if you don't believe in ghosts, you can't deny what fear does to people in a place like that. And once that story hit the public, Takyu School stopped being an abandoned building and became a destination. Film crews showed up. Horror productions used it as a set. Ghost hunting shows brought in night vision cameras and dramatic music. People started confusing props left behind, fake talismans, staged evidence, bits of set dressing, with real artifacts. And that only made things messier. Some visitors even started claiming the school had been tied to secret wartime detention or military trials. No solid proof, just another layer added to the myth because the building looks like it could hide 1,000 terrible secrets. So, is it truly haunted? I don't know. I can tell you there's no clean evidence, no official records that match the most famous claims. A lot of the legend is stitched together from tragedy, history, and imagination, plus the way abandoned places mess with your senses. Wind sounds like whispering. A swinging door sounds like footsteps. Your mind fills in gaps when you're scared. But I can also tell you this. Some places hold stories the way wood holds smoke. Even after the fire is gone, the scent stays. And Takyu School, whatever you choose to believe, feels like one of those places. Like the building is quiet, but not empty. So if you ever hear someone bring it up, and their voice drops just a little, you'll know why. And hey, if you've heard other Hong Kong ghost stories, I'd love to hear them. Sometimes the legends people share say just as much about the living as they do about the dead. Okay, so let me tell you about this story that's been living in the back of my mind for years. It started online, back in January 2004, on a Japanese message board where people shared scary experiences. One night, a poster using the handle Mio dropped what seemed like a casual, real-time update, and it slowly turned into something people still whisper about now. Mio said she'd gotten on a late-night train, nothing special. One of those rides you take half asleep, staring at reflections in the window, just waiting to get home. The car was mostly empty, quiet, normal. At first. But then she noticed something small that didn't fit. The train just kept going. No stops, no announcements, no doors opening anywhere. Just the steady rattle and sway, like it was chewing through the night without permission. It should have been a quick ride, 10 minutes maybe. But time started stretching in this awful way, like the world had slipped out of rhythm. She tried to shake it off, but eventually she got up and walked to the front of the car to talk to the conductor. She knocked on the door. Nothing. She knocked again, harder. Still nothing. And then she noticed the little window in the door was covered from the inside. Not foggy, not dirty, covered. Like someone didn't want to be seen, or didn't want her looking in. That's when the fear really set in. Not the dramatic kind, the quiet kind, the kind that climbs your throat and sits there. A while later, she didn't even know how long, the train slid into a tunnel she'd never heard of. And when it finally slowed down, it arrived at a station that, according to her, simply shouldn't exist. The sign read, Kisaragi Station. She stepped onto the platform and described it like a place that had been built and then abandoned immediately. No staff, no other passengers, no vending machines humming in the corner. Just empty concrete, cold fluorescent light, and that deep silence that feels wrong. She pulled out her phone and searched. Nothing. Maps didn't show it. Search results didn't show it. Like the name Kisaragi Station didn't belong to the world her phone understood. So she messaged her family. They'd never heard of it. She tried calling too, but they were confused. Worried, but confused. Like she was saying a word that didn't mean anything. And then, panicking, she called the police. And this part always gets me. Because the police didn't rush in. They didn't take it seriously. They basically brushed her off, like she was joking or trying to stir up trouble. And the more scared she sounded, the more they treated it like nonsense. So she did what people do when no one believes them. She went back to the train, because at least the train was familiar. But when she got there, it was gone. Just like that. No headlights disappearing into the distance. No sound fading away. One moment it was her only lifeline, and the next, there was just empty track and still air. And beyond the platform, nothing. No streets. No homes. No convenience store glow in the distance. Just rough, open wilderness. Black shapes of trees, uneven ground, and the tracks stretching forward like they were leading into a part of the world nobody visits. She said she started walking along the tracks because, what else do you do? When you're trapped somewhere unlisted, and the one thing that brought you there has vanished? And while she walked, she began hearing sounds. At first it was faint, like something carried on the wind. But then it got clearer. Drums. That heavy, ceremonial kind. Like taiko, deep and slow, paired with something like bells. Thin, metallic chimes. And then, this was the moment she said her blood went cold. She heard a voice behind her. Calm. Almost annoyed. Hey, walking on the tracks is dangerous. She turned. There was an old man standing maybe 10 meters away, and here's the detail she couldn't stop thinking about. He had only one leg. Not like an injury he was holding, just like that was how he existed. She froze. She didn't even have time to speak, because the moment she looked directly at him, he vanished. No footsteps, no turning away, just gone. And she was alone again, standing under a dead sky, with only the tracks and those distant drums. She kept walking, because stopping felt worse than moving. Eventually, she reached another tunnel. She described a sign nearby with a name she didn't recognize, something like Inozawa Tunnel. She hesitated, but the drum beats behind her had gone quiet, and the silence felt like it was pressing on her ears. So she went in. Inside, it was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't even tell if your eyes are open. She kept one hand out in front of her, feeling the air, feeling the wall, stepping carefully, listening to her own breathing like it didn't belong to her. And then, far ahead, a faint light. She walked toward it like it was the only thing that mattered. When she finally emerged, she saw a car pulled over nearby, and a man standing beside it. He called out, asking if she was okay, if she needed help, if she wanted a ride. And look, I know what you're thinking. Everyone thinks it. But imagine being out there, alone, phone dying, no landmarks, no people, no way back. So she accepted. At first, she felt relief. Real relief, like, okay, this is the part where the nightmare breaks. But as they drove, the road stayed empty. No streetlights, no other cars. And the man didn't talk much, just enough to seem normal, but not enough to feel safe. She asked where they were going, and he said casually, like it was a known destination. We're heading to Hinaoka Station. And something about that name hit her like a warning bell, because she recognized it, not as a place near where she was supposed to be, but as a place on an entirely different line, a station that shouldn't connect to her route at all. She checked her phone again, battery nearly dead, She typed one last update online, something short and shaky, the kind of message you write with your hands trembling. That she didn't know where she was, that she didn't know if she'd make it home, that she was scared. And then, no more posts, no follow-up, just silence. Afterward, people on the internet dug into it like a mystery they could solve with enough determination. They compared train schedules, route times, station lists. They pointed out that Kisaragi Station wasn't on any official maps or timetables. They argued about inconsistencies, about whether the timing made sense, whether a train could even do what she described without triggering some record. Some people claimed the tunnel name didn't exist at all. Others pointed out that the station the driver mentioned, Hinaoka, Hine, whatever version you hear, did exist, but on another line, far from where she should have been. And that's where the legend dug its claws in. Because if she lied, then why did her details feel so specific? And if she didn't lie, then what happened to her? There's also this part people bring up, how the story fits into older Japanese folklore. The idea of wandering into a hidden place, a wrong turn that slides you into a world beside our own. A place where familiar rules don't apply. A place that lets you in and doesn't always let you leave. But of course, by then, it was too late. Because once a story like that exists, it doesn't really end. It just keeps riding the rails in people's minds. And I don't know what's worse, that it was a hoax crafted perfectly to burrow under your skin, or that somewhere out there, in the dark spaces between stations, there really is a platform with a name you can't find on any map, waiting for the next person who blinks at the wrong moment and looks up to realize their train hasn't stopped in a very, very long time. So, you know how Hong Kong can feel like two cities at once? Glass towers and neon on one side, and on the other, these old streets where history practically leaks out of the stone. A while back, I found myself in Sa Ying Pun, wandering uphill without much of a plan, when someone pointed me toward a place locals still talk about in a lowered voice, not because it's flashy or famous, because of what it used to be. They called it the High Street Asylum. And even though the building doesn't look like a horror movie set at first glance, more like a proud old colonial structure with arches and heavy granite blocks, there's this weight to it. The kind you feel in your chest before you even understand why. It didn't start as anything sinister. Back in the late 1800s, around 1894, it was built as quarters for nurses working nearby. Elegant, in a stern, old-world way. Big windows, thick walls, the sort of architecture that was meant to say, "We're staying." But buildings don't choose what they become. People do. By the time the 1940s rolled around, the city was straining. Too many patients, too few resources, and mental health was treated like a problem to be controlled, not a pain to be healed. The old nurses' quarters were converted into a women's psychiatric ward, and that's where the stories take a turn. Here's the part that's hard to say out loud, even now. The treatments weren't kind. They weren't careful. They were brutal in the quiet, clinical way that makes your skin crawl. One former orderly, well, according to an old account a local researcher named Mina Lau shared with me, described insulin coma therapy like it was routine. Patients injected until they slipped under, then dragged back with glucose, over and over, as if the brain were a machine you could reboot. Sometimes people didn't come back the same. Sometimes they didn't come back at all. And then there were the lobotomies. Even hearing the word feels cold. Cutting into the frontal lobe, trying to snip away bad behavior like it was a stain. The result wasn't peace. It was emptiness. People left staring past you, like their spirit had been folded up and put away. A lot of those women didn't survive that place. Not really. Some died from the procedures. Some, the stories say, took their own lives when the pain and confusion became too much. And when a building holds that kind of suffering for long enough, people start saying it doesn't fully let go. Then war came, and the building's darkest chapter began. In late 1941, when Hong Kong fell under Japanese occupation, High Street changed hands and changed purpose again. The ward was seized, requisitioned, and locals insist it became a place of detention, interrogation, and execution. Not soldiers, civilians. Ordinary people who just happened to be in the wrong place, under the wrong shadow, at the wrong time. There are rumors, always rumors, that bodies were rushed out at night and buried nearby, in a park close enough that you can still walk there in minutes. No markers, no names, just earth covering secrets. And you know what's chilling? The stories from after the war. Because even when the building returned to medical use, people swore it never felt clean again. A retired staff member, Rory Chan, someone I met through a friend's friend, told me he refused to do night rounds alone. Not because he believed in ghosts, he said, but because of the sounds. Screams from rooms that were empty. Knocking from behind walls that had been sealed. He laughed when he said it, like he wanted the laughter to erase the memory. But his hands didn't laugh. His hands kept fidgeting, like they were trying to shake something off. Eventually, the place shut down for good, early 1970s, after newer facilities opened elsewhere. The building sat abandoned for years, boarded up, peeling, turning quiet in that way abandoned places do, like they're holding their breath. And that's when it became a magnet. Urban explorers, thrill seekers, amateur ghost hunters with cameras and shaky courage. People slipped in through gaps, climbed the stairwells, filmed the corridors, and came out pale, swearing they heard whispers right behind their ear when no one was there. One crew, filmmakers working on a local paranormal series, something like City Superstitions, reportedly had equipment fail repeatedly in the same section of the building. Batteries draining fast, audio cutting out. One actress got nauseous so suddenly she had to sit down on the floor, crying, insisting she felt like she was being watched from the corner of the room. And there's one detail that gets repeated a lot, always the same, always specific. A figure. Not a floating sheet, not a dramatic apparition, just a shadowy silhouette standing still in a room as if it's waiting. People claim it's been caught on video more than once, in angles where there shouldn't have been anyone at all. Now, look, I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm just telling you what gets said, what gets passed from one person to another in this city, like a secret you don't want to carry alone. Because today, the building isn't abandoned anymore. It's been renovated, repurposed, turned into something useful, something public. A community space, a historic site people can walk into in broad daylight. And still, some visitors say the atmosphere shifts the moment you step inside. Like the building remembers. Like the walls have heard too much and can't forget it, no matter how fresh the paint is or how bright the new lights are. So whenever I think about High Street, I keep coming back to the same question. Not, are ghosts real, but something quieter, something sadder. What does a place do with the pain it held? Does it release it? Or does it keep it, pressed deep into the stone, waiting for someone to come close enough to feel it again? So, I've never really known the cleanest way to talk about this without people immediately deciding what it has to be. But I'm going to tell you the way it felt from my side, just like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me at the kitchen table. A while back, I had something happen in my own house, something I actually photographed. I even sent a few of the pictures to my sister, Mariah, and my cousin, Eli, because I didn't want to be the only one holding it. And I'm not going to get graphic, but yeah, a couple of the images looked pretty gruesome in a way that made my stomach drop. Not like a horror movie thing, more like the shape of something that shouldn't be there, almost like a suggestion of a body, or an animal, or a face. The kind of gory that makes you look away and then look back, because you're trying to convince yourself you imagined it. The frustrating part is, if you've never tried to catch anything unusual in a photo, people assume it's easy. Like you glance at it and go, "Aha, ghost." That's not what it's like. It's honestly the opposite. It's painstaking. I'd load the image up in Photopea or GIMP, sometimes my old copy of an editor I'd used for years, and then I'd start doing this slow, careful process. Brighten the shadows, zoom way in, adjust contrast, add a glow effect, back it off, undo, redo, outline a shape, erase it, try again. And the whole time, I'm arguing with myself, because I don't want it to be paranormal just because it would make a good story. I'd look for every normal explanation first. Dust, compression artifacts, motion blur, lens flare, a smudge on the glass, something reflecting from a window, a weird angle. I'd literally sit there thinking, please be something boring. Please be camera nonsense. And sometimes, sure, the results could be off. Like, maybe I traced something that wasn't actually there. I'm not pretending I'm perfect. But every so often, I'd reach that point where I'd lean back and go quiet because I couldn't explain what I was looking at anymore. And this ties into something else I've held on to for years. A few years ago, I posted some photos online from a trip to the Crescent Park Hotel, one of those old, famous places people love to call haunted. The responses were brutal. People weren't curious, they weren't careful, they were just mean. Like I'd personally offended them by asking a question. I got mocked, I got called dramatic, I got the whole seek help routine. And I learned fast that the internet isn't interested in nuance. It's interested in dunking on you. But the pictures that stayed with me weren't even the ones I posted. It was this short, frame-by-frame sequence I shot late at night in the basement. Not a video, more like a rapid series, almost accidental, like my finger kept tapping the shutter when I was trying to steady myself. And I'll tell you something. Those are the images I keep going back to when I'm alone, because they still make my skin prickle. When I finally sat down to analyze them, really analyze them, frame by frame, slow and methodical, I realized I might have caught something reacting to me being there. And I know how that sounds. I do. I'm hearing the comments in my head as I'm saying it, but I'm going to describe what I observed in the sequence, not what I want it to be. In one frame, there's this metallic pipe running through the shot, kind of dull and industrial, like everything in basements always is. And above it, in the darkness, there's a shape that begins to form. At first, it's just a faint outline, like the hint of a head, too rounded, too placed to be random. And then, across the next frames, it's like it turns, like it notices. And then there's this moment where the shape distorts, like the image stretches, and a pale blue flare shows up. Not like a clean lens flare, more like a flicker, like a pulse. And in the same stretch of time, I remembered something I hadn't even connected until later. Standing down there, I'd caught a glimpse in my peripheral vision, just a blue smudge of a face-like shape in the dark. I'd told myself it was nothing and kept moving, because what else do? You don't want to freak yourself out in a basement at night. But later, looking at those frames, I couldn't shake the feeling that the two things lined up, that what I saw with my eyes and what I caught with the camera were part of the same moment. And here's the thing, I didn't even tell anyone online the full version of that. I didn't describe the blue flicker or the face smudge or the way the sequence looked like a reaction, because I could already tell nobody wanted to have a real conversation. They didn't want to explore possibilities. They wanted a punchline. So I kept it to myself. I still have those images. I still have the originals. I even have an old clip I shared once, but I've gotten careful about posting anything now. People will accuse you of trying to promote something even when you're not. And honestly, I'm hesitant for a simpler reason too, because I know how hard it can be for someone else to see what you see. It's not always obvious. Sometimes you're asking someone to understand a feeling and a pattern over time, not a single crystal clear figure waving at the camera. But I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up now. Because today, out of nowhere, I found myself thinking about that basement sequence again, the one I took years ago, and I realized how lonely it can feel to hold something like that, to genuinely believe you witnessed something unordinary, to do everything you can to rule out reflections and artifacts, and still land on, no, this was real for me. And it made me wonder, have you ever had something like that? A photo you never posted, a clip you never shared, a moment you kept tucked away because the first time you tried to talk about it, someone laughed or called you crazy or made you feel small. I'm not asking you to prove anything. I'm asking because I think there's this quiet category of experiences people carry alone. Not because they're lying, but because they got punished for being honest. And I guess I'm saying, if you have something like that, I'd understand. I really would. Hey, so I noticed this topic pop up in the community a couple times a week. Sometimes it's people straight up asking, are psychics real? And other times it's folks sharing dreams and trying to connect the dots. And honestly, the word psychic gets tossed around pretty casually. I get it. There are plenty of people who don't believe in any of it, so of course there's always going to be a little background noise from the skeptics. A couple years back, I left my regular day job and started working from home as a professional tarot reader. Part of it was practical. My mom's health took a turn, and I needed to be around more. But part of it was also this feeling that I'd been circling the work for so long that I couldn't pretend it was just a hobby anymore. I'd been studying tarot for, over a decade at that point. Reading for friends, family, friends of friends. I used to accept donations, but if I'm being real, most of the time I did it for free. For years I felt weird about charging anyone. Like, who am I to put a price tag on guidance? But the more I grew into it, the more I realized something. People don't just misunderstand whether this stuff is real, they misunderstand what it is, even the people who believe. Skeptics think it's all performance. Believers sometimes expect, superhero powers. Like you're supposed to be omniscient, like you can snap your fingers and know everything about their future down to the date and the time. And I really need to stress this part. It doesn't work like that, not even close. There are different types of psychic ability, if you want to call it that. Some people are clairvoyant, getting visuals. Some are clairaudient, hearing impressions. Some are mediums and specifically connect with people who've passed. And then there are sensitives or empaths who pick up on other people's emotions so strongly it can feel like their body becomes a tuning fork. Me? I can get impressions in a couple of ways, sure, but my strongest work has always been through tarot, divination. And divination isn't the same as, I feel your vibes. It's a symbolic language. It's a system. You're pulling random images and then assembling meaning the way you'd assemble a sentence from words. The cards don't scream the truth like a movie scene. They offer patterns, themes, tension, movement, and it's my job to interpret that responsibly. Now here's something people don't like hearing. A real reading isn't something you can demand like fast food. You can't just go, quick, tell me what's going to happen, and expect a clean, perfect answer. And if someone claims they can give you a flawless psychic download instantly, no context, no process, no effort, there's a decent chance they're playing you. Because what a lot of so-called psychics do is cold reading. They fish, they watch, they listen for your reactions. And it doesn't even have to be obvious. A pause, a laugh, a shift in tone. Even your breathing changes when they get warm. If they're skilled, they'll steer based on you and make it feel like it's coming from the universe. So let me give you some advice from someone who does this for real and tries to do it with integrity. If you're getting a reading, online or in person, organize your thoughts first. Seriously, take 2 minutes and write down what you actually want to know. Keep it tight. Keep it clear. Instead, ask it cleanly, like, is my relationship headed toward a breakup? Or, what's the likely direction of my relationship over the next few months? Then stop. Let the reader do the work. And if the person starts hitting you with lines like, I'm sensing you've been hurt before, or your life has been a roller coaster, or you've experienced loss, listen. Those are classic catchphrases. They're vague enough to fit almost anyone, but emotional enough to hook you. That's not insight. That's marketing. Also, this is a big one. Be careful with those free 5-minute reading offers on chat or phone services. That's a trap more often than not. You're timed. That clock is running. And a lot of them will spend the first chunk of your free time asking for your zodiac sign, telling you to hold on while they connect, and then suddenly, wow, here comes a generic horoscope-style reading you could have gotten for free anywhere. If what you're getting sounds like a recycled daily horoscope, that's probably exactly what it is. Another thing, don't overload the reader with chaos. Please don't call someone and go, okay, my name is Marissa, his name is Devin. We met at my cousin's friend's birthday in June. He said he liked me, but he hasn't texted. Does he have kids? Is he seeing someone? Are we soulmates? Also, I only have 4 minutes. Like, no, don't do that to yourself. It's too much information, and it's too little time. Even a genuinely gifted reader can't do anything meaningful with that setup. You'll walk away disappointed, and the whole experience will feel like a scam even if the person wasn't trying to scam you. Yes, there are good readers out there. They're just not always easy to find. Some people truly are intuitive and want to help. Some people are simply confident performers. So do a little research. Look for reviews that talk about specificity, ethics, and how the reader handled sensitive topics. Not just, oh my God, they were so accurate, because people say that when they feel seen, even if nothing concrete was actually said. And one more thing that I wish more people understood. You're dealing with a human being. Time is money, sure, but also, emotional energy is real. Most readers, especially if they're empathetic, can't sit in heavy heartbreak and fear all day without it affecting them. That doesn't mean you can't be honest. It just means common courtesy matters. You don't need to unload every detail of your pain to get a clear answer. Sometimes less is actually better. And about pricing, yeah. Some readers charge absolutely wild amounts, and it doesn't guarantee quality. I've heard so many stories of people paying a ridiculous fee for a reading that was basically fluff, and that kind of thing can make you feel stupid and violated at the same time. I hate it. In my experience, someone who's reasonably priced and grounded may actually be more trustworthy than the $200 an hour mystic with a dramatic brand. Not always, but often. Because people with real empathy tend to price in a way that doesn't assume everyone seeking support is wealthy. Lastly, I see a lot of people asking, am I psychic? Or saying they think they might be. If that's you, my honest answer is, explore it. Read. Learn. Pay attention to your patterns. You don't have to turn it into a business, and you definitely don't have to make it your identity. But understanding your own sensitivity, whether you call it intuition, empathy, or something spiritual, can help you move through the world with more clarity. So, this has been stuck in my head ever since. and I'm going to tell it to you exactly how it felt, because it was so weirdly real. Yesterday morning, I get yanked out of sleep by my phone ringing. I glanced at it half awake, and I didn't even bother answering. For the past couple of weeks, I've been getting these early morning spam calls from some random number. When I've picked up before, it's just dead silence. Creepy, annoying, whatever. So I let it ring. But the ringing woke me up enough that I shuffled to the bathroom. When I came back, I was still kind of foggy, but I picked up my phone and checked it. And that's when my stomach did that little drop. Because I had a missed call from my mom's home phone. Not her cell, her landline. My mom, Marlene, is in her 80s. And unless something's going on, she's usually dead asleep that early. My older sister Tessa lives with her too, so if there was an emergency, I'd expect Tessa to be calling and texting, and my phone would be lighting up like a Christmas tree. But it wasn't. It was just one missed call from the landline, and that detail alone made it feel off. So obviously I called back right away. And Marlene answers in this sleepy, confused voice like, "Honey, are you okay?" Like I'm the one who called her. And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay? My phone rang and it said you called me." And she goes, "No, I was asleep. Tessa's asleep too." And I remember just sitting there on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone, trying to make my brain line it all up. Because if it had been her cell phone, I would have shrugged it off. You know, accidentally hit a button, rolled onto it, something like that. But this is her landline. She has this old cordless handset with big physical buttons. No speed dial shortcuts. No recent calls screen she'd accidentally tap. Just a plain old phone. So I tell her I'm sorry for waking her up, tell her to go back to sleep, and we hang up. And the rest of the morning, I'm just unsettled. Not panicking, just weirdly unsettled. Later on, I'm texting Tessa and I'm like, "You are not going to believe this. Your landline called me earlier." I wanted to send her a screenshot of my missed call log, just to prove I wasn't imagining it. So I open my call history, and it's not there. Nothing. No missed call from the landline, like it never happened. And I'm standing there scrolling and scrolling, feeling my face get hot, because now I'm questioning everything. Like, did my phone even ring? Did I really walk to the bathroom? Did I actually see that missed call? Did I just dream the whole thing? But here's the part that messes with me. I did call my mom. I talked to her. That conversation happened. I remember her voice. I remember the exact way she said my name, like she was worried I'd gotten bad news or something. So then my brain starts trying to solve it like a puzzle. And the only explanation I can land on is this. Maybe I was dreaming so realistically that I carried the dream through waking up, through walking to the bathroom, through checking my phone, right up until the moment I called her. Like, could I have been sleepwalking but not sleepwalking? Or stuck in one of those half-awake, hyper-real states where you're sure you're conscious, but you're not? I don't know. And ever since, it's been sitting in the back of my mind like a pebble in a shoe, because if it was a dream, it was the most convincing, perfectly ordinary, real dream I've ever had. And if it wasn't, then what on earth did I actually see? Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this the way I'd tell a friend, because I still feel weird even saying it out loud. I've always been sensitive, I guess, ever since I was a kid. Like, I'll dream something and then it happens later. Or I'll get that sudden, don't go there feeling, and I listen. Because when I don't, I regret it. And sometimes I'll see those shadowy figures out of the corner of my eye. Nothing clear, just shapes. I've never loved it. I don't chase it. I don't try to open up to it. I've always done this thing where I acknowledge it for half a second, like, yep, I saw that. And then I push it back in my mind and keep going. But the last couple of months have been rough. Family stuff, illness, hospitals, that constant worry that sits in your chest all day. I've been running on fumes, anxiety, panic attacks, just not myself. And then this started happening. The first time I was awake, just lying there in bed, staring at the ceiling. The room felt normal at first, but then I felt this shift, like the mattress changed, like something climbed up onto the bed. I know how that sounds. I know. But it was so physical. At first I was weirdly calm. I thought, okay, ignore it. Don't feed it. Then I felt something wrap around my ankles, tight. That startled me so bad I jolted up and scanned the room. Nothing. So I lay back down, trying to convince myself my body was just doing that half-asleep thing. And then the pressure came back, like something sat on the bed and leaned into me. I sat up again, heart hammering. Still nothing. I got up, walked around the house, got a drink of water, did the whole ground yourself routine. Eventually, I went back to bed and slept. After that, for a while, it didn't touch me again. I still felt that someone's here feeling sometimes, but it kept its distance. And honestly, I felt safer because I wasn't sleeping alone anymore. My husband, Mateo, and our little girl, Alina, were in the room with me most nights. But then, last night, it came back. I was lying in bed, and I heard footsteps. Not loud, but clear enough that my brain snapped into alert mode. Like someone pacing around the bed, circling it. I sat up and looked over, fully expecting, like praying, it was just my husband moving around or the house settling. But it wasn't either of them. It was that same presence. That same heavy, deliberate, I'm here. I kept telling myself, don't react, don't give it attention. I'm a person of faith, and normally that steadies me. I thought, it'll get bored and leave. It didn't. I felt it climb onto the bed, and then the whole mattress shuddered, like it was testing whether I'd break. Then it grabbed my feet again, really hard, and tried to tug them. I decided to play asleep. I went limp and refused to move. It pulled and pulled, and when it couldn't get my feet to budge, it switched to my hands. Same thing, tight grip, trying to move them, like it was checking how much control it had. I kept my eyes closed. I kept telling myself, if I don't respond, it can't do anything. And then it climbed onto me. That pressure right on my chest, like someone sitting there. And suddenly, I felt this sharp pain near my heart. Not like a dull ache, sharp, immediate, like someone pressed a needle straight in. And right after that, this stabbing pain hit my head. I remember thinking very clearly, why are you doing this? Like I was talking to it in my head without meaning to. I was terrified. Frozen terrified. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach twist. He showed me his face. Not a shadow anymore. I think I was in shock because I didn't fight right away. I just stared, like my body didn't know what to do with what it was seeing. And then it felt like he tried to push me out of myself. Not like being pulled upward, more like this inward pressure, like something was forcing its way into my body while my own spirit was being shoved aside. For a split second, I had this horrible impression, like I was seeing a flash of his life, like he was trying to pour himself into me and make room by pushing me out. That was the moment something in me snapped awake. I thought, no, absolutely not. And I fought. I don't even know how else to say it. I fought like my life depended on it. I pushed back, I jerked, I forced myself to move, and whatever it was, it broke. The pressure lifted like someone stepped off me. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and called Mateo. I was crying so hard I could barely speak. I was shaking, hyperventilating, right on the edge of a full panic attack, and he just kept talking to me calmly until I could breathe again. I wrote everything down because I was scared I'd start doubting myself in the morning and tell myself it was just a dream. I didn't want to go back to sleep. I didn't even want to be near the bed. At some point, I started searching, just trying to find anyone who'd felt something similar, because I needed to not feel alone in it. I found stories that sounded kind of close, but none of them matched exactly. And then, when morning came and I finally drifted off for a little while, I felt it again. Hands on my feet. That time, I didn't freeze. I kicked hard, sat up, and I said it out loud, steady as I could. "You are not welcome here. Leave me alone in God's name." And after that, it stopped. But here's the thing. Today I feel wrecked. Like I ran a marathon while sick. I've been crying on and off. My head is pounding. I'm dizzy and nauseous, and my chest and back hurt so much it's hard to take a deep breath without feeling it. I'm exhausted in this really unnatural way. Like my body is heavy and my energy is drained right down to the bottom. And I keep thinking, it felt like it took something from me. I know fear feeds things, whatever they are. I know that. I keep reminding myself I can't live in fear. But I'm not going to lie to you. That was one of the scariest nights of my life. And I just needed to say it somewhere, to someone, because holding it inside makes it feel even bigger. So, let me tell you about me and my friend Kelsey. We've been tight since high school. Back then, one of my favorite things in the world was going over to her place because her family had this old stretch of farmland, and we'd tear around on her four-wheeler like we owned the whole county. Usually, Kelsey would drive, and I'd sit right behind her with my arms wrapped around her waist, hanging on for dear life whenever she hit a bump on purpose, because of course she did. We'd ride for ages, just chasing that feeling of freedom, looking for little adventures, like we were in our own movie. But here's the thing. Every time it was just the two of us, something weird would happen. Not always scary, sometimes just bizarre, like a random guy yelling at us from his car for no reason, or some strange little moment that didn't add up. It was like our friendship came with a side of unexplained. Anyway, one afternoon, sometime around 2011, after school, we did what teenagers do when they think they're being sneaky geniuses. We got our hands on a little alcohol and decided we wanted privacy. So, we took the four-wheeler down this narrow little opening into the woods. And when I say narrow, I mean skinny. Like, the four-wheeler barely fit. The path sloped downhill and then opened up into this wider little clearing, still surrounded by trees, but with more space. There was even this small, weathered bridge down there, like something out of a summer camp. We parked, stayed sitting on the four-wheeler, and just took tiny sips, passing the bottle back and forth. We were down there maybe 10 minutes, 15 tops. And listen, yes, we'd been drinking a little, but we were not drunk. We were young and cautious in that nervous, guilty way where you're like, okay, we can't go back smelling like a whole bar. When we finished, we turned the four-wheeler around and started heading back up that same narrow trail toward the road. The trail was steep enough that you had to lean forward a little, and the whole time I'm thinking about how we need to act normal the second we pop out. And then, right as we reach the top, right where the woods open back up to the roadside, this man appears. And I'm telling you, it felt like he came out of thin air. One second it's just the road, the trees, and us. The next second he's just there, standing near the entrance like he'd been waiting. He goes, in this almost too cheerful voice, "Oh, hello." And my stomach dropped. because he wasn't on a bike. There wasn't a car pulled over, no footsteps behind us, no sound of someone coming down the road, just a man on foot right at the mouth of that trail. Across the road was this big open field, and the nearest houses were far enough down that you couldn't even see them clearly from there. Most of the neighbors were people Kelsey's family knew, relatives, family friends, people she could recognize. But this guy? Neither of us knew him. From what we both remember, he wasn't elderly, more like mid-40s maybe. He had on a plaid shirt, and he looked kind of worn down, like dusty, scruffy. His clothes didn't look clean, and his whole vibe was off. But the detail we both remember the most, like we can describe it without even trying, was his glasses. Big, thick, old-fashioned glasses. The kind that look like they belong in the 1970s, like something a middle school science teacher would wear in an old yearbook photo. We didn't stop. We didn't ask him anything. We didn't even really think. And the whole ride back, neither of us could shake the feeling of, what was that? Where did he come from? Because it wasn't just, oh, a guy on a country road. It was the timing, the isolation, the way he was positioned like he was about to head down the path we had just been sitting in. Like, if we'd stayed another minute, would we have run into him down there instead? Years passed, but that story never really left us. It would come up every now and then, usually when we were together and talking about all the weird stuff that always seemed to happen when it was just the two of us. Then, a couple years ago, Kelsey brought it up to her dad, just casually like, "Hey, do you remember that trail opening by the field? We had something creepy happen there." And her dad got quiet. Then he goes, "You know, years ago there was a man who lived around there. He was troubled, obsessed with fire." Apparently, according to her dad, this guy had been a pyromaniac. He'd burned down his own house, then his barn. And at some point, people in the area, like community groups, maybe scouts or volunteers, helped put together this concrete structure for him to stay in, because they were basically trying to keep him from burning down anything else. And then her dad said the part that made both of us go cold. He said that man set himself on fire in the field across the road, the same field right beside that trail opening. And he described him as always being dirty, kind of scruffy, and said the man had died back in the late 1970s. When Kelsey told me, I swear it felt like my whole body lit up with goosebumps, because all I could think was, that's exactly what he looked like. And the field, right across the street. The timing of him being there like that. The weird, old-fashioned glasses. The fact that we both remembered the same details without ever comparing notes. To this day, we still talk about it sometimes, usually in that half-laughing, half-nope way. Like, was it a ghost? Was it just some random guy who happened to wander out at the exact worst moment? Or was it something darker? Like we got really close to a situation we don't even want to imagine? I don't know. I honestly don't. I just know that every time I picture that moment, us cresting the hill, the trees thinning out, and that man standing there like he'd been waiting, my stomach still drops the same way it did back then. And yeah, it still freaks me out. So, I've always felt like I have this built-in sensitivity to things that don't fully belong to our everyday world. And I don't mean that in a look-at-me way. It's more like, when you stay open to the unknown, sometimes the unknown notices, and it shows up. I've had strange experiences before this one, little pockets of weirdness in different places. But the night I'm about to tell you about, that one genuinely rattled me. Like, I still get that tight feeling in my chest when I replay it. And before I start, I'm going to blur a couple specifics, not because I'm trying to be dramatic, but because it's tied to work, and I don't want people going detective mode and bothering anyone connected to the building. I'm still trying to keep my relationship solid, you know? Okay. This was late December, right after Christmas, when I was temporarily living in Cleveland, Ohio, wrapping up a contract that had me there through the end of the year. I was renting a little place in a hillside neighborhood with these steep streets and old stairways carved into the city. It was beautiful. Cold, but beautiful. And Cleveland had this weight to it. Not in a bad way, just this sense that history was layered deep into the brick and sidewalks. I'd lived in other places, Dallas, Philly, Chicago, even a stint in Manhattan, and sure, you get vibes everywhere. But Cleveland? That year, it was like the veil was thinner. One night, around 9:30, I went to a coworker's holiday get-together. Her name was Marissa. Small party, maybe 10 or 12 people. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor of this older building. The kind of place where you can tell it's been renovated in phases, like someone did the hallways decades ago and then updated the units later to make them feel modern. The hallways up to her door were sad. Dingy carpet, worn stairs, doors that had been replaced with cheap faux wood panels. But here and there, you'd still see these little hints of the original building. Old trim work, Art Deco corners, stuff that made you think, this place has been standing here a long time. Her apartment itself was much nicer. Hardwood floors, newer kitchen, updated lights. When you walked in, there was a big living room straight ahead, a window looking out onto the street. Kitchen off to the right. Then a short hallway back to the bathroom and bedroom. The party was mellow. People drifting between rooms, chatting, laughing, holding plastic cups like it's a ritual. At some point, I ended up sitting at the kitchen table talking to someone. I don't even remember what we were talking about because my brain kept snagging on this feeling. The kitchen felt damp. Not physically wet, just heavy. Like the air had soaked up something old and wouldn't let it go. And then I noticed it. There was this dark door at the edge of the kitchen, glass panel in the top half, but someone had hung a curtain over it like they didn't want the glass to exist. The longer I sat there, the more that door started to feel like it was staring back. Marissa walked in and I pointed at it and said, "Okay, I've been looking at that door for 10 minutes. Where does it go?" And she goes, super casual, "Basement." I stood up immediately. Of course I did. She added, almost too quickly, "But don't use it. The building owner told us not to. The stairs are old and they said it's not safe." I asked what was down there and she was like, "Laundry room, I think. I never use it. There's another way down from outside. And listen, if you tell me don't go in there, you might as well hand me a flashlight and push me toward it. Especially if I've had a couple beers and I'm already feeling like something is off." Tessa was exactly the kind of person who would follow a bad idea into the woods without hesitation. She came in grinning like, finally, something interesting. Marissa, half laughing but also not laughing, said, "If you fall through the stairs, that is not on me." I unlocked the door. It made this sticky, reluctant sound, like it hadn't been opened in ages and the paint was breaking its own skin. I turned on my phone flashlight and peered into this narrow stairwell made of old gray wood. Brick walls close on either side. The air felt colder immediately, like the door had been holding it back. We tested the steps. They felt solid enough. So we started down. It was this weird layout, like a few steps, a little landing, turn, a few more steps. And then the wood ended and the stairs turned to concrete, dropping straight down into darker air. At the bottom was this flimsy white door, slightly open. And right there, right at that threshold, I felt this sudden surge, like a pressure shift, like stepping into a place that had its own weather. I looked at Tessa, and she looked at me, and we didn't even have to talk. We both knew we were thinking the exact same thing. Something's down here. We pushed the door open. It was a laundry room, technically, but it looked like a scene that had been abandoned mid-thought. A bare light bulb hung from the ceiling on an extension cord with one of those beaded pull chains. Washer and dryer on the right, tiny slit windows near the ceiling that looked out toward the street. And in the middle of the room, under that dangling bulb, there was a small table and chair sitting on this torn, dirty, indoor-outdoor rug. On the table, a dusty notepad and a chewed-up pencil. Of course, we walked straight to it. I picked up the notepad and brought it closer to the light, and on the page, faint, like it had been written a long time ago, was one sentence. "Don't look behind you." All lowercase. I actually laughed. Nervous laugh, but still. Because part of me was like, okay, that's a prank. Someone's messing with people. I showed Tessa and she laughed too, except the laugh ended the same way mine did, with both of us immediately looking behind us. Nothing. But the feeling got stronger. We noticed fluorescent lights running deeper into the basement, disappearing into darkness like a path. We found a switch near a separate stairwell, the safe one Marissa had mentioned, and when I flipped it, the fluorescent bulbs flickered on one after another down a long corridor. And what we saw was bigger than we expected. Laundry room connected to a long hallway lined with storage cages, wooden partitions, chain-link doors, padlocks, dusty boxes, rolled-up carpets, and at the far end, another open room about the same size as the laundry room, like a long dumbbell shape, stretching maybe half a football field end to end. Tessa hooked her arm through mine without even asking. We walked down the corridor slowly, scanning through the chain-link doors as we passed. Nothing moved. It was just silent in a way that felt intentional. We reached the second room, and across the room, on the far wall, was this standalone wooden storage locker. Newer wood, cleaner, like it didn't belong with the rest of the basement. Also, it didn't have a padlock. Off to the right was a smaller side room, maybe 10 by 10, with no door, just a square opening. We stepped toward it and the temperature dropped so fast it felt like walking into a shadow. Tessa leaned in and whispered, "It just got colder." And we both silently agreed, that's enough. We started heading back. But halfway to the corridor, something in me pulled. Like my intuition grabbed my collar and yanked. I stopped. Tessa stopped with me, and I turned to look at that newer wooden locker again. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We walked toward it, slow, careful, like we were approaching an animal that might bolt or bite. 4 feet away, my heartbeat was loud in my ears. Tessa was trembling. I could feel it through her arm. I reached out, hand floating toward the handle, and before my fingers even got close, bang. Then again, bang. Then again, bang. The entire wooden locker shuddered, like something inside it had thrown itself against the door with force. The sound wasn't just loud, it was physical, like it punched the air. We didn't scream. We didn't even have time. We just ran. We sprinted back down the corridor, straight into the laundry room, where a couple other people had wandered down and were calling our names. The second they saw our faces, they panicked too and bolted up the concrete stairs. I made it into the laundry room and spun around, breathing hard, staring down that long, fluorescent-lit corridor. Silence. The locker was still there, unmoved. Door closed. Nothing visible. Just waiting. I yelled, "Who's down here?" because my mind scrambled for the most reasonable explanation. Someone from the party came down another way and decided to mess with us. That's what people do. That's normal. That's explainable. No response. I yelled again, something like, "I know you're messing with us." Nothing. Tessa grabbed me and hissed, "No one's down here. Let's go." And I said, because I was angry now, more than scared, "No, we're checking." One of the other women from upstairs, Lena, hesitantly agreed to stand near the laundry room and watch, like a witness. Like that mattered, but it felt like it mattered. This time, I walked toward the locker with this stubborn confidence, like fear didn't get to win. We reached it. I paused, stared, then just yanked the door open in one violent motion and jumped back. And there was nothing. No person, no objects, no secret entrance, no hidden hatch, no second door. Nothing but the concrete wall it backed up against. The inside was completely empty. The only thing on the floor was a small metal drain, like the kind you'd see in a utility room, with a perforated plate over it. I stared, trying to force reality to make sense. Tessa stared too. We both went pale, like our bodies decided before our brains did. This is wrong. From down the corridor, Lena shouted, "Well, what is it?" And Tessa and I answered at the exact same time. Nothing. We backed away slowly, not turning our backs until we hit the corridor, then made it up the stairs with that awful feeling of being followed. Except we never heard footsteps. Later, long after, when I couldn't stop replaying it, I texted Tessa like I've done a few times over the years, basically asking, "Please tell me I didn't imagine that. Please tell me you remember it the same way." And she always says some version of, "I remember it exactly, and it wasn't me, and no one was in there." And yeah, that's the night I learned that sometimes the thing that answers your curiosity isn't a person. So, I've been working at the same preschool for about 7 years now, and I know this sounds dramatic, but the building has always had this presence. It's an old 2-story place, creaky in that way older buildings are, and even though I've dug around online and asked locals, I still don't really know what it used to be. I do know it's been a preschool for at least a couple decades. Before that, apparently, it was some kind of family-run business that got sold off, and the current owners renovated, added onto it, made it safer, brighter, all of that. Downstairs, we've got 3 nursery rooms for the under 3s, plus the office and staff areas. Upstairs, there are 2 preschool rooms for the 3 to 5s, and then there's the attic. The attic has basically been off-limits forever. Not officially haunted house off-limits, just ignored. There's a hatch up in one of the children's bathrooms, and in all the years I've been there, I'd never once seen it open. I honestly thought it was sealed shut. We've always joked the place is haunted because, well, we work with little kids. They say bizarre things sometimes. They point at corners. They wave at someone. They'll casually drop a sentence that makes your skin go cold, and then ask for a snack like nothing happened. So, yeah, running joke. But the past few weeks, it stopped feeling like a joke. It started after this big storm, really wild winds, the kind that rattle the windows and make the whole building groan. The next day, I noticed the attic hatch cover isn't sitting right. The board that normally covers the opening had slipped halfway down, like it had been nudged from above and then just dropped. And I'm thinking, okay, hazard. It's in the kids' bathroom. Someone could pull it down on themselves, or a child could try to climb. So I tell our manager, his name's Gareth, and he comes to take a look. We're both a little unsettled, but we blame the storm. Wind pressure, old building, maybe it shook loose. Gareth climbs up, pushes it back into place, and that's that. Except it wasn't. The next morning, I'm the first one in. The building is quiet, lights still warming up, that early morning stillness where you can hear your own footsteps. I walk into the bathroom and my stomach just drops. The hatch is open again. Not halfway slid, not crooked. Open. like someone had pushed it up and left it that way. At first, I'm annoyed, honestly. I'm thinking Gareth just didn't close it properly. But when my coworker arrives, Mara, I mention it and she immediately goes, "No, he definitely closed it." That's the moment it shifts from weird to nope. Because if it wasn't the storm and it wasn't Gareth, then what? An animal? Someone got into the building overnight? The idea of that in a preschool made my throat go tight. Gareth comes back up and he's trying to play it calm, but you can tell it's got under his skin too. He drags a ladder in and starts fiddling with the board. And that's when we realize something that makes it so much worse. The board doesn't just sit flush to the opening. There's this little ledge, like 6 or 7 inches below the actual attic cutout, where the board rests. And the opening itself is this awkward rectangle, not a neat square. So to close it, Gareth has to pull the board down through the opening, then twist it, like turning a big flat tray, before it will sit correctly on that ledge. Meaning, if it was open, it hadn't just fallen. And we can only even reach it from the top of a ladder. So Gareth calls one of the owners, Nadine, to come over. Nadine shows up with a flashlight, climbs up, and tries to push the board open again to check inside. And Nadine struggles. Like, really struggles. Like the board is heavy, stiff, awkward, and not something that just casually slides out of place. She shines the flashlight up into the attic. Dust everywhere. Insulation. Nothing obviously disturbed. No footprints. No signs of an animal nest. It looks untouched. Old. Dead air. That should have made me feel better. But somehow it didn't. Because if no one had been up there, then why did it open twice? After that, we kept it closed, and we kept checking it almost obsessively. Every time someone went into that bathroom, they'd glance up, like the hatch might blink at them. Around the same time, 2 other things happened. Separately, but close enough together that it all started to feel connected. First, we had a few new children start. And you know how it is. Pickup time. You chat with parents, you get little pieces of their world. One mom, Rosa, stops me during the second week and goes, "Is there a girl in the class called Molly?" And I'm like, "Molly?" Because I'm running through the list in my head. We don't have a Molly. So I say gently, "No, I don't think so. Who's asking?" Rosa tells me her child won't stop talking about their new friend, Molly. I try to be careful, not to lead them, not to plant an idea. I ask simple questions. What does Molly like to do? Where do you play with her? And the child, so matter-of-fact, like they're telling me what they had for breakfast, goes, "She plays in the toilet. She wears a black dress." Then they add, "She likes dinosaurs." And here's the thing. We don't have dinosaur toys in that room. None. We've got blocks, dolls, cars, art supplies, sensory bins. No dinosaurs. So I'm standing there smiling politely, while every single hair on my arms is trying to stand up. Imaginary friend? Sure. Kids do that. But then someone, Mara, I think, mentions the old name of the preschool. Like years ago before the current owners. It used to be called Molly Meadow. Not the exact same spelling, but close enough that I felt my stomach do that weird, slow turn again. And then there was the photo. In the classroom next to mine, a teacher, Jules, realizes the cover photo from a child's art folder is missing. Just gone. It's one of those laminated photos they keep on the front so the kids can easily find their own work. They search everywhere. They check the bins, the shelves, the craft area. They even go through the trash, like fully emptying it out, because it's so random and so specific. Jules swears it was there earlier. Then it wasn't. That evening, the closing teacher, Sean, checks again before locking up. still missing. The next morning, the photo is sitting neatly on the shelf, right in front of the child's folder, like someone placed it there on purpose. And I wouldn't even have believed it was strange if I hadn't heard Sean, later that morning, ask the opening teacher, "Where did you find it?" And the opening teacher just goes, "I didn't. It was just there." Half an hour after they arrived. Like it appeared overnight. Like the hatch. And I know how all of this sounds. I do. I'm a practical person. I work in childcare. I'm used to chaos and coincidences and weird timing and children saying unnerving things. The strange part is, I've never felt threatened there. Not once. The building can feel alive, even empty, like it's listening, but not malicious. More like crowded. Like something is simply present, not angry. So that's where I'm at. A hatch that opens itself twice, despite being awkward and heavy. A child describing a friend with a name tied to the building's past, playing specifically in the bathroom. A missing photo that vanishes and returns neatly placed, with no one taking credit. And a preschool that suddenly doesn't feel like it's just full of children, but full of something else too. I'm not saying it's paranormal, but I am saying I don't have a neat explanation, and I would really love one. Hey, so I've been sitting on this story for years, and every time I think about it, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. This happened a long time ago, late 2000s, give or take. I can't pin the exact year down, only that I remember what school I was in at the time. We've gone out to Block Island because my stepmom, Marianne, was speaking at some conference. It was one of those trips that adults call nice and kids call endless. Gray skies, wind that felt damp even through your clothes, and way too much time in a hotel room while I read and waited for the day to be over. My dad, David, wasn't the kind of person who got antsy or dramatic. He was calm, rational, academic to his bones. But at one point during that weekend, he said he was going to take a walk and clear his head. Totally normal. I barely looked up from my book. A while later, maybe 40 minutes, maybe longer, I heard the door slam open. He came in fast, like ran in. He shut the door behind him so hard it rattled, then just stood there for a second like he was listening for something in the hallway. His face was pale, and his eyes looked, not panicked exactly, but wrong. Like he'd just watched something happen that his brain didn't know where to put. I asked him what was going on. He shook his head. "Nothing," he said, but it wasn't convincing. Then he went straight to the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to look out toward the beach. He kept scanning like he expected to see someone, or something, down there. He didn't explain, and he had this way of shutting down when he didn't want to talk. So I backed off. The weekend moved on. We left the island, drove back, got home, and for a minute I thought maybe I'd imagined how intense he'd looked. But then, days later, when we were safe at home, he sat Marianne and me down at the kitchen table. He said, "Okay, I need to tell you something, and I didn't want to say a word until we were off that island." And that's how I knew it was real. Because my dad didn't do spooky stories. He didn't play things up. If anything, he downplayed everything. So when he told us he'd been freaked out, I felt my stomach drop. He told us he'd walked down along the dunes, near this sandy edge where the ground kind of slopes toward the beach. He'd been looking at houses because he loved old buildings. Weathered shingles, crooked porches, that kind of thing. He said it was quiet, almost empty, and the air had that sharp, salty cold that makes everything feel a little desolate. Then he noticed one house set back in a weird way, more run down than the others. Not charming old, just forgotten. Boards warped, windows either broken or dark, the whole place looking like it had taken a beating for years. Curiosity got him. He climbed carefully down the dune, picking his way through sand and scrub, and went closer. Up close, he realized one wall had a massive hole in it, like something had punched through and never been repaired. He could see into the room from outside. Inside was wrecked. Debris on the floor, plaster dust, broken framing. The ceiling in part of the room had collapsed, so there was a clear view up into the second story, just open space and shadows. He leaned in, just a little, so his eyes could adjust. And then he saw movement on the far wall. He said at first it didn't make sense. His brain tried to label it as a trick of light, or a raccoon, or a curtain moving in the draft. But then it kept moving, purposeful and steady. What he described still messes with me, and it was climbing. Hand over hand, up the wall, like it weighed nothing, like it had done it 1,000 times. It moved with this strength that didn't look human, this smooth, practiced pull, up, until it reached the broken edge of the second floor and slipped into the darker part of the house where he couldn't see anymore. My dad said he didn't even think. His body reacted before his mind caught up. He jerked backwards so hard he nearly stumbled into the sand, and this cold hit him instantly, like that deep, sudden chill you feel when your instincts scream at you to leave. He turned and ran. He didn't walk fast. He didn't head back. He ran the whole way to the hotel like something might come after him if he slowed down. And then he said something that I'll never forget, because it sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as us. "I'm not saying it was supernatural," he told us. "I'm saying I have no rational explanation for what I saw, and I never want to go back there." Over the years, we've tried to explain it away. We've thrown out possibilities the way people do when a story scares them. Someone injured, someone hiding, an animal playing tricks with perspective, shadows, adrenaline. At one point, Marianne suggested maybe it was a squatter using the place as shelter, and he only thought he saw what he saw. I even joked once, half laughing, half pleading. Maybe it was some huge bird or bat caught in the house, flapping around in a way that looked human for a split second. But my dad never budged. He'd always say the same thing. It was big, it was strong, and it climbed like nothing I've ever seen. And I'll tell you the truth, whether it was something explainable or not, the part that sticks with me isn't even the creature itself. It's how my dad looked when he came back into that hotel room. That expression on someone who doesn't scare easily, who doesn't believe in ghost stories, who doesn't want mystery in his world, suddenly having to make space for something he cannot file away. And if I'm being honest, the whole island already felt off to me that weekend. Not in a dramatic way, just in that quiet, uneasy way, like the air itself had a mood. Maybe that's memory coloring itself after the fact. Maybe I'm attaching meaning to the weather and the boredom and the weird tension I didn't understand at the time. But when I think back to Block Island, I don't picture beaches or ferries or little shops. I picture gray sky, dunes, and an abandoned house with a hole in the wall. And my father, years later, still saying, softly but firmly, "I don't know what I saw, and I don't ever want to see it again." So this all really kicked off after I got into it at home and ended up staying with my grandma. I'm 16, and I'm still dealing with this stuff now. We live out on the res, and I know people will have opinions about that, but I'm just telling you straight. The vibe out here can get weird in a way that's hard to explain unless you felt it. At first, it was little things that didn't feel little. Footsteps on the roof, knocks inside the walls, like somebody testing the house. And the thing that always came first, always, was this awful, hope-sucking feeling. Like someone poured cold water down my spine, but emotionally. The kind of dread where you're not even scared yet, you just know something's wrong. Then it shifted to my window. I sleep upstairs, and there's a big walkway outside my room, so knocking there shouldn't even be possible unless someone's actually up there. Night after night, I'd hear tapping, then pounding. I stopped sleeping, for real. I picked up a night shift just so I wouldn't have to lie in bed listening. And when I got home early, like 2 or 3 a.m., still black outside, I wouldn't go into my room at all. I'd sit at my grandma's computer and play games until sunrise, because for some reason it always felt worse when it was dark and quiet and I tried to sleep. A few weeks after that, me and my friends decided we were going to have a little party, just 5 of us. Nothing huge. My grandma's land is massive, like this long stretch of pasture that feels like it goes on forever. At the far end, there's this steep hill that drops down to the main road. That night there was no moon. None. Just black sky. I had my phone flashlight and, yeah, I had a handgun tucked away too. Not even trying to act tough. I just thought it was funny at the time, and I didn't like walking out there in the dark. I had to cross the whole pasture to meet them and guide them in. At first, nothing happened. It was quiet, just my footsteps in the grass moving in the wind. Then halfway through, I heard howling way off in the distance. Not normal coyote howling. Something stretched out, like a scream trying to pretend it was an animal. I sped up, heart hammering. And then the wind shifted. This smell hit me so hard I actually gagged. Like sweat, rot, and garbage all mixed together. Like something had been sleeping in a dead pile for days. I kept walking, and when I reached the hill and started down, I could hear branches snapping in the trees. Scratching. Then, gravel crunching behind me, like someone else was walking down the slope too. I told myself it was one of my friends messing with me, but it didn't sound right. Too steady. Too close. And then, I just stopped. That's the part that freaks me out the most, because it didn't feel like I chose to stop. It was like my body hit a pause button and my brain didn't get a vote. The crunching behind me stopped too, right behind me. I turned around, and I saw it. A tall, skinny figure, darker than the night around it, like it was made out of shadow instead of skin. Way too tall, arms too long, standing only a few feet away like it had been right there the whole time. I didn't even think. I ran. I ran so hard my lungs burned and my vision blurred. I hit the bottom of that hill and met my friends, and I was trying to talk, but the words were tripping over themselves. They believed me enough to be nervous, but we still tried to keep the night going because that's what teenagers do. You tell yourself it's fine because the alternative is admitting you're scared. So we walked back toward my grandma's place, tried to get in, totally failed, and went back to the shed to just hang out. At one point, my friend Caleb was messing around with the gun, not pointing it at anyone, but still being an idiot, and it went off. The shot cracked across the field like lightning. My stomach dropped. I panicked and ran back toward the house to make sure my grandparents didn't wake up. While I was gone, the others stayed in the shed. And here's what they told me when I came back, and I still get chills thinking about it. They said they started hearing knocking, not on the shed, but like on the outside walls, moving around, like something circling them. And then they heard my voice from outside, calm, like normal me, saying, "Come out, I want to show you something." They were about to crawl out too, because they thought it was me messing with them. Then I came walking up from the direction of the house. They were furious at first, like, "Why would you do that?" And I was like, "I didn't. That wasn't me." And the second they realized I wasn't lying, the whole group just went quiet. Like everyone's brain finally agreed, whatever that was, it can copy. We waited until morning and got out of there. After that, the weird stuff didn't stop. It just changed forms. One night I was outside having a smoke, trying to calm down, and I heard whistling in the trees. But not like a person whistling a tune. It sounded like something slicing through the air, like an arrow, but also kind of human and kind of animal. It didn't fit anything I knew. I searched and found nothing that matched. Then came the dreams. The first one, I crashed at my friend Rowan's place. We got way too high, I passed out, and then I woke up in a forest. Except it didn't feel like a normal dream forest. It felt too real, too sharp. I started walking, confused, and something ran past me so fast I barely caught it. But I saw enough. It was tall and thin and gray, like it hadn't eaten in months. The skin was stretched so tight you could see the shape of the bones underneath. Not like a horror movie monster, like something that should not exist. Something wrong on a level my brain didn't know how to handle. I snapped awake and I couldn't move. Full paralysis. I stared into the dark, terrified to even blink, and I didn't sleep again the rest of that night. Then later, me and my friends went to this park, Tekakwitha Park, and we were being stupid, like purposely taunting, saying things you don't say. And nothing really happened at first besides hearing what sounded like a little girl screaming far off. We were like, okay, creepy, but we kept walking. Then right as we're standing by the truck about to leave, we hear this screech. Not animal, not human. Something raw and sharp, like the sound itself wanted to hurt you. We jumped in and peeled out. After that, we stopped at a library near the college to charge our phones. People always talk about weird sightings around there. We're standing outside, plugged into the wall, when Rowan goes to pee behind the building. A second later, he yells for us like something's wrong. We run over, and he points into the trees. 2 dark figures, just standing there. Too tall, too still. We bolted back to the truck, and as we ran, I heard hissing behind us in the brush, like something mad that we noticed it. We got out of there. And the last big thing was camping. We went out to this place called Sika Hollow. Everybody has stories about it. Big forest, heavy energy, the kind of place where you feel watched even in daylight. On the drive there, my friend Mason had this little cross necklace. When we got there, it was gone, just missing. We tore the truck apart, searched the ground, nothing. It was dark while we were setting up. We heard coyotes in the distance and shrugged it off. Then we heard something else, like laughing mixed with screaming, mixed with howling. The kind of sound that makes your whole body tense up. We got into the tent, tried to act chill. Then Mason noticed this bump in the side of the tent, like something leaned on it from outside. He pushed back with his hand, just joking at first, and then he stopped smiling because he realized it wasn't the tent flexing. Something was pushing back. We got quiet, laid down anyway, pretending we could just sleep and ignore it. Then we heard leaves crunching outside. Slow steps, that same weird whistling in the trees. And out of nowhere, a huge gust of wind slammed into the tent like it was trying to fold it in half. The whole thing collapsed sideways, like the air itself wanted us out. The tarp ripped loose and flapped away, and suddenly we could see the dark sky through the mesh like we were sitting in the open. Our truck battery had died earlier while we were setting up, so leaving wasn't even an option. We did the only dumb thing we could think of. We smoked a bunch, tried to knock ourselves out, and eventually passed out. And then I had the second dream, or whatever it was. I was half awake, half asleep. I heard something outside the tent and pulled my blanket over my head like that would save me. And then I felt it. That same draining feeling, but 100 times worse. Like something was prying at my soul, peeling hope off me layer by layer. I felt this horrible certainty that I was alone. Not just no one can help me, but like spiritually alone. Like there was no God nearby, no protection, nothing. Just me and whatever was outside. Then I heard the tent zipper move, and I realized I couldn't move. I tried to call out for Mason. All I could do was make these weak sounds. And I heard a voice snap back, angry, like, "What?" But it wasn't coming from inside the tent. Then something grabbed my leg, not hard, almost gentle, and started pulling. I woke up. I was still paralyzed for a second, then slowly I could move again. I woke everyone up, told them what happened, and they were pale and quiet, like they already knew something was wrong but didn't want to admit it. We waited out the rest of the night. When morning finally hit, we threw everything into the truck, and thank God the battery decided to work. As we were driving away, Mason told me he looked at his phone when I woke everyone up. It was 3 a.m., and he didn't tell us at the time because he didn't want us to panic. Honestly, I get it. But that's the thing. So much of this happens around that hour, and every time, it starts the same way, with that sinking, hope-draining feeling, like something is getting close, and letting me know it wants me to feel it. Hello everyone, how was your day? I'm really happy to finally sit down with my microphone after a long day and share some of my mysterious experiences with you. Even better, they might help you fall asleep a little easier. So, have you subscribed to the channel and turned on notifications yet? Don't wait any longer. Thank you so much for all your continued love and support for the Paranormal M channel. Now, let's dive into today's stories. So, for a long stretch of my life, my job was basically the road. I traveled full-time, like 100% travel, for close to 20 years. Always during the day, always logging long hours. And a lot of it was on those empty interstate runs where you can go 15 or 20 minutes without seeing another soul. And I should tell you up front, I'm not a casual driver. I'm one of those people who's always been defensive, maybe overly so. I'm in my late 50s now, and I've been driving this way for as long as I can remember. My mirrors are set correctly, the way safety instructors recommend, so they show what's actually beside me, not the side of my own car. I'm constantly scanning. Rear view, side mirror, repeat. Every few seconds. It's almost automatic, like breathing. I always know where everyone is. That's part of why this still messes with my head. Because if this happened once, okay. Twice? Sure. 5 times? Maybe I'm tired. Maybe my brain filled in a gap. Maybe I got spooked by the emptiness of the road. But I'm telling you, it happened dozens and dozens of times. Over 100, easily. Enough that I stopped trying to talk myself out of it. Here's what would happen. I'd be driving one of those long, lonely stretches, sometimes 10 or 20 miles with no exits, no on-ramps, nothing. I'd be totally alone out there, just me and the road, and I'd know it. Because I'm checking my mirrors constantly, and I'm not seeing headlights, I'm not seeing movement, I'm not seeing anyone gaining on me from behind. Nothing. And then, suddenly there's a vehicle right there. Not fully beside me, but almost in my blind spot. Close enough that my stomach would drop, because my brain would go, "Where did you come from?" And I don't mean a car that zoomed up at 110 miles an hour and hit the brakes to pace me. I'm usually on cruise, steady speed, always a little over the limit, like 8 or 9 over. Enough to keep moving, not enough to get pulled over. If someone is coming up behind me, I'll see them long before they reach me. That's not arrogance. It's just physics plus obsessive mirror checking. But these cars? They didn't arrive like normal cars arrive. They were just there. The first few times, I remember thinking, okay, maybe I missed it. Maybe I blinked at the wrong moment. but it kept happening in the same way. No approach in the rear view, no gradual appearance, no sense of motion from behind. Just one moment there's empty lane, the next moment there's a car pacing me like it's been there the whole time. And the weirdest part is how they'd behave once they showed up. They'd just hold steady. Same lane, same pace. If I sped up a little, they didn't surge to match me like a normal driver might. They didn't fall behind. They'd just remain, like they were locked into a track. Sometimes I'd nudge ahead a few car lengths just so I could watch them better, and they'd still stay in that same relative position, like they were glued to a specific spot on the road rather than actually driving. And then, eventually, after 2 miles, or 10, or sometimes even longer, it would happen. I'd glance forward, like you do, because you can't stare sideways forever. Then I'd look back, and the car would be gone. Not pulling away, not changing lanes, not taking an exit, because there weren't exits. No on-ramps, no off-ramps, no other traffic swooping in to block my view. It would vanish the way people describe a ghost vanishing, like the world just corrected itself in the moment you weren't looking. 1 second, car. Next second, empty air. Sometimes I'd catch a hint of someone inside, usually just one person, more like a shape than a face. But the glass was always wrong. That's the best way I can say it. Not tinted exactly, not opaque, but like there was this dull gray haze inside the cabin, like the interior light didn't behave normally. With a regular driver, even at highway speed, you can pick up details: hat, beard, a bright shirt, sunglasses, whatever. With these cars, it was almost always just a silhouette. After enough of these experiences, I started trying to explain it to myself in a way I could live with. I landed on the idea of residuals, like a replay, something that happened once and left an imprint, like the road itself remembered a moment and kept playing it back. But even that explanation didn't quite fit, because if it were a replay, wouldn't it act like normal driving? Wouldn't it drift, or signal, or speed up, or slow down? These cars didn't do any of that. They felt fixed, like a prop on rails. And there's another layer to this, and I know how it sounds, but it's part of why I can't just shrug it off. Over the years, I've had a handful of people, total separate situations, not connected, tell me I'm sensitive, not in a vague horoscope way. Like, 2 different mediums I saw at different times, both told me I had the same kind of ability they did. And then, on a few random occasions in public, strangers approached me out of nowhere and said things like, "Someone wanted me to tell you something," and then they'd say the message, usually something weirdly specific and heartfelt. And then one of them looked me dead in the eyes and asked if I knew I was a medium. It's happened enough times that I can't pretend it's nothing. So, naturally, I started wondering, are those highway cars connected to that? Like, are they trying to get my attention? Are they deceased drivers? Or something that's not fully here, drifting into my awareness because I'm, I don't know, tuned differently? But then I'd circle right back to the same problem. If they're trying to get my attention, why do they behave like mannequins? Why don't they react? Why don't they do anything that feels like communication? And here's the part that makes me laugh at myself a little, because it took me forever to even think of it. I never tried to test them. Like, I never deliberately got in front of one and slowed way down to see if it would pass, or brake, or do literally anything. And I never got behind one and followed it while refusing to take my eyes off it. Not once. Not the way you do if you were determined to prove to yourself you weren't imagining it. Maybe because some part of me didn't want to know, or maybe because, even though I'm a careful driver, I wasn't about to do something unpredictable on an empty interstate just to satisfy a haunting curiosity. Eventually, I stopped traveling full-time, about 12 years ago now. And it's funny, because now we have all this cheap tech, dash cams, side cameras, systems that record everything around your car like it's no big deal. But back in those years, I didn't have any of that. I had mirrors and instinct, and a brain that would not stop tracking every vehicle in my orbit. Even now, though, I still catch them sometimes. It's harder in traffic because the road is busy and you can lose track of a car more easily when there are 5 lanes of movement. But every once in a while, I'll get that same feeling. I know where everyone is. I'm scanning like always. And then, some random sedan, like an old compact or a faded SUV, is suddenly pacing me in that near blind spot position like it teleported in. And then, moments later, it's gone again. And I know how this sounds. I do. If it had happened a couple times, I would have buried it under brains are weird. But when it happens over and over, across years, across different highways, in broad daylight, at some point you stop calling it imagination. You start calling it what it feels like. A car that wasn't there. A presence you can't quite see. A silent thing pacing you for miles until the moment you look away, and the road becomes normal again. So, my brother Evan died a little over 3 years ago. It was sudden and brutal. He was driving home, and a drunk driver crossed the line and hit him head on. For a long time, it felt like my whole life got split into before and after. The first year was honestly just survival. Then, slowly, painfully, I started to function again. I wouldn't say it ever stops hurting, but it stops swallowing you whole every second. Anyway, about 5 months ago, I went out with a couple friends to this arcade place, one of those loud, bright, chaotic spots where you can eat greasy food and play games until your hands cramp. We were trying to keep it light, normal, like real life. My friend Miles got locked in on this Pac-Man machine like it was a personal mission. He kept talking about getting to some ridiculous level, and I was cheering him on, half laughing, half zoned out the way you do when you're in a crowd, but your brain is elsewhere. At some point, I told him I needed a quick bathroom break. And while I was stepping away, this older guy who'd been kind of chatting with us, friendly, harmless, offered to hold Miles' spot so nobody jumped in and messed up his run. Miles was thrilled. I remember thinking, okay, cool, people can be decent. So I'm walking toward the bathrooms, weaving through noise and flashing screens, and I pass this enclosed game, like one of those sit-ins where you're inside the little booth. I think it was some kind of monster shooter game. 2 people were sitting in there, a woman and a guy. I should have just kept walking. That's the thing, I always just keep walking. But I heard a voice, just a laugh, like a single sound, and something in my body reacted before my mind could catch up. My stomach dropped so hard it felt physical. I slowed down and looked back. And I told myself not to be stupid. Don't do this to yourself. But I edged closer anyway and tried to peek inside without being obvious, just enough to confirm I was wrong. And that's when I saw him. The close-cropped haircut, the little silver hoops in his ears, the watch, not the exact same one, but the same style, that weighty metal look. And then, the thing I couldn't explain away, the scar near the elbow, the one Evan got when we were kids and he tried to jump a fence like an idiot and sliced himself open. That scar had always been this weird little detail that made him him. My throat just moved on its own. I said his name, quiet at first, then louder without meaning to. Evan? The woman didn't even pause. She kept playing, totally focused. But the man, he tilted his head, slowly, like he heard something familiar, and he turned to look right at me. And I mean, he looked exactly like my brother. Exactly. Not kind of resembles him, not same vibe, not maybe if you squint. I mean the same face, the same shape to his mouth, even that slightly tired set to his eyes. But there was no warmth in him, no recognition, no expression at all. He just stared at me like I was a stranger who'd said something weird. And I don't know why. I still don't know why. But my body hit panic, and I just left. Like I turned around and walked fast, almost running, back to where my friends were. Miles looked up like, "What happened?" And I told him, "We need to go. Like, now." We ordered a ride, but it wasn't going to be there for a few minutes, so we were going to wait inside near the entrance. And my friend Tessa, trying to be helpful, said maybe I should go splash water on my face, use the bathroom again, breathe for a second. She said she'd stand outside the door so I didn't feel alone. So I did. I went into the bathroom, and I remember gripping the sink and turning on the water too hard. My hands were shaking, and I kept telling myself, "You're fine. You're fine. You just got triggered. It's grief. It's your brain doing its thing." I'm washing my hands, staring at my own face in the mirror like I'm trying to force myself back into reality. And then someone else walked in. I heard the door. Footsteps. The sound of another faucet turning on right beside me. I looked up. And there he was again. Evan's face. Evan's profile. Evan's exact everything. For a second, I actually stopped moving, like my whole body forgot what it was doing. My hands were still under the water, but I wasn't washing them anymore. I was just frozen. He kept washing his hands like nothing was happening. And then he glanced at me. Just a quick look at first, then another, longer one. Not friendly, not confused, just this calm, flat attention. Like he was aware of me, but not with me. Everything about him lined up. The scar, the watch, the way he stood, a little forward in the shoulders. Even the way his hairline met his forehead. It was like someone had taken my brother and copied him. Time got weird. It felt like forever. I swear it felt like I was stuck in that bathroom for an hour. But it was probably 2 minutes. He turned the water off. He dried his hands. And he walked out without saying a word. I stood there so long after he left that the automatic sink shut off on its own. When I finally walked out, Tessa and Miles were both like, "You okay?" And they did mention that a guy had come out a moment before me. They weren't really paying attention to his face, but Miles said, "I did notice his watch though, like a shiny silver one." Which made me feel worse, honestly, because it meant I didn't completely invent it. At least not the watch. Ever since that night, I've run the same questions through my head so many times it's exhausting. I know people hallucinate when they're grieving. I know our brains can fill in blanks. I know doppelgangers exist. I know coincidences happen. But why did he turn when I said my brother's name? Why did he look right at me like he heard it? And why, of all places, did he walk into that bathroom at that time? I tried to tell my mom, but she wouldn't even let me finish. She got this tight look on her face, like she was protecting herself from hearing it. She told me she thinks I need therapy because clearly I haven't healed properly. My friends, they don't know what to do with it. Sometimes they joke like, maybe you saw a ghost, and they laugh like it's a scary movie. But even they admit the watch detail sticks with them. And me? I don't know what I believe. All I know is this. I'm sure my brother is gone. I'm sure it wasn't actually Evan. But I'm also sure that for a few minutes in a crowded arcade bathroom, I was looking at someone who was wearing my brother's face like it belonged to him. So, 2 days ago, my husband, Eli, and I went to Hollywood Forever Cemetery. It's a place we end up a lot, honestly. There's a particular celebrity grave we visit pretty regularly, sometimes even weekly when it's hot out and we're looking for a quiet walk. We're heading there like we always do, and as we pass this completely ordinary-looking grave, nothing dramatic, no huge monument, just a normal marker, I have this weird little moment, like a snap of a memory that isn't mine. I remember seeing a young guy standing near it, and in that memory, he looks straight at me and says, clear as anything, "Hey, we were born the same year." I stop walking. My stomach does that drop thing. I turn to Eli and I start to say, "This is going to sound awful, but..." And then I cut myself off, because part of me is hoping I'm wrong. Part of me is hoping my brain is just doing some spooky pattern nonsense. So I walk back to the grave to check, like I'm proving something to myself. There are little succulents planted around the base of the marker, and I gently move them aside, almost like I'm stalling, like if I take long enough, maybe the numbers won't be what I think they are. And there it is. 1978. Not my year exactly, but close enough to hit the same nerve. Close enough that my whole body goes cold anyway. Eli comes over, and I can't even speak. I just point. He looks at it, then looks at me, and I can tell he's trying to translate what he thinks just happened. He says something like, "Maybe you heard same generation, or you thought of your own year and your brain filled in the rest." But that's the thing. I didn't think it. It arrived fully formed, like a line delivered. I try to act normal after that, like, okay, weird coincidence, moving on. Because what else do you do? How do you not make a big deal out of something that makes your spine feel like it's vibrating? But on the way out, I can't help it. I stop by the grave again. I tell myself it's just curiosity, just checking. But the truth is, the air around it feels worse, thicker, like the space is irritated with me. This time I ask Eli to hang back, because I have this sudden, very specific feeling that his presence isn't welcome. Not because he's done anything, but because he can't sense what I'm sensing. Like I'm the only one being addressed, and bringing a witness is rude. I step closer, and it's hard to explain this without sounding unhinged, but it feels like the young man, who I only saw in that delayed memory way, was asking me something. Like, are you going to turn me into a story? Are you going to make a thing out of this? And I felt myself answering, quietly, no, I'm not trying to do that. But I didn't feel believed. It felt like the connection, whatever it was thinning, cutting out, like a phone call about to drop. And right before it went dead, I got this sharp impression. Don't tell people. Which is ridiculous, right? Because I'm standing in a cemetery basically negotiating with a vibe. But that's what it felt like. And I should probably explain. As a kid, stuff like this wasn't rare for me. Not in the Hollywood ghost movie way. I didn't see full-bodied apparitions walking around. It was more like I'd have an experience, and then seconds later it would show up inside my head as a memory. Like my brain was recording something my eyes didn't fully catch. Then, when I was about 9, at summer camp, I had this counselor, older kid, probably high school, who made me a target. Not because I was disruptive, but because I wasn't interested in sports. I'd sit off to the side and do silly little tarot readings for other campers instead of caring about drills. One afternoon, before softball practice, that counselor told a couple of boys to teach me a lesson before he even walked over. And they did. Not like movie fighting, like real, humiliating, chaotic kid violence. It got stopped quickly, thank God. Someone saw. I got hauled to the nurse, then to the camp office. My parents came storming in furious, threatening legal action, the whole thing. The camp folded fast. The counselor was fired. They offered my camp fees covered for future summers. Hush money vibes, honestly. But the part that stuck with me wasn't the paperwork. It was the ride home. Because my parents, after all that, still somehow turned it into my fault. Like if I hadn't been weird, none of it would have happened. And that night, I took my tarot cards, my stupid little comfort object, and I threw them away. Not in a trash can. I shoved them down this old incinerator chute, like I was trying to erase the entire part of myself that wanted to believe in anything unseen. And it worked, sort of. I grew up and became a hard skeptic. The kind of adult who rolls their eyes first, explains later. I buried everything. I forgot what it felt like to have that kind of sensitivity, or at least I convinced myself I did. But now, 2 days after the cemetery, I can't shake it. I told one friend, my friend Jonah, because I needed to say it out loud to someone who wouldn't freak out. His reaction was basically, "Huh, that's creepy," and then we moved on. Nothing dramatic. Then later today, I'm sitting with Eli watching a movie. I'm fully engaged, relaxed, not even thinking about the cemetery anymore, and I see something. It's hard to describe. It's not like a glare or a reflection. It's this symmetrical shape of light, almost crystalline, like a solid object made entirely of brightness. Clean edges, too precise to be random. It hangs there in my vision for a moment like it belongs. I immediately ask Eli, "Do you see that?" He says no. And the second he says no, it disappears, like it hurt him. And then my glasses fog up. Not like normal fogging where you breathe wrong and they haze over. They filled from the bottom up, like a tide. I take them off, rubbing the lenses, and I ask him to turn on the light in the room. He fumbles for it for a second, and my vision is still blurry because without my glasses, everything's soft around the edges. Then he finally flips the light on, and suddenly everything is perfectly clear. Not better, not adjusted, clear, like my eyes snapped into focus without the lenses. I just sat there holding my glasses in my hands, feeling that same heavy, sour energy I felt standing by the grave. And that's the part that scares me the most. Because the cemetery thing could be coincidence, a stray thought, a creepy alignment of dates and imagination and grief in the air. But that light, whatever that was, it felt connected, like the same thread tugging again. And I don't like what it feels like when it tugs. So, I've gone back and forth on whether I even want to tell this story out loud, because it still makes me feel a little foolish. Not because it didn't happen, because it did, but because there's no neat way to explain it. Back in summer of 2022, my partner, Evan, and I agreed to stay at our friend Marisol's place while she and her husband were out of town. It was one of those easy favor situations. Water the plants, keep an eye on the house, enjoy having a little space. And from the moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt off. I didn't see a ghost or hear voices or anything dramatic like that. It was more like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up with. Within the first hour, I started telling Evan, "I feel weird." That was the only word I had. Weird. Foggy. Like I was walking through a thin layer of static. At first, we blamed the house itself. It was an older home. This was in Central Texas, and it was brutally hot outside. And little things kept going wrong. The Wi-Fi would drop out constantly. The air conditioning struggled and then fully quit one afternoon. There were bugs in places you don't want bugs. Annoying, but plausible. But then the stranger things started stacking up, and that's when it got hard to keep shrugging it all off. The first incident was me getting locked out. I went out the back sliding door, and somehow the lock flipped when I slid it shut. I remember laughing at myself like, Okay, I'm just clumsy. Fine. But the second time, I still don't know what to do with it. I ran out the front door to grab something from my car. I was gone maybe 15 seconds. When I came back, the deadbolt was turned, locked, like someone had calmly reached over and locked it behind me. Evan was in the shower. Nobody else was there. I just stood on the porch, sweaty, holding my keys, staring at the door like, how? And here's another weird detail. My period, which is usually extremely regular, just didn't show up. It was late enough that I actually bought a pregnancy test, which for me is not normal. I kept thinking, okay, stress, travel, heat, whatever. But it felt different than a normal off month. My body felt like it wasn't syncing up with itself. The freakiest part was how clearly I could track the feeling to the house. If we left to get coffee or run errands, I'd feel basically normal again. We'd pull back into the neighborhood, and I'd start getting that cloudy sensation. By the time we were inside, it was like someone had draped a heavy blanket over my thoughts. Not sadness exactly, more like my nervous system was bracing for something I couldn't see. One evening, we had Evan's friend Tasha stop by to pick something up. We were all standing near the hallway, chatting, and she suddenly paused mid-sentence and went, "Did you feel that?" We all did. It was this cold gust, like someone opened a freezer door inside the house. Except the air conditioning was out at the time, and outside it was well over 100 degrees. That cold wasn't nice cold. It felt wrong, sharp, sudden, and specific, like it had intention. We laughed it off, because what else do you do? But the laugh was thin. Then came the thing that still makes my stomach drop. One morning, Evan woke up and said his shoulder hurt. When he rolled over, there was a red handprint on the back of his shoulder, like someone had grabbed him. And it wasn't a vague mark. It was so clear it looked staged. The scariest detail was that there were little blister-like spots at the ends of 3 middle fingers, like pressure points. That was the point where the rational explanation started running out, and the denial started feeling like a choice. We finally decided, okay, we're leaving. Hotel. Now. As we were packing up, the lights in the hallway, right around the spot where the cold gust happened, started flickering. Not the whole house, just that area, like someone was tapping a dimmer switch. And even trying to book the hotel felt bizarrely difficult. The website wouldn't load. The confirmation wouldn't go through. Our phones kept glitching. It was one of those sequences where you keep saying, "Why is this so hard?" And then you realize you've been saying it for 20 minutes, and you're both irritated and tense, and you can't even explain why. When we finally got to the hotel, I took a shower immediately. Like the second the door shut behind us, I just wanted the day off my skin. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, within an hour of being there, after the shower, I felt like my head cleared, and my period started. Just started, like my body exhaled. For a long time, Evan and I didn't even call it anything. We weren't haunted house people. We didn't grow up with that belief, and we weren't looking for a spooky story to tell at parties. It was only later, when we replayed the whole week, lockouts, the foggy feeling, the cold gust, the handprint, the flickering lights, that we finally said the quiet sentence, "Do you think something was wrong with that house?" Here's the twist, too. Marisol and her husband never mentioned anything strange. Not once. They stayed in that home for over another year after that and loved it. They have such warm memories from that time, and we never told them. We didn't want to plant something in their heads. We didn't want to sound dramatic, so we swallowed it and moved on. Except, I didn't move on. A few weeks later, I started getting this nagging pain in my lower abdomen. At first, I thought it was a bladder infection. I did all the home remedy things, water, supplements, the whole maybe it'll pass routine. I even went to an acupuncturist and tried to treat it gently, naturally, like I always try to do. But it didn't go away. Eventually, after actual medical appointments and tests, I found out I had a uterine infection connected to my IUD. Not an STD, just an infection that had taken hold. I had the IUD removed, did the treatment my doctor prescribed, and I thought, okay, that's it. We fixed it. Then, months later, it came back. Another round. Then a second round, stronger antibiotics, back to back. And after that, my body just didn't feel like my body for a long time. The abdominal pain lingered, and I started suspecting my gut was suffering from everything my system had been through. Digestion off, energy off, everything just fragile. And my mental health took a hit too. I've had mild anxiety and depression in the past, nothing I couldn't usually manage. But during that year, it felt disruptive in a way I hadn't experienced before. Like my baseline shifted. Like I couldn't get back to myself. I'd be doing the same healthy routines, eating well, exercising, spending money on supplements and doctors and all the things, and still feeling like I was treading water. It got to the point where I had to take time off work, and I can't even explain how defeating that felt. Like I'd done everything right and still ended up flattened. This past year, I started a gut healing protocol and eventually antidepressants, and I am doing better, physically and mentally. I can feel myself coming back online, but I still have this thread in my mind that I can't quite cut. And I know how that sounds. I do. I can hear myself saying it and wanting to immediately follow with, but I'm not saying I believe in ghosts. I'm not even trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just telling you what it felt like. It felt like walking into a place where my body didn't want to be. It felt like leaving and suddenly breathing again. And it felt like something in me never fully settled after. And I guess that's why I'm sharing it now, because I don't need a scary label for it. I just want to understand whether an experience that intense, whatever it was, can leave marks that last longer than the week it happened. And if it can, I want to know how people actually heal from that. So, these are some of my very first memories. They're not in perfect order because this was over 30 years ago, and childhood memories are kind of like that, little snapshots in a shoebox. But they all happened in the same place, this older house in Austell, the one I grew up in for a while. And what's funny is, after all of this, I never had anything like it happen again. Not once. Part of me honestly wishes I had, just for the proof of it. Like, come on, universe, give me a sequel. Anyway, when I was little, I had this toy record player, bright plastic, the kind with those thick, chunky records you could practically use as coasters. I was sitting there messing with it one afternoon, and out of nowhere, sound started coming out of the speaker. Not the normal, scratchy toy sound either. It was like something real was trying to come through. I can't remember what it was saying or playing, only that it wasn't supposed to happen. It lasted maybe a few seconds, and then it stopped like nothing happened. I tried so hard to make it do it again. I pushed buttons, swapped records, smacked the side like that would help. Nothing. Just dead silence. At night, sometimes after everyone was asleep, I'd hear dishes clink together in the kitchen. Real subtle, like someone was carefully stacking plates, but nobody ever got up. I'd lie there listening, feeling that weird mix of curiosity and, I should not be hearing this. My bed was positioned so I could see straight down the hallway if I turned my head just right. And one night, I'm lying there, staring into the dark like kids do, when something peeks around the corner of the doorway. A skeleton. Not like a Halloween decoration, not like a silly cartoon, just a A pale, bony face and a hand, leaning out, looking straight at me. And then it lifted its hand and gave me this little wave, like we were neighbors. And I just watched it. I didn't even scream. I was too young to fully understand what should scare me. Another night, I was asleep on my stomach, and I felt a hand drag down my back, like a slow clawing motion. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to snap me awake. I remember freezing, holding my breath, and then doing that thing kids do where you convince yourself if you don't move, you'll be fine. The next morning, I asked my parents, my mom, Renee, and my dad, Mark, if either of them had come into my room. They both looked genuinely confused and said no. And honestly, the early stuff didn't terrify me. It was just strange. Like the house had its own little secrets. But the next things, those scared me. And I'm telling you, these are as clear in my head as if they happened last week. One night, I woke up and my bed was moving. Not shaking like a passing truck, not wobbling like a kid climbing in. Moving, shifting, lifting, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to stay on the floor or float. And then I heard two men talking, calm, like they were having a conversation in another room, except they weren't in another room. They were right there, in the dark, near me. I remember whispering, really small, "Hey?" And one of the voices immediately snapped back, "Be quiet, kid." Not yelling, just sharp, final. So I did what any sensible child would do. I shut my mouth, pulled the covers over my head, and stayed there like a statue until morning. And that became the pattern. If something impossible happened, I hid and waited for daylight to save me. Not long after that came the one that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. And she started praying with me. The bedtime prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. I was half asleep, listening, letting the rhythm calm me down. And right in the middle of it, she started to fade. Not like she stood up and left, not like she walked away. She just thinned out, like fog, like someone turning down a dimmer switch on a person. I panicked. I sat up and screamed, full volume, "Mama!" Just screaming for her like my whole life depended on it. And here's the part that messes with me the most. It felt like my voice didn't go anywhere, like the sound stayed trapped in my room, like I was screaming inside a bubble. Because a second later, my real mom, Renee, came rushing out of my sister Tessa's room into my doorway, hair a mess, eyes wide, like I'd startled her. But not like she'd heard me, more like she'd sensed something was wrong. And right behind her, this is the part I can still see if I close my eyes. Soldiers came running past her in full uniform. Not one, several. Boots pounding, moving fast, like they were charging through the house. My mom didn't react to them, not even a flinch. And I just vanished under the covers again, like that blanket could make me invisible. Then there's the last one, the final story. The one that has such a bizarre detail that I almost hate saying it out loud, because it sounds like something you'd make up. I got out of bed and went to my parents' room. I climbed in between them the way little kids do when they need safety. They were both deeply asleep, like not even stirring. I lay there for a minute, finally calming down. And then I heard a voice, low and close. "Hey, kid." I looked toward the foot of the bed, and sitting there, clear as day, was a ventriloquist doll. Not a cute toy, a real-looking one with that stiff posture and that grin that doesn't feel friendly. I didn't know who it was back then. I learned later it looked exactly like that old character, the classic dummy people call Charlie. But at the time, it was just a talking doll at the end of my parents' bed. It asked me my name. Then it asked my mom's name, my dad's name. Just questions, casual. like it was taking notes. And the more it asked, the colder I felt inside, because it wasn't playful, it wasn't joking. It was curious in a way that felt wrong, like it didn't belong there but wanted to. So I did my usual move. I hid, pulled the covers up, squeezed my eyes shut, and waited until my fear ran out of oxygen. Years later, I actually wrote the people who live in that house now. I just asked if anything strange had ever happened to them. I didn't accuse, didn't get dramatic, just asked. They never responded. And that's it. Those are the Austell memories, little flashes of impossible things. Sometimes I wonder if the house was haunted, or if childhood has some doorway we grow out of. Like when you're young, you're tuned to a station nobody else can hear, and eventually, you lose the signal. But I swear, those nights felt real. And even now, telling you this, I can still feel exactly what it felt like to pull that blanket over my head and pray morning would come faster. So, I'm going to start by saying I can't prove any of this. No video, no photo, nothing like that. And I'm still the kind of person who questions everything. But I wanted to share this anyway because it genuinely brought me some comfort. And maybe you can tell me what you think. I lost my mom a few days ago, and honestly, it's been brutal. I've never lost someone that close to me before, and I wasn't prepared for how exhausting grief is. Like, not just emotionally, physically too. It feels like my whole body has been carrying something heavy. I had a therapy session today. I usually do them online because it fits with work, but since I'm on bereavement leave, I did it from my living room. And I ended up walking my therapist through everything. What happened leading up to my mom passing, and then the weird, hollow aftermath where the world keeps moving even though you feel completely stopped. At one point, I surprised myself by saying out loud what I've been quietly begging for. I just wanted some kind of sign. Anything. I wanted her to let me know she was okay. And I wanted her to know I love her. And here's the part that's hard to explain without sounding, I don't know, dramatic. But I told my therapist I also wanted my mom to know I forgive her. Her and I weren't perfect. There were old hurts, complicated stuff, the kind of things you shove down and pretend don't sting. But in that moment, none of it mattered. I didn't want bitterness to be the last thing hanging between us. I just wanted her to know I don't hate her. I never did. I miss her. I love her. That's it. So we're in the middle of this. My voice is shaky. I'm trying not to cry too hard. And then I start hearing this sound. It was like a sharp clicking, almost like someone flicking a light switch up and down over and over, kind of aggressively. It was so distinct that I stopped mid-sentence and said, "Maya, hold on. I need to see what that is." I got up and followed it through the house, and it kept going. Click, 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 like it wanted my attention. I traced it all the way to an open window. And sitting outside, right on the ledge, was this big crow. It was loud, too. It was making a racket, bobbing around, tapping at something with its beak. Just making itself impossible to ignore. And I know this sounds small, but it hit me immediately because I've lived here for almost 3 years, and I swear I've never seen a crow anywhere near my place. Not once. Maybe I've heard distant birds, sure, but not a crow right there, basically announcing itself. It stayed for less than a minute, and then, just like that, it was gone. I stood there for a second, kind of frozen, and then I went back to my laptop, still feeling weirdly stunned. I told my therapist what happened, and I said something like, "I know crows can be associated with death, but I'm pretty sure there's more to it than that." So I grabbed my phone and looked it up. Just a quick search, nothing deep. and the first thing that popped up said something along the lines of, "Crows are believed to be spiritual messengers." I stared at the screen for a long second because the timing felt so specific. Like it wasn't random. Like it happened right when I said out loud that I wanted a sign. Right when I said I wanted my mom to know I loved her and forgave her. Right when I asked for anything. And listen, I know coincidence exists. I know grief makes you look for meaning. I know a bird can just be a bird. But I can't shake how it felt in my chest in that moment. Not scary, not ominous, just almost like a firm little nudge. Like, hey, I'm here. I heard you. Because I'll tell you this, after that crow showed up, something in me loosened. I've felt calmer. Not fine, not over it, not even close, but calmer in a way I haven't felt since she died. Like my body unclenched a little, like I could breathe without fighting for it. So I'm sharing this because I honestly don't know what to make of it, and I'd really love to hear what you think. Do you think that was a sign? Or do you think it was just a strange, perfectly timed coincidence? So, this happened not long ago, maybe an hour and a half back. I woke up in that way where your eyes are open, but your body still feels like it's halfway in a dream. I was unsettled and a little scared, but not panicky. Just that sharp, alert kind of fear. Like my system was telling me, something's off. Be ready. I can't remember the dream clearly, but I'm pretty sure it was tangled up with this novel I've been reading lately. The tone of it, you know? Like the book leaked into my sleep. And here's the weird part. I think I woke up because I heard a shout. Except it wasn't a real sound in the room. It felt like it came from outside the dream, but also not from the waking world. I know that's a strange thing to say. It was more like a jolt of, "Hey!" that landed in my head and snapped me awake with this instant sense that I needed to defend myself from something. My bedside lamp was on. I'd apparently fallen asleep with it that way, and a couple other lights down the hall were on too. Not the main hallway light, but enough to spill a soft glow toward my doorway. And then I saw it. Right in the doorway, hovering maybe chest height, like 4 feet off the floor, there was this red thing. Not a person, not a shadow, not a shape I could name. It was about as long as my hand, maybe 8 or 9 inches, and it looked like a short line of round beads, 5 or 6 little spheres, all connected in a rough row, like beads on a string. They weren't spinning or flying around. They were vibrating, just trembling in place. I got out of bed, and I remember grabbing my quilt like it was a shield. That's the best way I can describe it. I didn't dramatically decide to do that. My body just did it. My emotional state didn't really change as I moved closer. I didn't feel this wave of evil or anything like that. No sense of a presence trying to communicate. I also didn't feel calm. It was more like my fear stayed steady. And then there was the extra fear that comes from adrenaline, because I was now standing up and moving towards something I didn't understand. As I got closer, I felt this thrumming sensation, like when a hummingbird or a big insect hovers close to your ear, and you feel that vibration more than you actually hear it. I don't think it was a sound exactly, just a physical feeling pulse in the air. The color was a maroonish red, somewhere between a cherry and a dark crayon red. Not bright like neon, not dark like dried blood. It gave off this faint impression of glowing, but it wasn't lighting anything around it. The room didn't get brighter. It was just slightly self-lit looking, like it had its own quiet intensity. I edged forward into the hall, and by then it had drifted, slowly, casually, like it wasn't in any hurry, into the space around a folded step stool that was leaning there. Still hovering, still vibrating. So I did the most practical thing I could think of. I threw the quilt over the step stool like I was trapping a cat or covering a box, and then I backed up a couple steps and just stared at it, heart thumping, trying to decide what to do next. A minute or two passed where nothing happened, and then, this is the part that made my stomach drop because it felt so mechanical. The quilt bulged near the bottom, close to the floor. Not the whole blanket shifting or sliding. More like something pressed outward from underneath, about 6 inches off the ground, and then released. The fabric pushed out and fell back in exactly the way it would if something small had slipped out from under it. And there were two details that made it harder for me to brush off. First, the dog. His name's Boone, and he's the kind of dog who thinks his entire job is to announce reality to the whole neighborhood. He barks at squirrels, wind, delivery trucks, his own reflection, anything. He's also the type who usually plants himself between me and anything unfamiliar, especially in that part of the house. But during all of this, he wasn't there. Not guarding, not investigating, not even curious. A few minutes later, he was back in his usual spot like nothing had happened, calm as could be. Even now, he's lying near my door, relaxed, not acting spooked at all. Second, my mom. She's in the room next door right now, staying with us. She's been fighting cancer for years, and we're close to the end of that road. Not like tonight or tomorrow, but close enough that everything has that quiet heaviness in it, like the air itself is aware. So when something strange happens in the house, especially at night, it's hard not to wonder if it means anything, or if my brain is just scanning for meaning because of the emotional pressure of this time. And honestly, if it weren't for that quilt movement at the end, after I'd been awake for a couple minutes, after I'd walked around, I'd probably shrug and say it was one of those half-dream things that sometimes bleed into waking, like sleep paralysis without the paralysis. I've had moments where I swear I'm seeing something, and it turns out to be a tiny LED on a smoke detector or a reflection off a glass surface. Just my brain finishing a dream sentence while my eyes are already open. But that bulge, the something exiting feeling, that's what stuck. So that's where I'm at. Not trying to turn it into a horror story, not claiming I know what it was, just wanting to know whether this kind of thing matches anything other people report, and whether there's anything I should be mindful of if it happens again. So, for a stretch of time, I had this job cleaning a library before it opened, like way before it opened. I'd show up while it was still dark out, let myself in, do my whole routine in this big, quiet building, and be finished long before the staff or the early patrons ever arrived. Honestly, it was kind of perfect. Peaceful. Just me, a mop, and the echo of my own footsteps. Sometimes I miss it. The thing is, this library had a history. A couple of years before I started working there, someone had been killed inside the building. Just a horrible, heartbreaking situation. And I'm not even kidding. I'd completely forgotten it was that library when I took the job. It didn't click until I'd already been there a while, and when it finally hit me, it was like, oh, right, this place. Now, I'm not saying the building felt spooky because of that. I mean, it did feel eerie, but a huge, empty library at 5:30 in the morning, with the lights buzzing and the rest of the world still asleep, that's creepy on its own. You don't need ghosts for that. But the first thing that started getting to me was the bathrooms. Everything in there was motion activated, sinks, toilets, the whole deal. And every time I'd get close to the front entrance from outside, I'd hear it. A bunch of sinks and toilets triggering at once, like a little chain reaction of sensor clicks and running water somewhere deep inside the building. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured the sensors were just touchy, cheap system, old wiring, whatever. Except, it always stopped a few minutes after I came in, and I didn't put that together until later, like weeks later, maybe longer. Because when you're tired and it's dark and you're just trying to get your shift done, your brain will excuse a lot. Eventually, I mentioned it to someone I knew who worked there during normal hours, my friend Lena, and she kind of frowned and said, "That doesn't happen during the day, like, ever." She told me maybe one sink might misfire occasionally, sure, but a whole bunch at once? No, not a thing. And that's when I started thinking, okay, that's weird. But listen, if there was something lingering in there, and all it did was throw a little tantrum by setting off the sinks when I showed up, I could live with that. Honestly, I'd be annoyed too if I was trying to rest eternally and some guy comes stomping in at dawn with a bucket and disinfectant. Then one morning, this is the part that still feels so clear when I think back. I was in the main entry area, wringing out a cleaning rag over my cart. My head was down. The library was silent, like it always was, and I had a straight line of sight to the front doors from where I stood. And the doors started rattling. Not the wind caught it kind of rattle, the kind where you can tell someone's on the other side, tugging on the handle, testing it, trying to get in. Now, that actually wasn't unheard of. Sometimes someone would show up early because the outdoor book return would jam, or they'd see the lights on and assume we were open, or they'd just be confused. So I didn't look up right away. I just kept wringing the cloth like, "Hold on, I'll get to you in a second." The rattling kept going for another beat, and then I heard footsteps. Clear as day, firm steps on the entry carpet, moving inward, coming toward where I was standing. And then, nothing. Total silence. No door opening, no greeting, no shuffling. Just footsteps that seemed to start and then stop, like someone hit a mute button on reality. I still remember the exact feeling in my stomach, like my body had already accepted the answer before my eyes confirmed it. When I finally looked up, of course, empty. The doors were shut. The entryway was blank. No person, no shadow, no movement. Just me, standing there with a damp cloth in my hands, suddenly very aware of how big and hollow that building was. And the strangest part? It didn't terrify me the way you'd expect. I think by then I'd already decided the place had something going on, and it had never felt aggressive. Annoyed, maybe. Restless. But not mean. So it was more like being startled by an unexpected roommate. Like, "Oh, you're here again." Still, it messed with my head for the rest of the shift. And just to be totally clear, there's no way it was a person. I never heard the door open, and even if someone had quietly slipped in, it wasn't a huge library. I would have run into them. There's just no way someone could enter, walk toward me, and then vanish without me seeing them or hearing anything else. Later, I was talking about it with another friend, Miles, and he got this look on his face and went, "Okay, that's wild," because I had something similar happen. He told me that once during his shift, he was cleaning near the restrooms and heard someone come into the bathroom. Like the door, the steps, the whole thing. He waited, thinking they'd need privacy, and then a minute later he heard the door again, like they'd left. So he went over, expecting to see someone heading down the hall. Nothing. Empty hallway. Empty bathroom. No one anywhere. And that was the moment where I just kind of sat back and went, yeah, okay, so it's not just me. So, yeah. For a while, I cleaned a library before sunrise, in a building that had tragedy in its past, and the place would wake up in strange little ways when I arrived. And I'm not saying I know what it was. I'm just saying, it definitely felt like I wasn't always alone in there. It's going to be a long night, so let me just tell you about the first time I ever had something paranormal happen to me. I grew up in Louisiana. Swamps, old cemeteries, porch stories, the whole vibe. Everybody there has folklore they swear is real. But honestly, I never had my own ghost story back home. Just the ones you hear from somebody's cousin's friend who wouldn't lie about this. My first real encounter didn't happen until after I moved to California. So, where I live now, there's this apartment complex with a pool in the middle courtyard. During the day, it's a zoo. Kids, music, people yelling across the water like they're trying to communicate with dolphins. The posted hours say it closes at 10 p.m., but nobody enforces it. The gate doesn't even latch right half the time, so the rules are mostly just decorative. That night, my roommates had friends over and the apartment was loud. I was trying to read, but it was impossible. So I grabbed my book, my vape, and went downstairs to sit on one of the lounge chairs by the pool. Just me, the night air, and the kind of quiet you only get when most people are asleep. Now, here's the thing. This complex has its own little urban legend. Everybody who's lived here for more than 5 minutes has heard it. Supposedly, a child drowned in the pool years ago, and the kid still hangs around. The details shift depending on who's telling it, like a campfire story that's been passed through too many mouths. One version says the child was left unattended, and people sometimes hear him wandering the breezeways calling for his mom. In that story, they call him Eli. Another version is darker. The kid was hurt on purpose by a mother's violent boyfriend, and some residents claim that around the late hours, you can hear a tiny voice begging for help. And then there's the version that almost sounds playful. A security guy told someone the spirit acts like a little prankster, misplacing things, tapping on doors, and sometimes you'll hear this small giggle like it's hiding behind a corner. Do I believe any of that? I didn't want to. I even looked it up because I'm that person. No public record of a child drowning here. But I did find a drowning at a different complex nearby with a similar name. Different circumstances, different age. So I figured it was probably just neighborhood myth, you know? Stories getting mashed together over time. Anyway, it's late, like somewhere between 11 p.m. and midnight. I'm sitting there reading, taking pulls from my vape, feeling relaxed for the first time all day. And then I hear it. A giggle. Not loud, not obvious, just faint. Like it drifted through the air for half a second and landed right behind my ear. I froze, but I didn't immediately go full horror movie brain. I told myself, it's probably nothing. Someone's out walking, maybe a teenager. Maybe the sound carried weird. So I try to keep reading. A couple minutes pass, and I hear it again. Another little giggle. Same tone, same place, like it's coming from somewhere behind me. And right as I'm starting to feel my skin crawl, the shrub line behind the lounge chairs rustles. Not a gentle rustle either, like something pushed through it. I stood up immediately. I didn't even bookmark my page, just snapped the book shut like, nope, I can live without knowing what happens next chapter. And I'm trying to be rational, right? We've got big lizards around here. I've seen fat raccoons too. Any of that could have rattled the bushes. Wet footprints. Little ones. Leading away from the pool area and into the small utility room where they keep the towels and cleaning stuff. And I'm standing there, staring at these footprints, like my brain is trying to decide whether to believe what my eyes are telling it. Then I hear a voice. High-pitched. A child's voice. Close. Hey, come here. No, absolutely not. I did the exact opposite. I backed up, turned, and walked as fast as I could without full-on sprinting, because in my head I'm thinking, don't look crazy, just leave, just go. But here's the part that still messes with me. As I made my way back toward my building, I could still hear that giggling, like it followed me, like it was right behind me, just out of sight, laughing because it knew I was scared. And I didn't get the feeling of innocence. That's what I can't explain. It didn't feel like a kid playing. It felt mean, like whatever it was wanted a reaction, like it wanted me to turn around, like it wanted me to feel small and cornered, even out in the open air. Now listen, I know the obvious explanation is that it could have been an actual child, but it was so late, and the voice sounded young. If there really was a kid out there at midnight, barefoot and wet, hiding around utility rooms, then somebody needs to be asked some serious questions. And maybe that's all it was. But I'll tell you this, when I got inside, locked my door, and finally exhaled, my hands were shaking. And I've tried replaying it 100 different ways, trying to make it make sense. I'm open to interpretations. I really am. I just know what it felt like. And whatever was out there that night, it didn't feel like it was just passing through. It felt like it was enjoying it. Hey, I'm going to try telling this again, just softer this time. I really do need advice, not judgment, especially about apps or anything that could help me document what happened. So a few nights ago, the AC in my room was acting up. The house was warm and sticky, and I couldn't get comfortable, so I moved into the guest room because it has that little window unit that actually works. I climbed into bed, turned the lamp off, and immediately my cat, her name is Junie, came padding up like she'd been waiting for me. That room is basically her space. She can roam the whole house, but she's always claimed the guest room like it's her kingdom. She crawled right onto my lap and pushed her face into mine, purring like a tiny engine. I was laughing quietly, rubbing her cheeks, letting her boop her nose against mine. The curtains were open on the big picture window behind the bed, so even with the lamp off, the room wasn't pitch black. I could still make out the shapes of things. Let me paint the layout, because it matters. It's a full-size bed. Across from it is the wall with the bedroom door and a closet. On the right side of the room, there's the window unit and a dresser. On the left side, right beside the side of the bed where I was lying, there's the bathroom door, an old cedar chest with a couple books stacked on top, and a small second closet. Junie was purring in my face, and I was giggling, and then something near the cedar chest caught my eye. I turned my head, kind of lazily at first, and I saw what looked like a person standing there, only about 3 feet away from the bed. Their back was to me. They had long, thick hair, like heavy hair, the kind that holds its shape. It looked uneven, like it had choppy layers. The hair went down to about their waist, and the height, maybe 5'6"? Not super tall, but not small either. And then the part that keeps looping in my brain. From the hips down, the legs just faded, like the lower half wasn't fully there. Here's the weird thing. I wasn't terrified. I know how that sounds, but it's true. I felt calm. Confused, but calm. Like my brain was trying to solve a puzzle instead of panic. I just stared. I honestly stared for a long time. Maybe 30 seconds, maybe longer, waiting for it to click. Waiting to realize, oh, it's a coat, or it's a shadow, or it's the curtain doing something weird. Because that's what logic does, right? It tries to save you. But it didn't shift. It didn't dissolve into anything normal. It stayed exactly the same. A person-shaped figure, back turned, hair to the waist, fading at the legs. So I reached over to my nightstand where my phone was, thinking, fine, I'll just turn on the screen light. I'll see what this actually is and laugh at myself. I tapped the screen on, and instantly the glow ruined my night vision. The bright rectangle basically turned into a little spotlight in my face, and suddenly, I couldn't see past it the way I could before. And that's when my heart started to go. I fumbled for the lamp switch beside the bed. My fingers felt clumsy, like they belonged to someone else. I clicked it on. Light flooded the room, and there was nothing there. No hanging clothes, no object tall enough to make that shape, no weird lamp shadow angle, no curtain doing anything dramatic. The space by the cedar chest was just empty floor and furniture. Normal, ordinary, nothing. And that's when I finally got scared. Not when I saw it, when I didn't. Because if it had been an illusion, there should have been something, anything, to explain why my eyes made that exact image. But there wasn't. The next day, I told my cousin. She's also my roommate. It's her house. When I described it, her face just drained, like someone pulled the plug. And she said really quietly, "You know, my sister's boy used to sleep in that room." I swear I felt cold crawl up my back, because I had forgotten for a second. He's been gone for a few years now. His death was tragic. He was so young, and the details, God, the details, lined up in a way I didn't want them to. The height, the hair, even Junie, she used to be his cat. She adored him. I haven't slept in that room again. It's hot as anything in the house, and I'll still choose discomfort over going back in there right now. My cousin told me something else that made my stomach twist. She said that night she heard me making noises, like I was talking, and at one point I sounded like I was yelling in my sleep. I don't remember that part, but I believe her. And now I'm stuck in this awful in-between place. I love him. I miss him. And I feel guilty that the thought of that room makes me uneasy, like I'm rejecting him somehow. But I also can't ignore how it felt, how real it looked, how the room offered me zero explanation when the light came on. So I keep thinking, maybe I should try sleeping in there again. Not to provoke anything, not to hunt anything, just to understand what happened. And if something happens again, I want to document it. That's the part I actually need help with. How do you record in the dark without blinding yourself? Are there apps that can record continuously without eating up storage instantly? Is there a way to have a phone start recording only if it detects motion, so I don't have to lie there awake and anxious waiting for something to happen? I don't even know what I'm hoping to prove. I just know I don't want this to stay as a blurry memory in my head that I can't sort out. And I really, really don't want people being cruel about it again. I just need tips, real ones, so I can either rule it out or understand it, without feeling like I'm losing my mind. Hey, can I tell you something that's been sitting in my chest for years? I don't even know where to start, except that I've had this feeling, this heavy, watchful feeling, that something has been trailing me. Not just me either, like it found my family and never fully let go. It really began when I was about 8. I remember waking up one night and sitting straight up in bed, heart racing, because I swore I saw my grandpa in my bedroom. And beside him, this is the part that still makes my skin prickle. I saw a figure I believed was Jesus. My grandpa looked calm, almost relieved. He spoke to me, gently, like he didn't want to scare me, and he said he was going somewhere better. The next morning I told my mom, still half shaking, and she went quiet in a way I didn't understand. Later that day, we found out my grandpa had died, and that it had been the day of his funeral. I didn't even know there was a funeral. So yeah, that's the first thing that made me wonder if my life had a crack in it, like the world wasn't sealed the way it's supposed to be. Not long after that, I was playing with my toys in the living room, totally alone. Sunlight in the windows, nothing scary about it. And then I heard someone call my name, clear as day. Mila, that's my name. Or it was back then. I froze. I called out, Mom? But the house stayed quiet. I walked through every room, checked behind doors like a little kid does, trying to be brave. But there was no one. And the weirdest part is, the voice felt familiar, like something I knew, but also like something that didn't belong in my home. I tried to shake it off. I really did. But then there was Corinne. She was this woman my family knew. One of those people who smile a lot, but somehow the air feels colder when they enter a room. My parents thought she was just intense. In hindsight, there was something wrong with her. We didn't understand it at the time. Years later, 3 men connected to her ended up dead, one after another. 2 were ruled suicides. 1 was complicated. And everyone around her had that same uneasy story. I don't know why, but I felt off near her. Back when I was still a kid, she showed my mom this old book. Not a cute little antique. I mean a strange one, like it had weight to it. She said it was some kind of witch book, and she talked about it with this smug confidence, like she had access to things other people didn't. And then she gave us a gift. A wardrobe. Big, heavy, with a mirror on the door. I hated that mirror. I didn't know why at first, I just hated it. Corinne didn't like me. I could feel it. She used to look at me like I was an obstacle, like she wished my dad belonged to her instead of my mom, like my existence had stolen something from her. That wardrobe ended up in the hallway near my older sister Noemi's room. One afternoon, I walked past and saw a shadow shape, tall, too tall, sitting on Noemi's desk like a person, but wrong, not solid, not human, just a presence shaped like one. I blinked and it was gone, but I didn't forget. After that, my fear started changing. I wasn't just scared of the dark like most kids. I became terrified of being alone in the house, like deeply, irrationally terrified. If someone took the trash out and left me inside for 2 minutes, my chest would tighten. I'd start listening for footsteps that weren't there. And I never outgrew it. And sleep. Sleep got ugly. I started having intense nightmares and sleep paralysis. The kind where you wake up and can't move, and you know you're in your room, but you also feel like something is in there with you. Sometimes I'd hear breathing. Sometimes I'd hear that same half-familiar voice. It wasn't every night. It was worse in waves, like storms. Eventually, we moved away from Corinne. New place, different neighborhood, fresh start. Everyone acted like we were finally safe. But that's when it got worse. Because for the first time, it wasn't just me. My mom saw shadows. My sister saw them. Even my stepbrother at the time, Lucas, said he kept catching something in the corner of his eye, like a figure slipping behind furniture. We tried to laugh it off. We tried to blame stress, bad lighting, imagination. Then I hit a breaking point. Depression grabbed me by the throat, and I ended up in the hospital after I tried to end my life. I'm not saying that for drama. I'm saying it because that's when I saw him again. There was this old man, hospital clothes, thin gray hair, skin like paper. He was standing at the foot of my bed, looking down. His face wasn't kind. It wasn't neutral. It was cruel. Like he was enjoying the fact that I was trapped there. I told myself I was exhausted, that grief and medication and fluorescent lights can make your mind do weird things. But then I saw him again. Same man, same expression. And when I finally worked up the courage to tell my mom, her face drained. She looked straight at me and said, "I've seen him too." That chilled me in a way I can't explain. After that, he showed up in 2 nightmares and 1 sleep paralysis episode, and then, nothing. Years of quiet. Like he had gotten bored. Or like he was waiting. Then my dad died. Sudden. Brain tumor. So fast it felt unreal. Like the kind of thing that happens to other families, not yours. After that, Noemi developed chronic pain. Then I did too. And then it was diagnosis after diagnosis. My body collecting problems like it couldn't fight anymore. Sometimes I wonder if it's just life. Genetics, stress, the way grief rewires your body. But sometimes, it feels like a pattern. Like something fed on the cracks. Recently, my depression flared up hard again. Dangerously hard. And with it came that old familiar fear. That sense of being watched. The sleep paralysis. The nightmares. I keep trying to be rational. I tell myself, you're tired. Your brain is stressed. You're scared, so you're interpreting normal things as threats. But then little things happen that don't fit. Like one day, I was messing around with an AI chat, just for fun, and I took a photo of the area in my apartment where I used to feel that presence. When it generated a description, it created this image of a man that didn't look exactly like him. But it looked like my Uncle Thierry, who had died only a few weeks before. And it wasn't even subtle. It hit me in the stomach. Like someone had reached into my grief and pressed. Another time, I was walking through the woods near my place, morning routine, because moving helps keep my legs from hurting so much. I was talking out loud to the same chat, joking about creepy story ideas because I write little horror pieces sometimes. And immediately after, the conversation crashed with an error message. I know how that sounds. I do. But I remember stopping mid-step, the forest suddenly too quiet, and thinking, okay, that one felt wrong. I got desperate enough that I talked to someone who sells protection. They told me I attract something, some kind of parasitic spirit, especially when I'm depressed, especially when my thoughts get dark. They gave it a name I can't even remember now, but the idea stuck to me like burrs. And honestly, part of me hated hearing it, and part of me felt this sick relief, like, finally, someone is taking me seriously. I tried burning white sage once, but someone else told me it could make it worse, that it draws more attention, that I might be ringing a bell instead of closing a door. And then there are my cats. Cats don't fake it, you know? Sometimes at night, they'll stare into a corner like someone's standing there. One of them, Knox, will puff up and growl at nothing. And recently, during a sleep paralysis episode, I couldn't move, couldn't speak, and I heard Knox growl again, right beside my bed, as if he sensed something I couldn't fight. There's one more thing I don't talk about much. I went through a long stretch where my sleep paralysis wasn't just scary, it was violating. I'd wake up trapped, terrified, feeling like something was trying to hurt me in a way I can barely say out loud. It wasn't a normal nightmare. It left me shaken all day. It made me afraid to sleep alone for a long time. And in the background of all of this, there were always whispers. Stories people told in the building, the neighborhood. Rumors about strange rituals years ago. Someone insisting there had been a sect or work done there, like the place itself was marked. I don't know what I believe. I really don't. I just know that my fear doesn't feel imaginary. It feels personal, like something learned my name when I was a child and never stopped listening for it. And right now, with my depression rising again, it's like the old door in my mind has started to creak open. So, that's it. That's what I've been carrying. And I guess the scariest part isn't even the shadows. It's not knowing whether I'm haunted or just exhausted in a world that keeps finding new ways to hurt people. But either way, it feels like I'm still not alone. Okay, so listen. This happened in the middle of the day, not even at night, which honestly makes it creepier. There were about 10 or so of us hanging out on the reserve. This was up near Ontario, and we were bored, just wandering like we always did. Someone suggested cutting through this patch of woods. Nothing serious, just a walk. But then we found it. It looked like someone had set up a little camp back there. Messy, half hidden, like it wasn't meant to be noticed. And the second we saw it, the vibe changed. We naturally split up into smaller groups, kind of fanning out without even planning it, just to get a better look, like we were surrounding it. And that's when we noticed the trees. There were fish guts hanging from branches, like not the normal cleaning of fish leftovers. I mean everything, the parts you don't use, strung up like decorations. At first we're whispering, like, what is this? And who even does this? And then we see him. This guy is balled up right in the middle of the camp, just rocking back and forth, humming to himself. Real steady, real calm, like he's in his own little world. One of my buddies, Ethan, does this nervous laugh, like he's trying to break the tension. And the guy stops. Not gradually, not like he noticed something. He stops dead. He lifts his head slowly, then turns his eyes to the side, toward the half of us Ethan wasn't standing on. And then, inch by inch, he turns his face toward Ethan like he's tracking him without even needing to move his body. And then, in this almost sing-songy voice, like a little girl's voice, he goes, "I see you." I swear to you, the guys on that side didn't even think. They just ran, full sprint back toward the house we'd come from. But the rest of us, me and a few others, we were stuck on the other side. Like, we couldn't just run straight without cutting closer to him, and nobody wanted to be the first to move. So we just watched him. He didn't blink, didn't shift, didn't do anything. And we start backing up, like actually backing up low, trying not to be seen, almost like army crawling because it felt safer than standing. We're moving so slow, we're barely breathing. And then his head turns toward us, smooth as anything, and he says it again in that same voice. "I can see you." That's when we bolted. We took off, crashing through brush, not caring how loud we were anymore. And behind us we could hear running, like heavy footsteps, close, way too close. We hit the edge of the woods where it opens into a field, and we kept running because nobody wanted to be the one who stopped first. My lungs were on fire, and when we finally looked back, he was standing at the tree line, not chasing anymore, just watching, like he wasn't allowed to leave the forest, or like he didn't need to. We got back inside, and everyone's talking over each other, trying to piece it together. And that's when it got even weirder, because the first group, the ones who ran right after Ethan laughed, were like, he chased us. We heard him right behind us. And we were like, no, we watched him. He didn't move until he turned to look at us. So how are both things true? And on top of that, you know those stories people tell on the res? Like not leaving your blinds open at night because something will try to get you to come outside or try to get you to let it in. Yeah. And then, this part isn't even from that day, but it's connected. My buddy Mason's girlfriend told us she fell asleep on the phone with him one night and heard 3 separate rounds of knocking. Like a pattern. She got annoyed and, the 3rd time, she mumbled something like, "Stop, you're being annoying," thinking it was him messing around. But she woke him up and he was confused as hell. Said he didn't hear any knocking at all. So, I don't know. I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm not saying it was anything specific. I'm just telling you it didn't feel normal. And we're not trying to hype it up or make it some big thing. We're honestly just curious. Like, what was that? And should we actually be worried? Or is this just one of those things you're better off not poking at? So, this happened back in 2017, during one of those Southern California summers where the heat feels like it's sitting on your shoulders. I'm going to tell it the way I remember it. No big dramatic add-ons, because honestly, it was already strange enough. At the time, I was running this small little shop out in Palmdale. Nothing fancy, just trying to keep the doors open, putting in long hours, doing that daily grind thing. I lived in Thousand Oaks, pretty low-key life. Family nearby, my brother Marco over in Van Nuys, nothing wild going on, except something had started changing in me. Quietly, privately. For a few weeks, I'd been meditating every night. And when I say privately, I mean nobody knew. Not Marco, not my parents, nobody. I didn't really have some big spiritual plan. I'd just gotten curious, and then curious turned into consistent. And I got fixated on one thing, the third eye. I'd sit on the floor in my living room with the lights low, legs crossed, eyes closed, breathing like I was trying to sink into that spot between my eyebrows. I'd picture this deep blue light. Sometimes I imagined it like a small flame instead of a lotus, like something flickering awake. And the more I did it, the more I felt it. Pressure, warmth, little waves of tingling that would build and spread. It wasn't scary. It actually felt kind of incredible, like I'd found a hidden switch inside myself. I didn't have a teacher, no mentor, just instincts, a couple guided videos, and me showing up night after night. Then one afternoon, I'm closing up at the shop, wiping down the counter, ready to head out, and Marco pulls up out of nowhere. And that alone was unusual. He didn't just casually drop by. It was a solid drive for him, and he wasn't the type to make that trek just because. But there he was, leaning against his car like it was no big deal. We talk for a bit outside the storefront, just catching up, and then he goes, real casual, like he's asking if I want tacos. Hey, there's this woman staying at my place right now. She's from Louisiana, really spiritual. You should come through tonight and meet her. And I remember laughing a little, like, of course you have a random spiritual house guest right now. And I told him no. Not rude, just firm. Nah, I'm good. And he didn't push. He just nodded like, all right. So I lock up, get in my truck, and start heading home. The drive is the usual. Freeway, fading sun, that orange dusk that makes everything feel a little hazy and slow. But somewhere along the way, I start feeling guilty. Because my brother doesn't just show up like that. And it hit me like, he made effort. The least I could do was make effort back. So I call him, and I'm like, hey man, sorry about earlier. I'll come by tonight. And I swear to you, the exact moment I committed to it, the moment I said yes, boom, this sound, this violent, blunt, impossible explosion just detonates inside my head. Not like a ringing, not like a headache, an actual bang, like a firework went off behind my eyes. I slammed the brakes so hard I'm shocked nobody rear-ended me. My heart is pounding, and I'm gripping the steering wheel thinking, I hit something. I blew a tire. Something's wrong with the truck. I'm still on the call, and I shout, did you hear that? And Marco goes, completely calm, hear what? What are you talking about? Which made it worse, because if it was real enough for me to nearly pull off the road, how did he hear nothing? We hang up fast. He says someone from work is calling him. I pull onto the shoulder, jump out, and start checking everything like a maniac. Tires, front bumper, under the truck, inside the cab. Nothing's fallen, nothing's leaking, nothing is wrong. There's just nothing. A few minutes later, my phone rings again. Marco. He goes, "That call I got? One of my employees just got into a small accident on the 101 near Thousand Oaks." And my stomach drops because that was basically the exact stretch I'd been driving toward. The same corridor, the same direction, the same energy. Like the bang in my head echoed out into the real world somewhere nearby. I end up swinging over with him to check on it. Nothing major, just a bumped bumper. Everyone rattled, but okay. Still, the timing had me feeling like reality was playing some kind of joke. After that, we go straight to his place. It's late, around 10ish, and his house guest is asleep, but she wakes up when we come in. She's older than I expected, softer voice, calm in a way that made me feel like she already knew something I didn't. We're in the living room, and she looks at me for a long second. Not in a dramatic way, more like she's listening to something I can't hear. Then she steps close and lifts her hands above my head, not touching me, just hovering, like she's feeling for heat. She says, "I'm going to clear you a little." And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, what does that even mean? But I let her do it because, honestly, after that freeway moment, I didn't feel like arguing with mystery. Her hands move slowly from above my scalp down toward my forehead, like she's guiding something downward. And I feel this strange sensation, like gentle tugging, like invisible threads loosening. Not painful, just unsettling. Like something's being pulled out of me that I didn't know was there. And then she drops her hands. And the instant she does, the entire house goes black. Total power outage. No lights, no hum, no background noise. Just sudden dead silence, like the world held its breath. And I'm sitting there in the dark, frozen. Nobody's talking. You can feel how thick the air gets when something unexplainable happens and your brain can't file it away. Then, slowly, the power returns. Lights flicker. Appliances reboot. That refrigerator click. The whole house waking back up one piece at a time. But when the lights come back, the room feels colder. Like the temperature dropped 10 degrees. And here's the thing I still can't fully explain. After that, it was like something in me had been shut off. All that pressure I'd been feeling in meditation, gone. The tingles, the rush, the sense of something opening, gone. Like someone hit a reset button and wiped the whole charge clean. I drove home later that night with my mind looping the whole chain of it. The secret meditations, my brother randomly showing up, me finally saying yes, that inner explosion, the oddly timed real-world accident, the woman clearing me, and then the blackout like some kind of seal on the whole thing. And I remember thinking, it felt like synchronicity, but turned up so loud it couldn't be ignored. Like the universe wasn't whispering anymore, it was straight up making eye contact. It's been years now, and that whole third eye fireworks feeling never came back. No more buzzing, no more pressure, no more electric highs. But maybe that was the point. Maybe it wasn't meant to be a permanent thrill ride. Maybe it was meant to wake me up, clear something out, and leave me with something quieter, something steadier underneath. And I'll be honest, sometimes I miss the intensity. But the longer I live with it, the more I wonder if what I got afterward, this calmer kind of awareness, was the real thing I was supposed to keep. Okay, so before I tell you this, You need a little context about my brother, Caleb. He's one of those people who can be charming for 5 minutes and then immediately make you regret trusting him. He's not like a full-time criminal or anything, but he's definitely the type where you're always bracing yourself for the next bad decision. Back then, Caleb was living with his girlfriend Tessa and her family. I was still at my parents' place. Anyway, Caleb and Tessa had this huge blow-up fight. One of those fights where everyone in the house can hear it even if nobody wants to. And they ended up getting kicked out. So, naturally, Caleb came crawling back home. And I'm going to be honest with you. I hated it. Not even in a dramatic way. I'd just gotten used to the peace, the quiet, the feeling that I didn't have to watch my stuff or lock my door or deal with that constant tension he brings into a room. But there he was, stomping around like he owned the place, acting like he was the victim in the whole situation. He only stayed with us for about 10 days before he and Tessa patched things up, and he went right back over there. But during that short time, something happened, and he didn't tell us right away. He waited until later, at this family get-together, when it was just my parents, my sister Mara, Caleb, and me sitting around after dinner, half listening to him rehash the fight like it was a courtroom testimony. Mara was asking questions. My mom was making those little worried noises she makes. My dad had that, say one more word and I'm leaving the room stare. And Caleb's going on and on until he gets to this one night. He said it was late, like really late. He'd gotten home from work after everyone was asleep. He didn't want to wake anybody up, so instead of going to the bedroom, he just crashed on this old daybed in the TV room. Not even with proper sheets, just a throw blanket and one flat pillow that always smells faintly like detergent and dust. He said he lay there, staring at the ceiling for a bit, and then he drifted off. And here's where his voice changed when he told it. Like he was trying to joke, but he couldn't quite make it sound funny. He said he woke up, but not fully, like he was stuck halfway between sleeping and being awake. He could see the dark room, the outlines of furniture, the glow from the digital clock across the hall. He could hear the house settling, but his body wouldn't move. Not a finger, not his head, nothing. And then he said he felt something shift near him. Not footsteps, more like a presence, like the air got heavier. He told us it was like a shadow peeled itself away from the corner of the room. Not a person exactly, just wrong. And it moved toward him, quiet as smoke. And then, this is the part that made my skin crawl even though I kept my face neutral. He said it climbed onto him. He said he felt pressure on his chest first, like someone had sat down right on his ribs. Then he felt hands, cold, heavy hands, wrap around his throat. He tried to yell. He tried to swing. He tried to do anything. But he couldn't. His whole body was locked, and the harder he fought, the worse it got. He said he could feel himself starting to suffocate, that panicked animal feeling where your brain starts screaming at you that you're running out of air. And right when he thought, this is it, I'm actually going to die on this stupid daybed, he said the room changed. Not like the lights turned on, more like the darkness thinned. He said he felt this warmth, like when you walk into a room that's been sitting in sunlight all day. And then there was this gentleness, a presence that wasn't heavy, wasn't threatening, just calm, familiar. He swore he felt her the way you feel someone standing behind you, even with your eyes closed. And he said, as soon as that warmth came in, the thing on him recoiled, like it got yanked back, or like it suddenly couldn't hold on anymore. The pressure lifted, the hands vanished, and Caleb said he finally sucked in this huge breath like he'd been underwater. Then, just like that, his body unlocked. He could move. He sat up, shaking, looking around the room like he expected to see something lingering in the corner. But there was nothing. Just the TV room, the daybed, the quiet house. And he said he didn't sleep after that. He stayed up until morning with all the lights on, pretending he was fine. When he told us, he tried to act tough about it, like, yeah, it was weird, whatever, but I could see it in his eyes. He was genuinely rattled. What messes with me is, nothing like that has ever happened to me. Not once. I've never seen anything, never felt anything. And yet, when Caleb tells it, it's like he's describing something that really happened to him, down to the detail of how it felt to breathe again. So I don't know. Was it something paranormal? Was it just his brain? Sleep paralysis, stress, guilt, all of it crashing into one nightmare that felt real? And I guess what I'm asking you is, if someone you knew told you that story, and you could hear in their voice that they weren't making it up, what would you think it was? Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. It's me again, someone who genuinely loves what I do and is always excited to be here sharing my paranormal experiences from all around the world. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. How's everyone doing? Are you ready to dive into today's stories together? And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Okay, so let me take you back to when I was a kid. One of my closest friends growing up, let's call her Brianna, lived in this part of town that everyone whispered about. The kind of place where the older neighbors would lower their voices and say things like, "That land has a history." People claimed it used to be sacred ground, and whether that was true or just local legend, the reputation stuck. Now, Brianna loved talking about how her house was haunted. She'd casually mention hearing footsteps when no one was upstairs, or doors clicking, or that weird feeling like someone was standing just behind you. Stuff like that. But honestly, from my perspective, her house was amazing. It sat in one of the prettiest, most established neighborhoods, big old trees, wide streets, the kind of homes that felt fancy without trying too hard. And her mom, let's call her Mrs. Delaney, was basically the gold standard of cozy. She decorated for every holiday like it was her personal mission, and she baked like a professional. I'm talking warm cinnamon smells, pies cooling on the counter, little seasonal decorations everywhere. And she threw those fun, wholesome parties where you'd eat too much and laugh until your cheeks hurt. So yeah, I loved going over there. Brianna always had people over. Study sessions, birthdays, random sleepovers. I probably spent as much time in that house as I did in my own for a while. But the night I'm about to tell you about, it changed my whole vibe. It was one of those packed sleepovers. No idea what we were celebrating, but I remember her dad was out of town, and that mattered later. We'd done the usual, movies, snacks, giggling about dumb stuff, whispering long after we promised we'd go to sleep. Her bedroom was wall-to-wall air mattresses. Seriously, there wasn't a visible inch of carpet. I ended up on one right by the door. And the door was open, because in that house, it basically always was at night. At the top of the stairs, just out in the hallway, they kept this big industrial fan running, like a loud, constant hum. Brianna's family said it helped cover up the house noises, because apparently the house would creak and pop and make sounds at night that freaked them out. Personally, I hated the thing. It wasn't soothing, it was just loud. Like sleeping next to a small airplane engine. So while everyone else is out cold, I'm lying there staring into listening to that endless droning, trying to fall asleep without losing my mind. And this was before everyone had a phone glued to their hand, so I couldn't even check the time. I couldn't see her clock from where I was either. I just had this sense that it was late, or maybe early. Time gets weird when you're stuck awake. At some point, I heard Mrs. Delaney come out of her bedroom, and I know it was her because her room and Brianna's room faced each other across that little hallway. The fan was in between, so you could still hear footsteps moving around it. And again, Brianna's dad wasn't home. Everyone else was asleep in the room with me, and the sound was so clear it snapped my attention immediately. I heard her walk past the fan, and then start down the stairs. And those stairs had 2 steps that always squeaked. Not a little creak, like a sharp, unmistakable squeal. Didn't matter where you stepped, those 2 steps betrayed you every time. I heard them, exactly like always. So in my head, I'm like, okay, she's up. Maybe she's getting water. Maybe she's starting breakfast. And the second my brain went there, I got stuck on it. Because when I tell you this woman made the best pancakes, listen. She did chocolate chip pancakes that were crispy on the edges and soft in the middle. And she'd do this perfect little dusting of powdered sugar, like she was seasoning food with love. Sometimes bacon on the side, sometimes fruit. Always warm, always comforting. So now I'm wide awake, not scared, just hungry and excited. Like, yes, breakfast is coming. This is the prize for surviving the loud fan all night. Time passes. More time than feels normal. And I start thinking, shouldn't she have come back up by now? Usually she'd come upstairs, gently wake everyone, all cheerful and bright like she hadn't been awake half the night. So I shift around on my air mattress until I can see the top of the stairs clearly, just watching and waiting. And then the light changes. That soft, early morning glow starts creeping in, through the blinds in Brianna's room and the window downstairs, turning everything kind of warm and golden. You know that peaceful look a house gets when the day is just beginning? I'm staring at the stairs, still waiting. And then my stomach drops, because I see Mrs. Delaney step out of her bedroom again. Again. I watched her come out like it was the first time. I watched her turn, and I watched her walk down the stairs. And my whole body went cold because I knew she had already gone down. She hadn't come back up. Not once. Not even a little. And I don't mean, I think. I mean I'd been half awake, hyper-aware, tracking sounds because I couldn't sleep. I heard her footsteps. I heard those 2 squeaky steps. I heard her go down. And I'd been waiting for her to come back up ever since. But she never did. So how was she doing it again? I'm sitting there frozen, like my brain is trying to explain it in real time. Like, maybe I imagined it. Maybe I drifted off. Maybe anything. And right then, right as she's going down those steps, I finally smell it. The pancakes. The sweet, warm, buttery smell of breakfast. Chocolate and bacon and that cozy kitchen scent that fills the whole house. And what messed with me the most was I hadn't smelled any of that earlier when I thought I heard her downstairs. It was only now, when I was watching her walk down for the second time, that the smell actually hit. I stayed completely still. Like if I moved, it would confirm something I didn't want to know. A little while later, Mrs. Delaney came back up the stairs, cheerful, normal, calling softly to wake us up for breakfast like nothing strange had happened at all. And that was it. No jump scare. No dramatic ending. Just breakfast. Just a normal morning. But I'll tell you this. After that night, I started noticing things in that house more and more. Little moments that felt off. Sounds. Timing. That same cold rush I'd felt watching her walk down those stairs twice. And I still don't have a clean explanation for it. All I know is, I was there. I was awake. I heard what I heard, and I saw what I saw. And if you ever want to hear the other stuff that happened after that, yeah, I've got more. I used to be the biggest skeptic. Like, I'll happily watch ghost shows at midnight. I'll jump at every horror movie scare. But believe in any of it? No, not me. I always had some practical explanation ready. A drafty old house, a settling floorboard, people reading too much into shadows. And then my husband got sick. It was back in 2021, right in the thick of the COVID surge. We'd been married almost 3 decades. He'd lived with asthma for years, but that night it wasn't just a bad attack. It was terrifying. He couldn't catch his breath, and before the paramedics even got him out the door, he went into cardiac arrest. I'll never forget the number because the medics said it out loud, like he was anchoring himself. They did CPR for nearly 20 minutes. They got his heart back in the ER, and then, nothing. 2 months of a coma. 2 months of me sitting beside machines, holding his hand, hearing doctors gently suggest things no wife wants to hear. Life support, quality of life, if he wakes up. But he did wake up. Not the same, not fully. He survived, but the oxygen loss left its mark. He's in a wheelchair now, mostly bedbound, and his short-term memory, it comes and goes like water through your fingers. Still, he can talk. He can laugh. He knows me. He reacts to the people around him. He's here. When he first came home, I moved into my daughter Marissa's place for a few months because I needed help caring for him. She'd bought this house a few years earlier, and she used to say, completely serious, that it was haunted. She even smudged the place with sage more than once. I teased her for it constantly. I'd tell her, "Mari, your house isn't haunted. It's old. That's all." Then my husband started seeing people who weren't there. The first time, it was dinner. Just a normal night. Plates clinking, kids talking, the TV murmuring from another room. I'd pulled his wheelchair up next to the table so he could eat with us. Out of nowhere, he got irritated, like genuinely annoyed. He says, "Can you tell that woman to sit down? She's making me crazy." I blinked. "What woman?" He pointed toward the kitchen. "That old lady. She keeps walking back and forth like she owns the place." There was nobody in the kitchen. No footsteps. No shadow. Nothing. Marissa and the kids were right there. No one else was even in the house. My first instinct wasn't fear. It was logic. Medication. Brain injury. A side effect. Something with his new prescriptions. I did what I usually do when he gets confused. I went along gently. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'll ask her." And I remember thinking, this is just the injury. It has to be. But it didn't stop. About 2 weeks later, he screamed for me from the bedroom. One of those screams that yanks your heart right out of your chest. I ran in, expecting he'd fallen or pulled at a tube or anything physical. He was sitting upright, shaking. He said, "Tell them to stop staring at me." "Who?" I asked. He swallowed and whispered, "The old woman, a man, and a boy with a crutch." My skin went cold, because again, the room was empty. And he wasn't describing some vague shapes. He was describing people, like they were standing there beside his bed, just watching him. "They don't talk?" I asked, even though I felt ridiculous saying it out loud. He shook his head. "They just stare, like I'm not supposed to be here." And here's where it gets worse, because the next one didn't feel like the house. During that same period, I was remodeling our own home to make it wheelchair accessible. Wider doorways, a bedroom on the first floor, rails in the bathroom, the whole thing. At the same time, my youngest brother Mateo was in hospice. He was fading fast. Every day felt like borrowed time. One afternoon, Marissa came with me to the house to help paint the new bedroom. I left my husband in the kitchen with the TV on, thinking he'd be fine for a bit. Then he started yelling. Not irritated yelling, panic. I ran in and he was crying, like full-on tears, terrified. He kept saying, "They want me to go with them. They want me to go." I grabbed his hands. "Who wants you to go? Who?" He looked right past me, like he was watching someone in the room, and he said, "Your brother Leo, and your dad." My stomach dropped so hard I felt sick, because my father died when I was little, and my brother Leo, my older brother, had passed years ago. I didn't even think. I just started grilling him like I could corner reality into behaving. What do they look like? Where are they standing? What are they saying? And he described my dad. Not vaguely, not like a guess. He described him in a way that made my throat tighten, little details that matched what I remembered. But my husband had never met my father, not once. And I realized, with this awful, dawning clarity, I don't even keep many photos out. He wouldn't have had that image stored anywhere. He said they were laughing at him, like they were teasing him, and it scared him. And suddenly my skepticism didn't feel smart anymore. It felt flimsy, like paper in the rain. I got angry. Not at my husband, never at him. At whatever it was. I actually raised my voice into the empty kitchen like a crazy person. "Stop it," I said. "Do not scare him. If you're here, fine, visit. But you are not taking my husband." I remember begging too, my voice breaking, saying out loud that I thought maybe they were meant for Mateo, not for my husband, because Mateo was only a few blocks away, and he was the one who was truly near the edge. And then, this is the part that still gets me. My husband suddenly relaxed, like a storm passed. He blinked, wiped his face, and said, "They left." And he never saw my father or my brother again. 2 days later, Mateo passed away. I don't even know what to do with that. I still don't. There was another time too, months later, when we were in the ER overnight because he'd yanked out his feeding tube. We were only supposed to be there for a quick replacement, but you know how ERs go. One test becomes 5. They needed a urine sample, and my husband can't go on command. He wears briefs. A tech came in with a catheter, and I could tell immediately she was unsure, but before I could properly intervene, the bag started filling with blood. I called for the doctor. More tests, more waiting. My husband somehow stayed in a decent mood, cracking little jokes, smiling at me like he was trying to lighten my fear. And then he turned his head to the far side of the room and said, clear as day, "Hi, Mom." I froze. "Who are you talking to?" "My mom," he said, casual as anything. His mother, Helena, had been gone for 20 years. And I felt that same flare of panic, the same thought clawing up from the back of my mind. Is she here for him? Is this how it happens? Then he frowned slightly and said, "She says you never really liked her." But I didn't laugh. I whispered into the air, speaking to a person I couldn't see. "Helena, I respected you. I did. Please don't take him. Please." My husband blinked slowly and said, "She's gone." And then he drifted off to sleep. He was released later that night. No great spiritual showdown, no dramatic ending, just us, going home again, carrying the weirdness with us like extra luggage. And now, here I am, this person who used to roll her eyes at the word haunted, sitting with questions I never thought I'd seriously ask. Why did the family in my daughter's house only stare? Why didn't they speak to him? But my dead relatives and his mother actually communicated? Are there different kinds of whatever this is? And the scariest question, the one I hate admitting, is he in danger? I was raised Catholic. I'm not the kind of person who goes to church every Sunday, but those old ideas stick like burrs. Exorcisms, spirits that aren't friendly, the fear that something could attach itself to someone vulnerable. And my husband is vulnerable. He already escaped death once. Sometimes I try to tell myself it's the brain injury, hallucinations, trauma, chemistry. That explanation still sits on the table, and part of me clings to it because it feels safer. But then I remember the details, the timing, the way he looked through me at things I couldn't see. And recently, our cat, Pippa, died. 2 weeks ago. I was heartbroken, more than I expected to be. She'd been with us forever, this little warm presence always curled nearby. And my husband, half asleep one afternoon, smiled toward the foot of the bed and said, "Oh, there you are." I asked, "Who?" He said, like it was the most natural thing in the world, "Pippa." And I just stood there, holding my breath, feeling that strange blend of comfort and terror. Because on one hand, what a beautiful thought that our pets might still be near us somehow. And on the other, if any of this is real, if he truly sees who he says he sees, then I'm living in a world I spent my whole life insisting didn't exist. And I don't know if that means I should be afraid or grateful. Hey. Okay. Before I say any of this, just hear me out for a second. I know how this is going to sound. I know. Even people who are into weird stuff are going to read this and go, "Yeah, sure." But I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to impress anybody. I don't even post in places like this. I'm only talking because I'm worn down, and I genuinely don't know what else to do. So, I live up on a mountain in Southern California. Not a cabin-in-the-woods fantasy situation, more like rough land, trailers, pine trees, long roads, dark skies. I've been up here for a few years now, and for most of that time I've been dealing with things that don't fit into any normal category. It started small. The kind of thing you can talk yourself out of. That feeling like you're being watched when you're alone. The hair-raising silence right before dusk. And then, this part sounds like those old mountain stories, hearing your name being called when nobody's there. But that's honestly the gentle version. That's the tip of it. The truth is, my property feels like a hot spot, like it's marked on some invisible map for something. I can't even tell you what. Spirits? Something non-human? Some dimensional overlap? I don't know. And I'm not even saying it's just one thing. Sometimes it feels like multiple types of weird all stacked on top of each other. And I'm at the point where I don't want theories anymore. I want someone, an actual team, to come out here and test the area. Measure things. Record things. Tell me I'm wrong, or tell me what it is. I just need something solid. Let me explain what's been happening. First, the whispers. They happen in both trailers, the one I live in and the other one out back. Not just at night, not just when I'm half asleep. I've heard them in the morning, broad daylight, like 7 a.m. when I'm making coffee. And I'm not talking about the wind or the pipes. I mean whispers, the kind that make you freeze because your brain goes, "That was close to me." If I tried to list everything I've heard, we'd be here all day. Then there's this frequency thing. High-pitched tones, shifts in pitch, like something is tuning itself. I started messing with a little radio scanner a while back because I kept noticing strange interference up here. At first it was just curiosity, like, maybe it's the mountain, maybe it's the towers. But then it started to feel like, this is going to sound insane. It started to feel like something was trying to respond. And the part that made me stop, the part that made me throw the whole thing out, was when I swear to you, I could hear my own thought pattern in the static sometimes. Like the noise would line up with what I was thinking in a way that made my stomach drop. Like something was scanning me, reading me. I got so freaked out I dumped the radio in the trash and never touched another one on this property again. That was maybe 2 or 3 years ago now. I'm still not over it. And then there's what I've seen. UFOs, yeah, I'm saying it. I see them constantly, like every week or two. And I'm not talking about a light in the sky that might be a plane. These move wrong. They'll sit there like a star, then slide sideways, then blink out like someone flipped a switch. My neighbors, Seth and Maribel, have seen them too. It's not just me being dramatic. They've stood out there with me and watched it happen, and we just look at each other like, what are we supposed to do with this? But the thing that really messed me up, like really, was the towels. I know how that sounds. And I see, up ahead, floating shapes moving toward me. At first, my brain goes, plastic bags, wind, debris. That's what you tell yourself. But then they get closer, and I realize they're the size of big bath towels, like full-on towels, folding, drifting, kind of rippling. And the worst part was, they had these small face shapes in them. Not like a human face, more like a little mask or a little knot of features right where you'd expect to see birds if you were looking up. It was clear. No blur, no fog, no trick lighting. I stood there staring like my body forgot how to move, and these things just floated toward me like they were curious, or like they knew I was looking. I got home and sat there with all the lights on, just trying to make my brain accept what I saw. But even that wasn't the most disturbing thing. The most disturbing thing was the giant. I don't even like saying this out loud. I was coming down the higher road one day, the one that overlooks my property. You can see the pine line and the slope down to where my trailers sit. And I saw something big near my land. It looked green, like it was made of forest, but also mechanical, like a robotic shape wearing the idea of trees. Tall, too tall, and it looked like it was holding something, like a tool or a device, like it was doing work. And here's the part that still makes me feel sick. The moment I noticed it, it reacted like it realized I could see it. It turned, not like an animal turns, like a machine swivels. And then it did this fast, impossible movement where it kind of phased back toward my property, like it folded into the space near this huge pine tree I have, like it stepped out of the angle of reality. I stood there frozen, honestly thinking, if I run, will it chase me? If I stay, will it come back? I've heard people talk about DMT experiences, mechanical beings, elf-like things, mantis-looking entities. I'm not saying I was on anything. I don't do that. But what I saw reminded me of those descriptions so much it makes my skin crawl. And yeah, there have been other moments too. I've seen bushes and trees shift shape in ways that don't make sense. Not like wind moved it. More like the pattern changed, like the structure got rewritten for a second and then snapped back. Like the land itself is unstable. I've also had this repeated thought that flight paths might be part of it. This is real. My place sits right between two major airline routes. On one side, planes move in a steady line, one direction, like clockwork. On the other side, another steady stream in the opposite direction. It's constant, civilian, cargo, sometimes stuff that looks government or military. And I keep wondering if elevation plus whatever's going on up here makes it worse. Like I'm sitting in the middle of some corridor. I'm telling you all this because I'm done. I'm tired. I'm drained. I'm putting the property up for rent because I can't handle it anymore. I'm moving back toward the city because at least when you're surrounded by people, it's harder for the dark to feel so personal. But before I go, I need help. I need someone who actually investigates this kind of thing to come out here. Someone with equipment. Someone who's not just going to make fun of it. I'm not asking anyone to automatically believe me. I'm asking for someone to take it seriously enough to check. Because whatever this is, it's been living alongside me for too long. And I don't want to live with it anymore. So, I grew up in this modest little apartment with my mom and my 4 siblings. It was always loud, always busy. One of those homes where you're never really alone, even when you want to be. The apartment had this long, enclosed balcony that ran almost the entire length of it. It was actually pretty spacious. There was furniture out there and everything, but we barely used it. It just kind of existed, like an extra room we forgot we had. Then one day I begged my mom for a pet, and somehow I ended up with a tiny kitten. We named him Miso. Miso was adorable, but oh my God, at night, a menace. He'd sprint around, knock things over, meow like he was giving a concert. Nobody could sleep, so we started putting him out on the balcony at night so the rest of us could finally get some rest. And it worked, until it didn't. One night, I'm talking like 2:40 in the morning, that weird hour where the whole world feels paused. I woke up suddenly. No nightmare, no sound, nothing. Just this strong urge to check on Miso, like my body decided for me. So I got up and groggy, and I walked over to the balcony door. The curtains were drawn, and I remember feeling like I didn't want to make noise. I pulled the curtain back just a little and peered through the glass. Miso was easy to spot because he had that bright ginger orange fur that practically glows even in dim light. And I saw him sitting way at the far end of the balcony, in the corner furthest from my room. But he wasn't curled up. He wasn't playing. He was sitting perfectly still, just staring upward at the corner near the ceiling, not blinking, not moving. And I stood there thinking, what are you looking at? Then, without warning, Miso stood up. His whole body puffed out like a bottle brush, the way cats do when they're absolutely terrified. He arched his back, his fur spiked up, and for half a second it looked like he was frozen in panic. And then, he bolted. He ran the entire length of that balcony straight toward my side, like something had chased him, and he shot under the couch that was pushed against the wall near my room. I swear, the speed of it, the urgency, it didn't look like normal kitten zoomies. It looked like fear, and I just stood there, heart pounding, staring through the glass like I forgot how to breathe. I didn't go outside. I didn't open the door. I didn't call his name. I backed away, climbed into bed, pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid, and just stayed there until I fell asleep again. And after that, yeah, Miso never slept on that balcony at night again. Not once. But the part that really messed with me is what happened after. Because not long after that night, weird things started happening in the apartment. Things that didn't feel like, oh, maybe the wind did it, or maybe I imagined it. It felt like something was sharing the space with us. One evening, we were eating dinner, and the curtains in the living room shifted, like someone had brushed past them. There were no open windows, no fan, nothing. At night, I'd be lying in bed and feel the mattress dip, like someone had sat down, or worse, like something had laid down beside me. You know that subtle movement when weight transfers across a bed? That. My sister Hannah had it the worst. She'd hear knocking, sharp, deliberate knocks, from one room. She'd go to check, and as soon as she reached the door, the knocking would start in another room, like it was leading her around on purpose. My brother Yusuf woke up one night and swore he saw the outline of a figure beside him in bed, like someone was sleeping there. He said it wasn't a shadow from the hallway. It had shape, it had weight, and he felt sick just talking about it. My mom told us she'd wake up feeling something tugging at her blanket, like hands trying to pull it away. She's not the kind of person who scares easily, So hearing her say that in a steady voice, that was enough. I went into the living room one night to pray. The apartment was quiet, lights low, and I started reciting Quran out loud. I wasn't even thinking about anything paranormal. I was just trying to focus. But as soon as I began reciting, I saw the couch cushion shift, like someone sat down, like the cushion compressed under invisible weight. I froze. Every part of me wanted to stop, but I forced myself to keep going, even though my throat felt dry and my hands were trembling. I kept my eyes down and just continued reciting like I didn't see it. And later, in my room, I started noticing shadows, movement in the corners at night that didn't match cars outside or streetlight patterns. Just a glide, a flicker, like something passing where nothing should be. And here's the thing, we didn't have these problems before. It felt like, after that night on the balcony, something had noticed us, or we'd noticed it. And once that door opened, it didn't close. But when we moved out of that apartment, everything stopped. Just stopped. Like someone shut off a radio that had been playing in the background for months. No knocks, no shifting curtains, no weight on the bed. Nothing. And that's why, when people ask me what I think it was, I always hesitate, because I know how it sounds. But I also know what we lived through. We're Muslim, and we believe in jinn, creations of God that exist alongside us. We can't see them in their natural form, but they can see us. And we're not meant to interact with them. But like humans, they're not all the same. Some mind their own business. Some are curious. Some are harmful. Some are downright malicious. We're taught that they're more active after sunset, and that's part of why we're advised to close windows and doors at night. Not out of superstition, but as a kind of spiritual caution. Like, don't leave things open. Don't invite attention. And we also believe they can take forms, animals, people, but that something will often feel off. The eyes, the expression, the energy. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what Miso saw in that corner, but I've never forgotten the way his whole body reacted, like he was looking at something I couldn't see. And I think that night was the first time the apartment showed us we weren't alone. Okay, so I need you to hear me out, because I know how this sounds. But I swear on everything, I've had 2 different presences, spirits, whatever you want to call them, that seem to think my house is their personal lost and found. And before you picture some creaky old horror movie house, this is the house I grew up in. I know the sounds. I know the corners. I know what normal feels like here. That's why it messes with me so much when something clearly not normal happens. So the first weird chapter started a few years back, right after my husband, Evan, and I moved in together. I was out antique shopping, because I'm a sucker for old furniture, and I found this gorgeous vintage vanity. Like heavy wood, pretty details, the kind of thing that feels like it has a story baked into it. I brought it home and put it in what was, at the time, our little pet room. And then, my stuff started vanishing in a way that didn't make sense. It was mostly my nose jewelry. I'd go to sleep with one of those clicker rings in, one of the kind you have to actually work at to open. And I'd wake up and it would be gone. Not in the bed, not on the floor, not caught in my hair, just gone. And the part that made my stomach twist? A couple days later, it would show up sitting neatly on top of that vanity, in a totally different room. Sometimes they never came back at all. Sometimes they'd return like nothing happened, almost like someone was messing with me, just to see if I'd notice. At one point, I had this little glass dish, super cute, held all my extra rings, and it disappeared. I tore that room apart. I checked drawers, baskets, under furniture, the whole thing. A few days later, it was back on the vanity, but in a different spot than where I always kept it, like it had been placed there on purpose. I tried to be logical, truly. I told myself maybe I was knocking things loose in my sleep. Except, no. These rings weren't the kind you casually lose. You don't accidentally sleep remove something you basically have to pry open. Eventually, I got so irritated that I started running my mouth, mostly to Evan, but sometimes out loud, like, "Okay, funny, give me my stuff back." I was snarky about it. I'm not proud. And then one morning, the spirit, if that's what it was, decided to humble me. My keys disappeared right before work. I dumped my bag out on the floor. I shook it. I checked every pocket, every zipper, every little hidden compartment. Nothing. I was already running late, so my coworker, Jade, picked me up since I'm only a few minutes from my job. I even checked my bag again at work, like, maybe I'm being dramatic. Still nothing. Later that night, Evan, sweet, calm, diplomatic Evan, just stood in the kitchen and said, very politely, "If you have her keys, could you please give them back?" And I'm not kidding. When we went out to grab groceries and make replacement copies, I reached into my bag for the spare keys, and my fingers touched my entire keychain. Everything. House keys, work fob, little keyring charm. All of it. Just sitting in there like it had been there all along. I swear my blood ran cold. Because I know what an empty purse feels like. I checked it like 5 times. Not long after that, I ended up seeing a woman who claimed she could clear the energy. I don't know what she did, and I'm not saying everyone should run out and do that, but after that, things settled down. Like the house exhaled. That phase ended. Which should have been the end of the story, right? Except it wasn't. About a month ago, Evan grabbed our headlamp to mess with the furnace. Next day, it's missing. We both looked everywhere. 2 days later, it's suddenly sitting out in the open, like impossible to miss. I remember saying, "Oh, you found it." And he just stared at me and went, "I thought you found it." Then the house started doing that thing where it sounds like someone is nearby. Floor creaks, like footsteps shifting weight just outside the room. You look up expecting to see someone, and there's nobody. Not even the dog. Nothing. The moment that really got me, though, was my grandma. She was babysitting our newborn, tiny little thing, only a few months old, and she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She turned around, ready to scold one of us for sneaking up on her. And no one was there. And my grandma is not someone who chases spooky explanations. She's very practical, very faith-based, the type who'd normally brush this off. So for her to even bring it up, and to look genuinely unsettled, that hit me hard. And then we started seeing the little stuff. Movement in the corner of your eye. Both of us. The kind that makes you glance toward the hallway thinking, "Was that you?" And the other person goes, "No, I thought that was you." Twice, one of my kids' balls rolled across the floor with nobody near it. Not kicked, not bumped, just rolled. Slow and steady, like it had a destination. But the thing that pushed me over the edge happened right around the holidays. I was hosting Christmas Eve, so you know that deep clean frenzy where your house is spotless in a way it never is any other time. I stripped all the cushion covers and pillow covers from the sunroom, washed everything, and I was doing my final putback before bed. 2 matching throw pillows usually sit on 2 chairs out there. I remember them clearly because I'm the one who bought them, and I'm weird about symmetry. I go to put the covers back on, and I only have 1 pillowcase. At first I thought, fine, I left the other one in the dryer, no big deal. But then I went to grab the second pillow and no pillow, just gone, like the chair had never had it. So now I'm standing there in this perfectly clean house, holding 1 pillowcase like an idiot, and I can feel myself getting mad in that helpless way. I made Evan get out of bed and help me search. We checked the dryer. We checked closets, laundry baskets, behind chairs, under beds, the guest room, the baby's room, everything. There were no piles, no clutter, nowhere for it to hide. And here's the part that makes me feel like I'm losing it. The pillowcase disappeared from the dryer, and the pillow disappeared from the chair the same day. Like someone took the set. Days later, it still hasn't turned up. I even went through my phone and found a picture from earlier where you can clearly see both pillows. So no, I'm not misremembering. No Mandela effect. There were two. Now there's one. And there's this weird tension in the house, like it's waiting for me to react. And honestly, I don't even know what I'm asking for anymore. Validation? A rational explanation? Someone to tell me I'm not nuts? Because what are the odds that I had one thing attached to an antique before, and now there's another one here doing the same hide and return routine? I do collect antiques. I've got some old oddities, nothing extreme, but enough that you could argue I'm basically inviting history into my house. And lately it feels like something in that history is getting a little too comfortable. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So, last night I'm in bed, fully in my little cozy zone, just watching this show and trying to wind down. Nothing dramatic, nothing weird. And then out of nowhere, at 12:34 a.m., I get a text notification from my mom. Which, okay, already odd. My mom doesn't text me in the middle of the night unless something's wrong. But what really threw me was the notification itself. We use iMessage, and I know what an iPhone notification looks like. This one looked off, like it didn't belong on my phone. It was split weirdly across the screen, almost like the message was cut in half horizontally. I could see the top part clearly, but the bottom half was blurred, like my phone was trying to hide it. And before I could even blink and be like, "What is this?" it just vanished. Gone. I checked the Messages app immediately. Nothing there. No new message, no weird draft, no delivered, nothing. But in that tiny second before it disappeared, I caught part of what it said. It was like, "Riley, come out here and check." That's it. Just that. No full sentence, no second text, no explanation. Just enough to feel deliberate, and not enough to make sense. And here's the layout, just so you get why this freaked me out. My room is right up on the landing at the top of the stairs. My mom's room is down the hall from mine, same floor, not downstairs. So I'm sitting there like, why would she text me come out here at midnight? Out where? And why is it cut off? I opened my bedroom door and looked out into the hallway. Dead quiet. No lights, no movement. Nothing. The kind of stillness that makes you feel like you're the only person awake in the entire world. So I'm like, okay, maybe it was a glitch. Maybe I imagined it. I shut my door and try to go back to my show. A few minutes later, I hear footsteps downstairs. Not like soft, someone's grabbing water footsteps. Heavy ones. The kind you feel in your chest a little. And then, not long after that, I hear someone say, "Come on." Clear as day. Loud. Right outside my bedroom door. And I swear to you, it sounded exactly like my mom. Same tone. Same cadence. Like she was annoyed and trying to get someone to hurry up. My stomach dropped. I got up and opened my door. Well, my main door. I also have this second screen door for no good reason. Like my room is a porch or something. So the wooden door swings open, but the screen door stays shut. And through that screen door, I see a shadow on the staircase. Like 3 steps down. Just a shape where a shape should not be. The second my brain registered it, I slammed everything shut so fast I surprised myself. I dove back into bed like my mattress was the only safe zone on earth, heart hammering so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs. After that, I stayed completely still. I could still hear movement downstairs, more footsteps, and what sounded like whispering. But I couldn't make out words. Just that low, secretive sound like people talking without wanting to be heard. And then, this part honestly made it worse. About 15 minutes later, my rabbit starts thumping, like frantic, repeated thumps. He's free roam, so he was across the room from me, and he is not a dramatic rabbit. He doesn't thump unless he's genuinely scared, and he wouldn't stop. It was like he was trying to warn me, like he could sense something I couldn't see. At that point, I didn't feel safe leaving my room at all. I just stayed there, listening, trying to convince myself I was being irrational, while my body was screaming that something was wrong, which I already knew she'd say. But I still wanted her to say it, just to calm my brain down a little. And look, I know how this sounds. I'm trying to stay logical about it. Maybe it was a weird notification bug. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe my brain filled in gaps. But in the moment, it genuinely scared me, like real fear, the kind where you don't even want to swing your feet off the bed. And yes, I'm aware I would absolutely be the first one taken out in a scary movie. Like I'd hear, "Come on," and be like, "Okay," and walk straight into the darkness with zero survival instincts. So, love that for me. I don't even know where to start with this, so I'm just going to tell you the whole thing the way it's been sitting in my chest. So, Christmas Day, yesterday, one of my roommate's cats died, and I can't stop thinking about the fact that I feel like I already watched it happen before it did. Not in the exact real-life way, not perfectly scene for scene, but close enough that it's been messing with my head ever since. Me and a few friends live together in this shared apartment, separate rooms, separate little corners of our lives, but we're basically always together. Between us, we've got 5 cats total. 4 are hers, and 1 is mine. They're always underfoot, always nearby, always quietly included in whatever we're doing, like they're part of the group without needing to try. About a week and a half ago, I had this dream. In the dream, I'm trying to protect all the cats from a dog. And here's the thing that made it feel so wrong right away. The dog wasn't a stranger. It looked like my old dog, Milo, the one I had years ago. He died a long time back, but in the dream he was there, and he was furious, lunging, snapping, like he wanted to hurt them. And I remember crying so hard I could barely breathe. I was screaming, grabbing at collars, shoving cats behind me, trying to block this dog with my own body like that would somehow be enough. In the dream, I managed to save most of them, but not all. There was one white cat. I swear I can still see him so clearly. And in the chaos, he got bitten. The dream was brutal, bloody, too vivid. The kind of vivid that doesn't feel like imagination. It feels like memory. I tried to pull him away. I tried to hold him together, like if I just tried hard enough, I could undo it. But I couldn't. And right when I was still fighting, still begging for another chance, I woke up. Only I didn't wake up relieved. I woke up panicked, like my body didn't understand it was just a dream. I remember lying there thinking, "No, let me go back. Let me go back. I can fix it. I can save him if I get one more try." And what's strange is, I didn't even feel anger at the dog in the dream, because it looked like Milo. I felt confused, almost betrayed, like, why would you do that? I kept spiraling into these ridiculous explanations, like maybe he was jealous, Maybe he was angry that I had moved on and brought cats into my life after him. I was trying to give the dream logic because it felt too sharp to ignore. But still, I did ignore it, eventually. Life kept moving, and then Christmas Day happened. It was so fast. Under an hour, everything was different. We still don't know exactly how it happened. The balcony door had been left cracked open, just enough, apparently. And somehow, my friend's white cat, Casper, slipped out. And that's what kills me. Casper wasn't reckless. He wasn't the kind that bolted. He was the calm one, the careful one, the one you trusted. We think he might have hopped up onto the balcony railing chasing a bird, or a moth, or something tiny and harmless like that. We don't know for sure. All we know is we suddenly heard neighbors yelling, real screaming, the kind that makes your stomach drop before your brain catches up. We ran outside, and by the time we got there, the stray dogs were already on him. People were shouting. Someone threw something. Someone tried to chase the dogs off. For a second, it felt like the whole building poured out into the open, like everyone became one frantic blur of voices and movement and helplessness. And there he was, alive, but barely. And I remember seeing the bite marks on his upper leg, his thigh, and I swear to you, my whole body went cold. Because the wound was in the same place. The exact same place I had seen in my dream. He was panting, struggling, fading, while we stood there begging him to stay. We rushed him toward the vet, holding on to hope like it was the only thing keeping us upright. Somebody kept talking to him, telling him he was okay, telling him to hold on, like words could stitch him back together. But we lost him on the way. They tried. They really did. But they couldn't bring him back. And then, this part still feels unreal to say out loud. I saw one of the dogs that had attacked him, and that dog had the same coloring as Milo, the same kind of coat, the same shape. Not identical, but close enough to make my stomach twist. So now I'm sitting with all of that layered on top of the grief. The white cat I couldn't save in my dream. The white cat we couldn't save in real life. The dog that resembled the one I lost years ago. And I know how it sounds. I do. I keep telling myself dreams are just dreams, patterns, fear, coincidence. But it doesn't feel like coincidence when your body recognizes something before your mind can argue with it. And the worst part is, this isn't even the first time I've had dreams that feel like warnings. Like something tapping me on the shoulder before something happens, and I don't know what to do with that. I don't know why my brain does it. I don't know what it means, or if it means anything at all. All I know is I'm devastated. A life ended in one unguarded hour, one slightly open door, one moment of normal that turned into tragedy. And now everything in the apartment feels quieter in this unnatural way, like the air itself is missing a piece. And I keep looping the same questions, over and over, like I'm trying to punish myself into finding a better ending. Should I have told my friend about the dream? Should we have been more careful? Should I have taken it seriously instead of brushing it off? I can't make sense of it. I can't believe it happened on Christmas of all days. And more than anything, I just wish, so badly, it worked the way it does in dreams. That you could wake up, go back, and save the one you couldn't the first time. Okay, so before I tell you this, I need you to know where I'm coming from. I'm not someone who's into seances, necromancy, mediums, or any of that. I was raised Christian, but it never really stayed with me. For years I called myself an atheist, pretty confidently actually. But after a few specific moments that I still can't explain, I don't know. These days I lean more agnostic, like, I don't know what's out there, but I'm not going to pretend I'm certain anymore. The first time it happened was back in 2017, when my great-grandmother, Evelyn, though we all called her Nana Ev, passed away. She wasn't exactly on death's doorstep. She'd been living in a care home a couple states away. I'd seen her at Thanksgiving not long before, and honestly, she looked fine. Not frail, not fading, just unhappy. She'd always been fiercely independent, the kind of woman who hated needing help for anything, and having people do everything for her had chipped away at her spirit. Then one day I was sitting in class, just a normal school day, nothing dramatic happening. And out of nowhere, I felt this heavy pressure on my chest. Not pain exactly, more like someone had set a weight right on me. And with it came this sudden dread, like my stomach dropped, like I just received bad news without hearing a word of it. But then, this is the part that throws me. Right after the dread came this strange calm, like a wave smoothing everything out. Quiet, soft, almost gentle. And immediately, my mind went to Nana Ev. It wasn't even a thought I chose. It just landed there. She's gone. I texted my mom, asking if she'd heard anything about her. She said no, nothing. So I tried to shrug it off, told myself I'd spooked myself for no reason. But later that evening, during dinner, my mom got the call. Nana Ev had passed peacefully in her sleep during an afternoon nap. I didn't say anything about what I'd felt. I honestly thought it was just some weird coincidence, my brain reaching for a story to explain a random sensation. Then it happened again. This time it was the next year, 2018, when my grandmother on my mom's side passed. Her name was Marlene, but we called her Mimi. And with her, it wasn't sudden. She'd been battling cancer for a long time, and the last time I saw her, it was clear she was close. She was exhausted in that deep way that isn't just tiredness. It's like the body is ready to let go. My mom stayed at Mimi's house to be with her, while the rest of us drove back home. That night, I woke up in the dark with that same exact feeling. The weight on my chest, the sharp dread, like a warning alarm inside my body. And then, the calm again. Like something letting me down gently instead of dropping me. And I thought, immediately, Mimi. I tried to be rational about it. I remember even being annoyed at myself, like, okay, great, you're being dramatic. Go back to sleep. But I looked at the time anyway. It was just after 2:30 a.m. I fell back asleep. A couple hours later, I woke up to the sound of my mom coming in. Not just coming in, falling apart. I heard her crying before I even sat up. She went straight to my dad, and through the sobs, she told him Mimi had passed. Our house was a little over an hour away from Mimi's, so when I did the math later, it lined up in a way that made my skin go cold. 2 times could still be coincidence. 2 times could still be my brain picking up stress I didn't realize I was carrying. But it was the pattern that got to me. The same physical feeling, the same emotional sequence, the same instant certainty about who. This one was different because it wasn't someone I was close to. It was my dad's father, my granddad, Lionel. We weren't really a tight family with him. There wasn't regular contact, no warm relationship, none of that. So when I woke up with that familiar chest weight and dread calm combo, I didn't text anyone. I didn't even want to sound ridiculous. But I remember lying there in my dorm thinking, is it him? Why would I be thinking of him? The next morning, my dad got the news. Lionel had passed the day before. We never got an exact time, so I couldn't check it the way I could with the other 2. But still, it was the 3rd time I'd had that same hit, and then found out someone had died right around then. And now I'm home for the holidays, sitting in my mom's house, and we've both been talking about family who've passed. It's that time of year where memories feel closer, like the past is sitting in the room with you. and I've been debating telling her. But here's the thing. My mom is very religious, and she also believes in psychics and mediums, and I don't want to feed that part of it. I don't want her to hear my story and feel validated in giving money to people who claim they can connect with the dead, because I genuinely think a lot of them are predators. Like, if you had real powers like that, why would you be charging grieving people by the minute? So I've kept this to myself. And also, these are the only close deaths I've experienced. I don't have more examples. I don't have enough data to say, this is a thing I do, or this always happens. All I know is this. 3 times, my body reacted before I heard the news. 3 times, the feeling followed the same script. And it's left me in this weird middle place, where I don't want to invent magic, but I also can't fully explain what happened. And honestly, I think what I want most isn't an answer. I think I just want to say it out loud to someone who won't tell me I'm crazy, or try to sell me a reading. So, this happened about 8 or 9 years ago, and it still pops into my head out of nowhere sometimes, usually at night when everything's quiet. Back then, I was stretched out on the couch with my girlfriend. She's my wife now, Mara. We were half watching some movie, half dozing, just that cozy end-of-day kind of calm. And my phone rings. At the time, I used to get scam calls constantly. Like, constantly. And I'll be honest, I'd mess with them. Not even out of anger, more like boredom. I'd put on this ridiculous voice, lean into it way too hard, and Mara would laugh. So naturally, I'd crank it up even more just to keep her giggling. So I answer, already in character, and I'm like, "Hello?" all goofy. And there's nothing. Just silence. I try again. "Hello?" Still nothing. I glance over at Mara like, okay, this is weird, and I put the phone on speaker so she can hear it too. I'm still trying to keep the joke alive because I'm committed at this point, right? I say something dumb again, waiting for the scammer to bite. And then, someone talks. And I swear to you, the voice sounded exactly like Mara. Not kinda similar. Not close enough. I mean her. Same southern drawl, same rhythm, same little quirks in how she says things. The two of us just lock eyes, because it hits both of us at the same time like a cold splash of water. And the voice goes, casual as anything, "Hey Evan, what are you doing?" And the second it says my name, every ounce of joking evaporates. My stomach just drops. I go, "Who is this?" And the voice, still sounding like her, goes, almost annoyed, like I'm being stupid, "It's me, Mara, obviously." I'm staring at my actual Mara sitting right next to me, and my brain is trying to reboot. I say, "No, it's not. She's literally right here. Who the hell is this?" And the voice laughs a little, like I'm the one pulling a prank. Okay, very funny. So what are you up to today?" That's the part that messed with me the most. It wasn't just the voice. It was how comfortable it sounded. Like whoever it was had known me for years. Like nothing about this was strange. I hung up. Just ended it. Mara's looking at me like she saw a ghost, and I'm looking at her like I'm trying to confirm she's real. I asked her immediately, "Did you have one of your friends call me? Is this some prank?" She swore she didn't, and she looked genuinely shaken, like pale, quiet, the kind of shaken where you don't even know what to say because your mouth is dry. We're both just sitting there in this weird silence, the TV still going, but it might as well not be. Then my phone rings again. Same number. I pick up, speaker still on, and it's the same voice, but now it's irritated. "Why did you hang up?" And then, sharper. What the hell is going on? I didn't say a word that time. I just hung up again. And that was it. No more calls, no follow-up, nothing. Like it never happened. And I know how it sounds. I know it's one of those stories that, if someone told it to me, I'd probably start trying to explain it away too. Wrong number, coincidence, someone who happened to sound similar, maybe even someone using one of those voice-changing apps. But it wasn't just similar. It was her. Down to sentence patterns, down to the little ways she'd phrase something. And it knew my name immediately, like it expected me to respond normally. What was that? To this day, I honestly don't know if it was some elaborate prank, some freaky coincidence, or something way more mundane that just happened to land in the creepiest possible way. I've gone back and forth with it a million times, and I'm not saying I have an answer. I don't. I just know it happened, and I've never forgotten the sound of her voice coming from my phone while she was sitting right beside me. So, I don't know if you've ever played Scatterjacks, or maybe you called it something else where you grew up. But when I was a kid, it was everything for a while. It was one of those simple little games adults barely notice. A rubber ball, a handful of metal jacks, and a floor you didn't mind kneeling on for an hour straight. My little brother Eli and I used to play it constantly at our place. And it wasn't just us. Kids from up and down the street would wander over after school like it was an unspoken rule. We'd end up with, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 of us crammed into the living room, laughing, arguing over whose turn it was, and listening to that very specific soundtrack. Thump thump of the ball, and that sharp little click clack when someone scooped up the jacks. It became this cozy routine, like the neighborhood had its own heartbeat for an hour every afternoon. And honestly, nothing felt weird about it at all. Until one day it did. It was maybe 10 days after we'd really gotten into the habit, long enough that it felt normal. That afternoon, we weren't even playing. We were sprawled out in front of the TV, half watching some cartoon, half zoning out. The jacks weren't out. The ball wasn't out. Nobody was taking turns. We were just sitting there. Then we heard it. That sound. The exact Scatterjacks sound. The rubber ball bouncing. Thump. Thump. And the jacks tapping like someone was picking them up. Click. 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 At first I thought maybe someone was messing with us. Like Eli was hiding the ball behind his back, waiting for the perfect moment to be annoying. But we all turned and stared at each other at the same time, and you could tell instantly. Nobody was joking. The sound kept going, and it wasn't coming from the living room. It was coming from down the hall. We got up, slowly, like our bodies were trying to convince our brains not to, and followed it to the spare bedroom. The door was open. We could see straight in. Nobody was in there. No jacks on the floor. No ball. Nothing rolled under the bed. Nothing in the corner. Nothing on the dresser. Just a quiet, ordinary room. Except it wasn't quiet, because the game sounds were still happening. Like an invisible kid was kneeling on the carpet, playing a perfect round like it had done it 1,000 times. I remember the feeling in my stomach more than anything. It wasn't dramatic, like in movies. It was worse than that, because it was so normal looking and so impossible at the same time. Like your brain keeps reaching for an explanation and your hands come back empty. We just stood there. Nobody wanted to step fully into the room. And then my dad showed up. My father, Pastor Ronan, though we never called him that at home, was a deeply religious man. Not casually, not goes to church on holidays. I mean the kind of person who could quote scripture the way other dads quote sports stats. He'd been a preacher for a few years before taking a regular job again, but that faith never left him. He took one look at us standing there like statues, heard the sound, and he didn't hesitate. He didn't ask questions. He just started praying out loud. And I swear to you, as soon as he did, the bouncing and clicking started to thin out, like turning down the volume on a radio. Thump, thump, click, softer, slower. For a second, I thought it was over. Then it started again, sudden and clear, but not in the bedroom, in the laundry room. We all snapped our heads toward the other end of the house, and my dad immediately walked that direction, still praying like he was following it. When he got there, the sound faded again, same as before, like it couldn't stand to stay in the same place where he was praying. That's the part I can't explain without sounding ridiculous, but it truly felt like the prayer wasn't stopping it. It was moving it, like the sound was being pushed out of rooms one by one, retreating deeper into the house, like it was looking for somewhere my dad's voice couldn't reach. This happened a few more times. Pantry, then the hallway closet, then, this one still gives me chills, the bathroom, where the echo made it sound even sharper, like the jacks were tapping right against the tile. Each time my dad followed, each time he prayed, each time the sound would weaken, and then jump somewhere else, as if it refused to go quietly, but also couldn't hold its ground. Finally, after what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple minutes, it just stopped. Not faded, not drifted away, stopped, like someone had cut a string. And the house went so still that it felt like we were all holding our breath at the same time. After that, Scatterjacks was done. We didn't have to make a big rule about it, though my dad did pack the game away. But honestly, none of us even wanted to look at it. The fun had drained out of it like a light turning off. The ball and the jacks just felt wrong, like they belonged to something else now. What's wild is, years later, we'd bring it up sometimes, at family gatherings or when Eli and I were reminiscing, and it always made the room go quiet for a moment. Because everyone who was there remembers the sound the same way. The way it moved, the way it felt. And we did ask the neighborhood kids as we got older, the ones who used to come over all the time. We'd phrase it casually like, "Hey, do you remember that game? Did anything weird ever happen at your house?" Every single one of them said no. Nothing like that. Not once. Just us. Just that afternoon. And to this day, whenever I hear a rubber ball bouncing somewhere, like in a gym or a driveway, I get this tiny jolt in my chest, because for a split second, my brain expects to hear the click-clack of jacks right after it, even though I haven't touched that game in years. So, this happened when I was maybe 13, 14 at the most, at this church camp I used to go to. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that even now, years later, I get that full body rush of chills when I tell it. Like goosebumps in the middle of a heat wave, no joke. It was late, around 10 p.m. give or take, and me and 3 friends were messing around playing this kind of hide-and-seek tag game. There was me, Kayla, Devin, and Marco. We were walking toward the spot where we were going to start, just laughing and being loud like kids are when they're supposed to be settling down for the night. And that's when we saw it. There were these big metal dumpsters by one of the maintenance areas, like the kind you see at construction sites. And we noticed a head pop up over the edge. Just peek, like someone was watching us. Of course, we didn't do the smart thing and leave it alone. We did the teenage thing. We got all whispery and decided we were going to sneak up and catch whoever it was. So we split, 2 on one side, 2 on the other, thinking we'd box them in. Devin did this little whistle signal, like we were in some action movie, and we all moved in at the same time. We rounded the corner and nothing. No one. We even checked inside the dumpster, like actually leaned in and looked, which is disgusting when I think about it now, and it was empty. No footprints, no rustling, no sound. Just trash and darkness. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Someone running down the slope away from us, headed toward another cluster of cabins. It was a decent distance, maybe the length of a football field. And again, we did the teenage thing. We chased. At first it felt kind of exciting, like, oh, we caught somebody messing with us. But as we got closer to the other campsite, the vibe changed. The path narrowed and the trees got thicker, and suddenly it didn't feel like camp anymore. It felt like we weren't supposed to be there. We slowed down a little, and that's when it happened. About 10 feet in front of us, right there in the trees, a face appeared from behind a trunk. And I don't know how else to describe it except it was wrong. Not just someone in the dark, but like the darkness itself had a face. It was so unnaturally dark that it looked like it swallowed the light around it. I don't even remember us deciding to move. I just remember, all at once, we were clustered behind Marco, because he was the biggest out of us, and he had this pocket knife out, like that was going to do anything. His hand was shaking so hard I could see it. The face vanished, and we all just stood there, barely breathing. Because the tree it peeked from, listen, was thin. Not skinny, but thin enough that there's no way a full person could hide behind it. There wasn't room. There wasn't space. And then, like a second later, it popped out from a completely different tree. Not walking over, not stepping out. It was just there. Then it moved again, ran or glided or hovered. I honestly don't know. The motion didn't look human. It didn't look like feet hitting the ground. It was like something sliding through the air, low and fast. And then it disappeared behind this little sapling that was even thinner than the first one. And that was it for us. We didn't scream. We didn't talk. We just turned around and got out of there as fast as we could without tripping over ourselves. But when I tried to tell someone, I couldn't. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Like my voice was just gone. My throat worked, my lungs worked, I could breathe, but it was like my vocal cords refused to cooperate. Like one of those nightmares where you try to scream and you can't make a sound. I stood there for what felt like forever, just shaking, trying to force words out. And it took, I swear, like 15 minutes before my voice finally came back. When it did, we found this older guy. His name was Brandon. I think he was maybe 18 or 19, and we told him everything, every detail we could remember. And he kind of did that older kid thing where he acts calm, but you can tell he's curious. Like he wanted to believe us, but he didn't want to look like he believed us. So he and a couple of his friends convinced us to go back out there and explain it again. Just show us where it happened. Tell it step by step. Even worse, he separated us, put us in different spots and had us tell it individually, like he was trying to catch someone lying. And here's what still messes with me. All four of us told the same story. Same dumpster, same running shape, same face, same trees, same movement. By that point, I was a mess. Barely talking, voice thin and shaky, arms covered in goosebumps. I remember Brandon walking with us, still skeptical but quieter now. And then, he saw it. I didn't even have to point. I saw his whole body stiffen. His face went white, like all the blood drained out at once. And whatever he saw, whatever we saw, hit him the exact same way it hit us. That terror, the instant animal panic. He whispered something like, "Nope, and we all rushed back inside, fast, clumsy, tripping over roots, not caring if we looked ridiculous. When we got back into the building, adults started crowding around us, asking what happened, telling us to sit down. And I remember one of them touching my cheek and saying, "Honey, your face is so pale you look dead." And I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like campfire story stuff. But I'm telling you, hand to my heart, something was out there that night. And every time I remember that face in the trees, I get those chills all over again. So, I've never really been a paranormal person. Like, I'm not out here thinking about ghosts or demons or any of that. My Aunt Marisol and a couple of my friends totally believe in the gentler side of it. Past loved ones checking in, little signs, guidance, that kind of thing. And honestly, I've always been like, sure, maybe. And then I just move on with my life. I never really left room in my head for anything darker. But after what happened the other night, I'm not gonna lie, I've been jumpy in a way I've never been before. I'd been visiting family for the holidays, and I flew home late because the tickets were way cheaper the day after Christmas. The whole day was chaos. My flight got delayed, and I spent hours convinced my checked bag was just gone. Like, permanently. So I'm pacing, checking emails, checking claim numbers, checking my phone every 30 seconds. And by the time I finally get home, it's around midnight, and my nerves are completely cooked. And the weird thing is, I'm not even tired. I slept through most of the flight, and I kind of dozed in the terminal too. So I'm home. It's quiet, and I'm like, okay, I just need something normal. I collect Lego sets, so I sit down at my desk and start building one I've been saving for a while. I put on this comfort show, something I've watched a bunch of times, just for background noise. I'm trying to force my brain back into safe mode, you know? Maybe 20 minutes in, I hear this thunk, like something solid hitting the floor. I freeze. I pause the show. I rewind because I'm half convinced it was just the TV and my stressed out brain is being dramatic. But no. I play it again. Nothing like that sound. The apartment is quiet again. And I'm also realizing I'm still in yesterday's clothes, like I've been marinating in airport air for a full day. So I'm like, fine, I'll go change, and I'll check what that sound was while I'm at it. The sound came from this little laundry and storage room off the hallway, kind of where I keep extra clothes, towels, random boxes, all that. There's also a small bed in there for when someone visits. So I walk in, flip on the light, and immediately see what it was. A framed photo had slipped off its hook and fallen. It's this old picture of me with my childhood dog, Bramble, my first dog. He passed a few years ago, and I still keep that photo up because it makes me smile, even when I'm stressed. Seeing it on the floor felt sad, but not scary. Just one of those, oh no, moments. So I pick it up, straighten the hook, put it back on the wall. No big deal. I'm telling myself, it's fine. Old hook, or the door closing earlier, or whatever. And then, this is the part I hate even saying out loud, because it sounds like something out of a cheap horror scene. I'm turning slightly, like I'm about to grab clean clothes, and from the corner of my eye, I see movement near the little guest bed in the corner. Low to the floor. A hand. Like an actual hand shape, pulling backward, like someone was under the bed and yanking their arm out of sight. I saw it for a split second, but it was so clear that my stomach dropped before my brain even caught up. And I didn't do the brave movie thing. I didn't investigate. I didn't call out. I didn't even think. I just ran. Full panic. Heart pounding, skin cold, the whole thing. I'm 22 years old, like an adult, and I'm sprinting down the hallway like a scared kid. I slammed my bedroom door and stood there shaking, trying to convince myself I didn't see what I saw. For 10 minutes, I'm in my room just listening, holding my breath, waiting for a sound, waiting for footsteps, waiting for anything. And nothing happens. But I can't just leave it there. I can't go to sleep with that room just existing on the other side of the hallway like a question mark. So I do what a genius does when they're terrified. I grab the biggest kitchen knife I can find, and I march back down the hallway like I'm about to star in the world's saddest action movie. I flip the light on. Everything looks normal. No weird shapes, no movement, no sound. Just the bed, the shelves, the laundry hamper. Ordinary. And then I look over at the wall. The photo is on the floor again, and this time the frame is cracked. That is when I felt the fear settle in. Not like a jump scare, but like a heavy weight. Because one fall? Sure. 2 falls right after I hung it and cracked the frame? It just felt personal. Like the universe picked the one photo that could tug on my emotions and decided to knock it down twice. So I picked it up, didn't even try to fix it again, and I carried it back to my room, like it was something fragile in more ways than one. I stayed up the rest of the night, not even on my phone, not even watching anything, just listening. And nothing else happened. No footsteps, no doors, no whispering, no anything. Which almost makes it worse, because now I'm left alone with my imagination. Since then, I swear my senses are cranked up to 1,000. Every creak, every tiny settling noise, every little pop from the building. I'm hearing it all like it's right next to my ear. It's like my brain is scanning constantly now, trying to catch the next proof that something is wrong. And I keep going back and forth between 2 thoughts. One is, you were stressed, overtired, your eyes played a trick, and the picture hook is just loose. And the other is, okay, but then why did it feel so real? So yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't even know what I'm asking for. Maybe just someone to tell me I'm not losing it, or to give me a normal explanation that my brain can actually believe. Because right now, I'm home, but I don't feel fully settled in my own place anymore. Okay, so I need to tell you about something that happened to me that still feels unreal when I say it out loud. A couple nights before this, I went to a concert with my friend Maya. After the show, she was like, "Do you want to come hang out with someone I know?" And I was in that post-concert floaty mood, so I said yes. We ended up at this guy's place. His name was Eli, and it was my first time meeting him. And listen, I've always been open to spiritual stuff. Like, I grew up around people who talked about energy and intuition and all that. But I'd never actually had anything happen to me. Not like an encounter. That night with Eli felt different right away. The vibe in his apartment was intense, kind of unfamiliar, like the air was charged. We stayed up until literally almost sunrise, like 5:30 or 6 in the morning, just talking. Beliefs, energy, consciousness, spirituality. And Eli spoke like he'd been living inside that world for years. It wasn't creepy exactly, just a lot. Like I was hearing things my body recognized, but my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I ended up staying an extra day, and when I finally went home, it was late. I was in the Uber, headphones in, staring out the window like you do, half asleep. And at one point I closed my eyes and it was like, this sounds dramatic, but it was like I almost started getting these little flashes. Not a dream, not imagination, more like images arriving. The clearest one was a train, like the front of it, and railway tracks stretching out. It wasn't scary, just weirdly vivid. I remember opening my eyes and being like, huh, and then brushing it off. But then I got home. And this was my first night back in my own bed after all of that. So I'm lying there, drifting towards sleep. You know that moment where your thoughts are starting to dissolve and everything gets soft and heavy? And then, suddenly, I see this blue light. Like, not a glow from outside, not a reflection, not a car headlight. It was right there, super close to me. It was rising in the air above my pillow, maybe like a foot above it. And it had this clean, electric kind of blue. Not harsh, more like living. I sat up fast because I was like, no, absolutely not. I'm imagining this. But it didn't go away. And then, for some reason, I reached out. Like my body decided before I could talk myself out of it. I reached out and touched it, and it responded. That's the part that still gets me. It moved in the air where my hand was, like it was aware of my touch. And it started changing shape. It would stretch into one form, then fold into another, like it was playing or communicating. It slowly rose higher while I kept following it with my hand, kind of tracing it in the air. And I remember feeling this mixture of fascination and, I should be panicking right now. Eventually it faded, like it thinned out. And I exhaled like, okay, it's done. But then I stood up and saw it again. This time it wasn't floating. It looked like the remaining glow had kind of stuck itself to the wall above my bed, like it had anchored there, just sitting, quiet, present. That's when I fully freaked out. I basically speed-walked downstairs like, nope, I need to change the air around me. I need a snack. I need a different reality. I stayed down there a while, trying to calm my nervous system down, telling myself maybe it was a visual thing. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was my eyes. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had opened. So I went into my mom's room. My mom's name is Renee. And I sat on the edge of her bed to tell her what happened. I didn't even know what I wanted her to do. I just needed another human presence. And this is where it escalates. Not like a single shadow, like multiple, a lot. It looked like they were lined up. Honestly, it reminded me of that feeling in Spirited Away, where these spirits are just there, waiting, existing, like they have their own rules and routines. It was like a whole ocheride, like a queue, like they were waiting their turn. And I could feel them. That's what made it so intense. The way you feel energy in a crowded room, even if your eyes are closed, the density of other presences. That's what it felt like, except the room was quiet. I was frozen on the edge of the bed, and one would step forward, directly in front of me. Close, like within a foot, and it would just stand there, shifting subtly, like its outline couldn't decide what shape to be. And I got this impression of frustration, like it was trying to tell me something without words, and I was just not getting it. Then it would step away. Sometimes it even looked like it bowed, like a tiny, respectful dip, before fading back. And then the next one would come forward, one by one. I remember thinking, why is this so organized? Why does this feel like I accidentally walked into some spiritual DMV? And then one came forward that felt completely different. This one, I don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous. It looked like it had a flower for a head. Like petals, but not solid. More like shifting layers of shape and texture. It kept morphing, almost like it was made of soft smoke and light at the same time. But the feeling it brought was so gentle. As it stood there, this wave came over me. Wonder, love, curiosity, peace. Like my chest unclenched. And I got this sense, this really mutual sense, that it was looking at me the way I was looking at it. Like we were both kind of amazed by each other. We just stayed there for a moment, almost taking in each other's energy. It also felt like it was trying to communicate something, but I couldn't translate it. Like it was speaking in a language made of feeling, and I didn't have the subtitles. Eventually it stepped back, like the others. But then, this part is so clear in my memory. It started signaling to me. like with an arm, or what I interpreted as an arm. It motioned like, "Come with me," like it wanted me to follow it back to wherever it came from. And here's what's weird. It didn't feel threatening. It felt welcoming, almost inviting, like, "We can show you something." But it also felt slightly annoyed that I wasn't moving, like, "Why aren't you understanding? Come on." Then I saw these other shapes, almost like arms too, reaching toward the bed, the side table, and toward me. Not grabbing exactly, more like touching or testing the space, like they were feeling around the room. And then something happened that made my stomach drop. My phone was on the side table next to me, screen facing up, and it looked like some of those shadowy forms were getting pulled toward it, like they were being sucked into the phone screen, almost like the screen was acting like a portal. I remember staring at it like, no, 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 absolutely not. Not the iPhone portal, not tonight. At some point, I don't even remember how, the intensity eased, like a storm passing, like the room thinned out again. And the next morning, I noticed something I have never seen in my life. There were rainbows, like little rainbow light reflections, by every single window in my house. Not just one window with a prism effect. Every window, multiple points of color, like the house itself was sparkling with it. And I stood there in the daylight, staring at those rainbows, and I just had this deep, quiet feeling like something had been active, like something had visited. But I do know this. After that night, it stopped being an abstract idea to me. It felt like something looked straight at me and said, without words, "Hi, you can see us." So, there are 2 times in my life where I've wanted an explanation so badly, it almost felt like an itch under my skin. Because I'm the kind of person who needs things to make sense. I've always leaned on science, logic, evidence, and honestly, that's part of why these memories won't leave me alone. Because the most unscientific thing I could do would be to pretend it didn't happen. Like my own senses don't count as data just because the why never showed up. And yeah, on the surface, someone could shrug and say, "Ghosts. Easy label." But what makes it harder to dismiss is that the person I lived with at the time, my roommate, Marcus, saw them too. The exact same figures, the same details, the same awful, sinking feeling. And we didn't even talk about it for months, because we were both terrified the other one would laugh. The first place, the man at the door. Back in 2002, when I was in college, I lived in the dorms, but on weekends I'd crash at my friend Eli's apartment. Sometimes I'd stop by during weekday afternoons too, just to hang out or grab something I'd left there. The building was this 3-story block with an outdoor staircase and an outdoor balcony that ran along the front. Doors lined up along it like little rectangles in a row. Eli's unit was on the top floor, about halfway down the balcony. Most of the time, going there was completely normal. Walk up, climb the stairs, let myself in. Half the time Eli wasn't even home, and that was fine. I'd just wait inside. But every once in a while, maybe once or twice a month, I'd get to the footpath outside the building and stop. Not like a casual pause, like my body just locked. And I'd know, before I even looked, exactly what I was going to see. Up there, outside Eli's door, maybe 40 meters away along that balcony, there would be a figure, a man. But not a normal man, more like a shadow shaped like a man, darker than the afternoon around him. He'd be standing right at the door with one hand lifted, frozen mid-motion, like he was about to slide a key into the lock. And then, this part still makes my stomach tighten, he'd turn his head, just slightly, like he'd sensed me. And even though I couldn't see facial features, I knew he was looking straight down at me. like his attention snapped onto mine and held there. We'd stare at each other for 2 or 3 seconds, and it felt intimate in the worst way, like being seen when you don't want to be. Then he'd turn back toward the door, and instead of opening it, he'd just pass through it, like the door wasn't even there. The first few times, I did what I always do. I tried to solve it. Okay, shadows, tree branches, weird lighting, optical illusion. I told myself my freezing was just the shock of seeing something unexpected. But there was another pattern I couldn't ignore. I only ever saw him when Eli wasn't home. And over time, it stopped feeling like some random visual glitch and started feeling intentional. Like the figure was trying to get inside before I came up the stairs. You know that feeling when you're in an elevator and there's someone walking toward you down the hallway and you're silently begging the doors to close faster? That's what it felt like coming off him. This urgent, get away from you energy. Like he didn't want me getting any closer. After months of this, it was driving me insane. I'd be standing there on the footpath, heart hammering, telling myself to move, telling myself it was nothing, and my legs still wouldn't work properly until it was over. And then one day I finally broke. Eli came home and I said, "Okay, you're going to think I've lost it, but you have to promise me you won't laugh." I remember my whole body going cold. I said, "Wait, what man are you talking about?" And he told me. When he'd pull into the car park and come around the corner, he'd sometimes see a man standing outside his apartment door. Shadowy, no clear features, but unmistakably looking right at him. Then the man would turn and walk straight through the door. And this is the detail that really hit me. Eli said that whenever he saw the man, he'd instantly know I wasn't inside the apartment yet. So for half a year, we'd both been seeing the same figure, describing him the same way, feeling the same unease, getting that same impression of him wanting to get inside before we got too close. We tried to come up with explanations. Light angles, reflections, exhaustion, coincidence, suggestion, anything. Nothing held up. And we kept seeing him until the day Eli moved out. The second place. The boy on the stairs. The next year, 2004, Eli and I moved into a different place together. This 3-story house with a layout that felt wrong even when nothing strange was happening. When you walked in from the street, you immediately had to go up a flight of stairs to reach the main level. Then, right at the top, the first door on the right led into the kitchen. And inside the kitchen there was another staircase that went up again, to my bedroom. So the kitchen basically sat right beside this second stairwell, and you'd always have to turn your body toward it, almost brushing past it, to go further into the house. I first saw him just a few weeks after we moved in. I'd gotten home in the evening, came in the front door, walked up the first flight of stairs, and turned right into the kitchen. And out of the corner of my eye, right there on the next flight of stairs, I saw a boy sitting on the steps. And it wasn't like the shadow man. This wasn't vague. This wasn't maybe. I could see him. He looked around 9 years old. Blonde hair, a red and white striped shirt, khaki shorts, bare feet. He was perched on the step like he'd been waiting, leaning forward slightly, smiling like he was amused to see me. And the worst part was how real he seemed. Not foggy, not translucent, not eerie in a movie way. Just a boy, looking at me through the banister rails. I startled so hard I almost stumbled. And when I turned my head to look directly at him, there was nobody there. This didn't happen every day, more like once a month, always evenings, always when I was turning into that kitchen. But every single time it happened, it scared the hell out of me. Not because he did anything. He never moved toward me, never spoke, never changed expression, but because my brain could not reconcile how vivid he was with how empty the stairs became the second I looked straight at him. And again, I kept it to myself. Because what do you even say? Hey, just so you know, there's a smiling child that appears on the stairs sometimes. No thanks. Until the day Eli and I got home at the same time. I walked in ahead of him, went up the first flight, and turned right into the kitchen. I saw the boy. I jumped, same as always. And Eli, right behind me, went, "Why did you just jump?" I tried to play it off. I sat at the kitchen table and said something vague like, "It's nothing. It's just, sometimes." And he cut in immediately, like he'd been waiting for me to finally say it. "You see the boy on the stairs." I just stared at him, and I asked him to describe the boy. 9-ish, blonde hair, red and white striped shirt, big smile. Exactly what I saw. We lived there for 2 years, and I kept seeing him. And I want to be really clear. I didn't want to. I tried to science it away. I removed anything reflective from the kitchen. I changed the lighting. I even put a brighter light directly over the spot to kill any shadows or weird angles. None of it mattered. And honestly, if Eli hadn't been right behind me that night, if he hadn't heard the fear in my reaction, I think I would have carried that one alone too. Because I still don't have an explanation. Just 2 places, 2 figures, and the uncomfortable fact that the evidence includes more than just me.